10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
tipid,
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
tipid,
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
tipid,
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
with Nor Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Nor Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Nor Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Nor Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching lane na parang gera, HP racing may reseta. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dong SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow TLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Bag girls, make them say wow.
And everyone is welcome dito sa MPL Festival.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Girls, make them say
Maligayang pagbabalik, MPL Superfans. My name is Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. At samahan nyo kami sa pinakaunang Superfan Saturday dito lang sa
MPL Philippines Season 16. Another day, another Saturday. Well, technically every day ay para naman sa ating mga fans, but Superfan Saturday makes all the difference. Dahil ngayon, may makikita na naman tayong laban after what seemed to be a very thrilling happening kahapon.
That's right, Hansen. Every MPL day is a blessing dahil mabibless na naman ang eyes natin with 3 matches na naghihintay sa atin ngayong araw. At syempre, mabubusog talaga ng aksyon ang ating mga mata, lalo na Hans, na eras of the league pa rin ang ating pinag-uusapan. Ikaw ba? Anong favorite era mo sa MPL Philippines?
Well, technically, every single M World Championship has always been my favorite era. M2, M3, M4. Alam mo, halos lahat kasi ng M's nakuha natin, and it just goes to show na nandoon talaga ang lakas ng Pinas. Sige, sabihin natin, hindi natin nakuha yung M1. Kanila na yun, di ba? Kanila na yun. Okay lang, basta sa atin yung huling 5. Ikaw din, how about you?
Ako naman, ang favorite ko siguro during and post-pandemic. Dahil dito, nabuksan ang doors ng opportunities para sa mga pro players and the mga aspiring natin. At nakita natin kung paano sila paunti-unting umangat at magkaroon ng pagpapakita ng lakas.
Naku, alam mo, ang daming nanonood ngayon that are probably aspiring to be pro players as well. Kaya kayo na nanonood sa inyong mga sariling tahanan, ano ba ang paborito nyong naging era from all of the past 7 years na nakita natin dito sa MPL Philippines? Make sure to comment it down below, and malay nyo, makita namin kayo mamaya at ang comment ninyo while our casters are, shown on screen. And speaking of our casters, I think it's time to throw it to them, right?
Tama naman, at samahan nyo kami ngayong araw para matunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome one and all. It is another game day here in the first week of MPL Philippines Season 16. What's up, everyone? I'm Rockhard alongside the Brigada and the Renmar Santa Cruz. We're going to be bringing you the action right here in the English desk.
I can't believe in as early as day number 1, some teams literally exceeded my expectations. Or some even, I think, especially for the match which happened between Smart Omega yesterday. That was literally the shocker because TNC came off from such a great season. I mean, they were able to meet a lot of expectations, but after yesterday, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more competitive, in which was previously the lower half of our standings.
Well, to be honest, in many ways, I was extremely disappointed. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I just released a video real quick, like recapping yesterday, and I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, if yesterday is the bar set, I'm pretty sure that's going to get exceeded as the weeks go on. But it was a great start to MPL for the action that we saw in game.
That's right. The action that we saw in game was definitely something for you guys to catch with your eyes. And if your eyes are ready for 120 FPS, you got go with Infinix. Equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. That was announced last season, and I cannot believe when I saw my eyes. And you guys tried it out as well yesterday, right? It was really, really crazy.
That happened during the rehearsals, and you were there. Do you remember the Claude that I played?
You're the one that threw the siege. And that's why that side of the team lost. That's who. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my
you were
God.
great. No, I swear, you were great. Your Claude was great, but you shouldn't have died in that base siege.
Yeah, we should really show these replays, right? And of course, level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe now, you get 50 raffle entries.
Last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. And this month, we've raised the amount for you to potentially win 50,000 diamonds.
Wow, that's a lot of diamonds. So, begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BBI. Download and sign up for Vibe now. Not tomorrow, not later, not in a few hours. Do it now.
Yeah, 50,000 diamonds. What I would do with 50,000 diamonds, right? Yeah, I would definitely buy Metro Yeah, I don't have a Metro skin yet, but we'll find out later for sure. But for you guys, you can still buy tickets to watch your favorite teams. Just go to MPLPH's website and secure your seats now, which you guys know are running out very, very fast.
That's true. I was actually surprised to see that we still had a jam-packed venue yesterday, even though the weather wasn't that great.
Yeah, rain was
and
crazy.
That was during the second series. It took some time, but I'm really surprised to see our fans really go out of their ways just to be able to watch MPL live.
Yeah, and for this one, I would really be, you guys are going to be in for a treat, especially with what's happening right now with MPL's Snap a Pro going on.
Oh, you could snap a photo with any MPL player during very specific moments while inside the venue for a chance to win diamonds.
All right, take a screenshot of this graphic, save it, whatever, use it, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile with the required hashtags, which are on this graphic right now. You have until September 8th to submit your snaps. Again, please do not take weird photos of the players. They can be funny, but hopefully it's not creepy.
Not during, when they're going to their restroom breaks.
To the
It's
restroom.
Definitely not that.
Yeah, because sometimes people ask for photos in the restroom. It's pretty awkward. I haven't washed my hands yet, so don't do that.
That's true. I mean, because the mechanics tell you just to take a picture of the player and not necessarily you being with the player. So it could be any time, but I hope it's picked time.
Yeah,
Just
find the right time to do it.
This is one of those small things we're doing here at MPL Philippines, so you guys can have fun while watching live.
Yeah.
And speaking of live, it's happening right now. Here is the matches for the day. We got 3 really amazing matches for you. AP Bren and Omega are first on the docket. We got some sophomores coming up against Omega, who looked very refreshed yesterday.
Yeah, the feeling is a bit different for AP Brand this time because we know that they did quite some changes. They added a bit of new faces to their lineup. And that applies just the same for Twisted Minds, which will be happening in the second series. But the complete opposite is happening for the last one.
Yeah, for the last one, I'm pretty sure if you don't know who ONIC PH and Team Liquid Philippines are, you've been living under a rock, or maybe you're new to our scene. Those are 2 of the strongest teams that we have in the world right now. Team Liquid Philippines just secured the mid-season cup title in Riyadh at EWC, while of course ONIC PH, well, they are the defending world champions. But for the first match of the day, it's AP Bren versus Omega.
That's right, AP Bren versus Omega. You don't have any of those rookie reasons anymore. It is going to be AP Brand back with their lineup, which actually last season, when season ended, they were like a little bit more mysterious. They were like giving vibes or giving like hints like they might be breaking up. But no, it's still pretty much a lot of the older players still back in it to try to reclaim their glory.
Yeah, that's true. I remember feeling a bit heartbroken when it felt like they were saying goodbye or they were suggesting that this might be the last, but I'm glad to see them back here with a bit of reinforcements from, I guess you could say, literally veterans in the MLBB competitive scene. They've had some accolades under their belt, and I'm hoping they're here to develop this lineup even more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why AP Brent got Aqua into the lineup, the former mid laner of RSG, MPL Philippines Season 9 and MSC 2022 champion, to help grow the younger generation of AP Brent members. But on the other side, for Omega, you get a Ryzen and Netsuki, who have already started things off very great this season. They started off their season with a victory, a prolific one, 2-1 against TNC, and Ryzen got MVP honors. Netsuki was lauded as well. A lot of people are actually pleasantly surprised with how Omega performed yesterday against TNC.
Yeah. That's right. And this is Netsuki and Ryzen's new era, and they're showing up strong. That was a 2 victory there for them. And Netsuki being touted as one of the best gold laners so far, at least for that first performance. Yep. He has a little bit of a say in the matter.
Yeah, I feel like some people would even contest that idea that Netsuki may not be one of the most standout gold laners for them. But based on yesterday, it was a pretty surprising development and adjustment from his part in multiple aspects. Like, I feel like personality-wise, and even in terms of his playstyle, there has been significant changes in terms of what I initially expected him to be, especially now that he's back in the Philippines and he's no longer Nets Presco.
Yeah.
Because I thought he would be bringing that entire Presco mentality.
Why would he take out the Presco from his name when he comes back home? He goes abroad, puts a Presco in his name, it's so good, comes back home, he's just Netsky now. It's like, you know what,
Sounds
I'm not...
cuter.
Yeah, I guess, it sounds cute. I'm not going to complain. But you know, conspiracy tinfoil hat moment, I feel like Netsky is actually dying to let out his old personality from Malaysia.
For sure.
He's just really holding it back. His teammate James was actually telling, hey, that's not what you said to us about like Oheb and Kelra. You know.
You got some stuff going on here in the background here, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Right now, this is James Panks. You gotta give it to the guy. He looks very dapper in the suit. I cannot wait to see him in the suit maybe someday.
Hey.
But yeah, for now, that is gonna be just Blazer with the AP brand colors right behind him.
The AP brand jersey is pretty cool. I've never seen a jersey like textured like that, right?
Yeah.
It looks raised.
Does it
Kind of
look
looks like armor.
Armor or like armor and the beehive.
Yeah, because of the patterns. The honeycomb. The honeycomb. Yeah.
There you go. So this is gonna be something for us to look forward to. Obviously, their new jersey, which wink, wink, if you can send us one. But I think this is definitely something that a lot of people are waiting for. James Panks has always been touted as one of the next generation junglers that everyone has to watch out for.
Yeah.
And overall, his performance last season, despite having good individual performance, has really been littered with losses.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now, how would the addition of these new members or veterans influence that performance which we saw from James Panks, which was already very much promising? So if he was able to undergo that much growth in the previous season all by themselves together with his MDL graduate team, what more now that he will be having the guidance of players who've been champions even, who've been long part of the competitive scene.
So there we go. We'll have a look at the community poll for the meantime, though. If you were to name the jungle gold duo of Ryzen and Netsky, I don't know what this is. What would it be? Ryski sounds pretty good. That sounds like something that you would eat.
Yeah.
NetZen sounds like it's something that you would find on the internet. Zensky sounds like a very strong team.
It sounds like a name of a coach.
Exactly. Or none of the above. Give us your own.
Okay, wait.
I am not vibing with any of these right now. Personally.
Give it a few days.
Yeah, maybe someone in the comment section is right now. But if you have any suggestions, as mentioned, you can comment it. But what do you think? A, B, C, or D?
Yeah. Maybe it's meant to be something like baby cakes.
Yeah.
Something that
something like
completely
that.
has nothing to do with their name, which we might find out depending on how they play, but
I want an overshoot. Like the Baby Cakes has its own ring to it. They need to be more creative and find something better. I want you guys to name it.
I'm trying to think of one now. That's why I've been staring into the blinding light.
Ryzen.
I'm glad you can stare into that. It's like
Netsky,
Ryzen. Because the ski part, it's not necessarily nets. It's just something added to nets.
Yeah, maybe we can workshop it. A lot of things are coming to my mind right now, but I also don't want to lose my job if I say it out
It's
loud.
only week one. We have time. I think we have time, right? Week one is definitely time for us to like get back into the game. Obviously, for AP Bread, they still need to show us something. So that they can prove that they're very much worthy of the title, whichever title will give it to them, or the community will give to them, right? So that's something that we're all excited for, and I'm hoping that you guys are excited as well. Historically, teams that have stayed together for more than a season have actually just grown. Big example is Falcons, 1,117 days playing together. I love that stat, by the way, yesterday. Pretty amazing. So
surprising
I hope
that
the
they're
same
not
thing
sick of
happens
each
here.
other yet.
For 2 years, right?
For 2 years.
Oh my gosh.
No, but echoing what you mentioned, hopefully that we get to see these members of AP Brand that were able to stick together from the fallout of last season, that they can continue growing that. And if this is the beginning, really the beginning of a new era with the inclusion of X-Nova even, and then of course the fact that you bring in Aqua to bring in that veteranship captaincy role. Lord JM also brings his veterancy for AP Brand. Yeah, hopefully it's the beginning of something better and brighter, because a lot of people were really rooting for AP Brand last season. They could see a lot of those shades of, hey, I could get what you guys mean that this could be the next big team, but we just haven't seen it deliver just yet.
Yeah, it might have been like just, rookie jitters, right?
It's not necessarily to say that it's very unlikely that a team from MDL could really make it that far once they step foot into the MPL, but it's probably just that they also themselves discovered that there are several things to adjust here and there, and they just took matters into their own hands.
Yeah, we'll see if these are actually addressed right before, because we are going to see these teams walk into the stage right now.
Sophomore year for the players in black and yellow, plus a homecoming. Lord JM, James Banks, ex-Nova Shizo, and making his way back into MPL Philippines, it's Aqua and APBR. The Barangay's new era is looking bright with James, Ryzen, Haji, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki. It's Smart Omega! And of course, to oversee the game and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals are Juven, Chico, JJ, and Joshua. And the coaches of the respective teams, Coach Jeff and Coach Lembon. Will it be AP Brand? Will it be Smart Omega? MPL Arena Magingay!
And there it is, the new and improved lineup here, hopefully for AP Brands, Lord JM, James Panks, Aqua, he's back, X-Nova, and Shizo.
Ew, it's interesting to see these group of players play together here in MPL Season 16. Imagine from Lord JM seeing him back all the way from Blacklist to being now part of AP Brand. Formerly, he was in a different team also. Now even Aqua making his return. I feel like he really will be filling that leadership role right now for this squad.
Yep. Someone who's filled in the leadership role from the mid lane very well in a new old team is actually Haji. His comeback for Omega has looked very bright. Although yesterday was sort of a here and there series with just 3 games of straight up stomps, but the fact that Haji and James seem to just slot in very well with James, Super Yoshi, and Netsuki as well just goes to show that, hey man, Omega, you gotta watch out for them.
Yeah, despite everyone obviously hyping up Netsuki so much, it was actually James with an MVP performance as well previously, so really have to commend the rest of the team for making this very cohesive for Omega, and they really do feel like it's not Lasod anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's not that Venom. What do you call it? What did I say? Venom?
Venom?
The Venom? The Venom. It was the Venom.
The Venom?
I don't know. For
from
James,
last night.
yeah, for James, it doesn't feel like the first bloods matter because like he got a couple of them yesterday. He died first blood, I think twice.
Yeah.
But he was able to redeem himself eventually every single time.
Yeah, I think even more so now, dying as an EXP laner early just seems to be part of the job.
One is good. Twice is, gotta think about it. 3 is...
You're probably on the road to 6 deaths, but then if you get that one good set, everyone's gonna forget it.
And we're gonna talk about something else even further. I love this new segment, by the way. This is The Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf, presenting you the Infinix keys to victory. It's AP Brand going up against Omega in the first series of today. For AP Brand, they have to watch out for Ryzen's jungle invasion. We saw yesterday in their first match that Ryzen was able to win the Battle of the Gold when it comes to farming because of his jungle invasion against his opponents. And even when they don't get the neutral objectives like the turtles, he still manages to win the gold battle just because of that. So that's something that AP Brand needs to stop. And speaking of stop, they have to stop Omega's turtle to execution. We also saw yesterday how important the second turtle was for the side of Omega. Even when they don't actually get the turtle, what they actually win is the battle afterwards. So that's what they really need to pay attention to so that AP Brand will be able to secure the series. Now for Omega, they have to take advantage of Super Yoshi's catch playstyle. It is very clear yesterday that when Omega is playing, they really want to utilize the catch heroes for Super Yoshi, and they are actually more comfortable if that is the archetype of heroes that Super Yoshi is actually playing. And most importantly, they have to control the tempo. Tempo control, EXP laners will fit Omega's MO so well. What they need to do is to just get Lapu-Lapu, your Arlos, or any kind of EXP laner. Even the Phoebus can work as long as it controls the tempo of the game. That is going to be AP Bren versus Omega, and let's see. Let's find out in the draft who wins this series.
And that was the howl by Wolf. Cass? Should I say Wolf? Just Wolf.
Just Wolf.
Basically, it's a big revolution around Super Yoshi's catch potential, which a little bit of a Mamba mentality maybe just kind of seeped into him a little bit. What do you think about that?
It feels like a little bit more Super Yoshi. Based on what we saw from him from game number 1, I like that he's not just seen as one specific thing. Yes, the keys to victory brought to us by Wolf did focus on his catch playstyle, but then you could also just have him play up a hero who just shows up, gets vision, and then that's already good. Because you already have someone like James to help cover for that. So a little bit more, I think, even though he won't get the catch playstyle type hero, as much as possible they should though, I wouldn't be so worried for Omega if Super Yoshi's just a little bit more passive, because James is already so proactive for him.
Yeah, like on a hero similar to the High Loss or something, because James fills in those shoes of being that aggressive, or as mentioned by the keys to victory, again, tempo controller type of XP laner so well, much to the point that even if it has to start in as early as the first minute and might cost him his life, it's gonna be all worth it in the end, because they're still able to establish that certain tempo, which I feel like all of them together have done such a great job at setting up for like the first few games they've played yesterday. Even though Haji has played, I think, 3 games of Farsa yesterday. I mean, that's the thing. Like the Farsa, it just does so much when you want to set that control, when you want to. And by the way, aside from control, I want to commend how much he's been such a hard target to catch for the opponent XP laner, despite being a Farsa. It's like he's just always so alert that his wings by wings come in at the right time. So that's another thing. Like Haji as the leader, as that kind of hero, just does so much for his team.
That's right. And on the other side, it's gonna be Aqua. Don't forget, this is his comeback all the way from across the seas. He was the MPL Philippines Season 9 champion and MSC 2022 champion, which a lot of us do still maintain that, you know, could have been a really MVP performance, but Evan was selected in that time.
For Aqua, he's cut from the same cloth as Haji, honestly, with how during the peak of Aqua and RSG, he was really known as that hard-to-catch mid laner, artillery, play around the Eve very well, play around Farsas very well. It was even during a time where you had heroes like Lilia, Kagura show up as options, the rare Kadita here and there. So that killer mentality that Haji has and that desire to stay alive while providing damage, Aqua has that too, and that's something that Omega needs to respect.
Oh, now you mentioned that. What if they actually decide to do that up against this Farsa that Haji might potentially bring out again later heading into the draft, which is actually happening right now. So I wonder how similar the trends are going to be compared to yesterday, because I feel like the trends in terms of the red side bans yesterday were always just so consistent on those first 3 heroes.
And I like what happened here with the first trade of picks. So as we said earlier, James really can just be that frontliner and initiator for Omega. He did that incredibly well yesterday. But Omega, acknowledging the situation, okay, we lose our Phoebus, but then at the same time, wait, banning out the Phoebus means that the 1-1 is a good option for AP Brent to rush. So they decide to ban that out for safety, even if they could have picked the Farsa into it. That's just how annoying 1-1 is right now. And so far, standard are the bans with the Juicin and YSS.
Conversations as well has been steered where the meta right now really is very similar to what we've seen in MSC. You guys noticed this as well yesterday. Although we haven't really seen as much of flexibility in the mid. Again, Farsa being picked up a lot.
Farsa Selena.
Selena, obviously. Kimmy can definitely make a resurgence here somewhere. We did see a game as well with Kimmy. But so far, nothing like Again, no resurgence of older heroes, and that's why I love seeing Aqua here.
Yeah.
Maybe with Aqua playing, we might be able to get an influx of newer picks to maybe spice things up a little bit more.
Not even the adjustment on Eve was enough to make her appear again so far. But this should be a Lancelot event, right? Unless they want to give it to James Pax.
Yeah. Let's see if they might be willing to test it. Nope. Still banning out the Lancelot, one of the most popular red 3 bans of the season so far.
Yeah.
CC, Lapu Lapu, Farsa still open. We're going to be talking about the rush picks from yesterday.
It's just the...
We only had 4 priority picks, Farsa, YSS, CC, and Baksha. So maybe this could be a Farsa rush or CC rush, one of the two.
Will be a great deny as well for Haji. But that's going to be scary as well if you're forcing him to use something else. But I think this is a great answer nonetheless, because typically you'd feel a bit more hesitant to pick up the Farsa knowing that you're going to go up against an Arlot. So will that be the route still for Smart Omega? I mean, we did commend Haji and his escape. So
seems like they're trying to block the Farsa that way instead of just straight up banning it out. And it also does make sense with the context of they also banned the Phoveus earlier. So if ever now Omega's thinking, wait, AP Brent could go for the Fredrin and Arlot combination later on. So let's go ahead and pick up that first. And they go for the Kalea. They are still gonna keep to the idea of their key to victory with getting catch for Super Yoshi. So are they still gonna stick with a Fred and Arlot combination at the center of the map?
Yeah, might be one of the better options to go for, and they could also potentially pick up the... I don't know why I'm feeling the Moskov a bit more, considering that Ryzen has showed us a couple of fannies yesterday, and once he gets the momentum rolling, it's going to be really terrifying, especially for a marksman who's not able to handle it well. So they pick up the Moskov here and the Akai.
That's definitely going to discourage that
Never
fanny.
mind.
My flock continues to grow, children. The Church of Akai stands strong, and we get another representative. But Omega honestly picked into that very well. The Lapu Lapu might actually struggle here, but if you just time the Bravest Fighter well enough, you could actually avoid getting taken away to a really bad spot for your team or for yourself by the heavy spin of the Akai.
You get really easily disrupted, especially since Lapu Lapu is very reliant on combinations, like not continuous DPS for him to actually dish out what he needs to do. But now, at the same time, again, I love the Akai right here. Really discouraged so much. It can also really easily cancel out the Feathered Airstrike when needed.
I'm honestly so happy to see this. Like, just, I think yesterday I was using it and I kept invading the enemy jungler.
Which one?
The Akai. But it was in the roam, and now I feel like we are more likely to see it. No, wait.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Is it?
We cannot also turn off the possibility of an Akai roam popping up here, considering that we did see that a little bit more during the MWI leg of EWC MLBB. That could be a possibility. With the carry showing up, though, I feel like we are leaning towards a little bit more of a very front-heavy, tank-focused lineup for AP Brand, which is why they're taking away a shredder of tanky gold lane, of tanky fighters and tanks. That means the gold lane for Omega might just lean towards picking something alongside the Granger. They can just play for range, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, the Fredrin also just looking really spicy here as well. If you want to just make a really tanky lineup, go for Roam, Akai, and Fredrin jungle, maybe could work.
Oh my goodness, that's the Fredrin Arlot, Akai Arlot together in one
It's
lineup.
crazy, right? That would be so crazy.
That's annoying, honestly. Conceptually and in practice, that is very difficult to go up against, especially if you're a Kalea and a Lapu Lapu that want to get close to that action. You're actually putting yourself at risk more.
Yeah, and they didn't ban it out. They banned some mid-lane heroes instead, some heroes for Aqua. So that still opens the possibility of maybe some of the other mid-lane heroes that Renmar did mention earlier, maybe, but I don't know if they really want to risk that because we haven't seen much Kaguras, much Kadizas so far. More so for the Lilias, but it's an interesting ban that AP Brent took out the Fredrin themselves.
Yeah, I think Omega did definitely have a slot of just picking up the Fredrin so that you'll have the Fredrin Akai matchup into the jungle. Now they've run out of tanky junglers actually that they can play with. The Baksha also gone. It's not like you're gonna bring back a Martis into the meta. They're trying to force Omega to play into an assassin jungle that, as we mentioned, with the lineup of AP Brand, could just go ahead and invade a lot. So they lock in their gold laner instead. They pick up a Beatrix. You do still get that range, but at the same time, you also get strong basic attacks, which is something that you need against a lineup that will most likely dive close to you.
Yeah, oh, even the Hilda is still there actually. So if Smart Omega, they do seem like they're really saving their jungler for last because there are just so many things to consider in AP Brand's lineup so far. So this is where we'll probably find out, or this is where we'll definitely find out where the Akai is going.
Yeah.
But
it's James Mount though, isn't
It
there?
is.
It's also a really good chance he might just end up picking an assassin here. And as you mentioned earlier, the Sakai can still go roam. Like Hayabusa is still available for them to pick, and it would not be a bad combo.
the Joy even there too.
And the Joy. Okay, so it's an Akai jungle.
It's going on roll.
Oh wow!
That is such a tanky lineup, but it's too close range.
Yeah, everyone. Literally everyone is close range.
It's a little bit too divey for my taste, but then the fact that they picked up the Valentina means they could get a bit of artillery if he does steal the ultimate of the Farsa away. This alleviates a little bit of the pressure though, but not so much, because even if you still go Assassin here for Ryzen, it's going to be a tough jungling pattern for him.
Yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to actually just get the Feather Airstrike over and over again, since you also have a little bit of versatility. You can also go aggressive with getting the Tsunami Slam, if ever. So lots of options here, but you're right. The range is going to be problematic, especially in the early game.
Yeah, maybe not the Joy. So is it gonna be the Hayabusa?
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Oh!
Okay, there we go.
All right, not bad.
That slipped my mind, but yeah, that's actually a perfect pick. You're up against a tanky jungler. You have a lot of dive against the opposing team. However, does Xborg have enough of a tanky front line to actually help him out? Because with the Lapu-Lapu and the Kalea, we know there are times where Kalea actually just goes down very quickly, even though she can catch. This might put pressure on the Xborg to frontline a little bit more, which you don't really want to do. So it's up to Omega to how to execute this so that the Xborg, Lapu, and Kalea are all on the same page.
Yeah, it feels more like an in and out lineup here if you think about it.
Yeah.
They're not going to be lasting in the front line that long, but they will try to recoup and then go back to the fight once more. This is going to be the lineup here. I don't know what you guys are thinking about this one. It does feel like Omega has covered all the bases, and AP Bren again, very close range and being very late game centric here with that Moscow.
I think it's pretty surprising to see that AP Brand did not opt to go for any Purify spells though. They're literally banking on being
to
aggressive
Mobile
as
Legends.
well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Omega rather. They did not pick up any Purify spells, not even with the presence of an Akai, not even with the presence of an Arlot and the Gato and Gacha. So they might be actually playing this very aggressively.
That and they might be subscribing to the thought that, you know what, instead of just cleansing it, let's sidestep it. Let's force them to change their positioning and make them dive a little bit deeper into our formation by flickering away. Looking at the emblem sets, nothing too crazy across the board, pretty standard overall.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, Super Yoshi's gonna have a bad time here. So many Purifies on one side means that you're just gonna have a hard time catching anyone, even if you hit level 4 right away. So they might have to play around those Purify timings very well. Otherwise, risk getting run over by this beefy lineup from AP Bren.
Yeah, picking whoever you want to set up using the Tsunami Slam is gonna be quite difficult too. Aqua and Shizu are the players with both the Purify spells, and I'm not sure if you want to bring in James Pax closer to Smart Omega or not even Lord JM. So it'll be very important that Super Yoshi times and uses this Tsunami Slam on the right target later on.
Yeah, earlier damage profile seems to be better for Omega right now, but of course for AP Bren, they have the raw sustain that can help them survive. Don't forget, Akai has built-in shields into his kit. James Pan still able to get the last hit there onto the EXP. And then you also have the Revitalize coming in for X-Nova. No Revitalize on the side of Omega. Neski having a hard time laning against Shizo. Much more confident. He's a silent kid.
Yeah, I think he was a bit too deep in that particular fight, but AP Brent might be the first ones to set up for this Turtle Horizon, though is still here nonetheless, dealing some damage as well as the export. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
He is seemingly being the front now, but that did not land. That final slash did not connect, and it will be punished instead. Lord JM will be the first to fall. That's a heavy spin coming in from James Pax, and that will allow him to secure that turtle. It's a double kill for Ryzen, however, so they trade things out.
Okay, that was a little bit of a mess here coming in from AP Bren. Omega capitalized so beautifully after that, after the fact as well.
Yeah, however, James Pan showing why Akai is a great option in the jungle. Just heavy spin under everything. You really do not care. You can just go ahead and retribution there. But yeah, Lord JM needs to tighten up his timing a little bit more. He was way too early and too eager with that final slash flicker. He also burned the flicker for that.
Ooh, now that you bring that up, that's a lot of resources being used. And that might be the opening that Omega has to maybe just make sure they can reel in this mid-game.
Yeah.
Wait, did Ryzen?
Yes, invade. Great call, actually, but Ryzen might get caught out here.
Okay, Fraga armor already gone. That's the AOG. Doesn't land onto Ryzen, however, and James is doing such a great job at zoning as well. There's the heavy spin, however, coming in from James Pat. Will Super Yoshi be able to provide the right amount of support, or will he be caught as well? That's the last insanity copied by Aqua, and they actually get the kill for themselves.
Man, Aqua was holding on to that last insanity. I thought he'd use it on Ryzen, but he was saving it, and now AP Bren will continue to invade into the jungle of Omega, making it even harder for this X-Borg to farm.
Definitely not the Valentino ult that Omega was expecting for sure this time around. And that's AP Bren with a little bit of a surprise factor, getting them a bit of a lead. Again, small margins here really are the big difference maker, especially in that goal lane that we're looking at. The goal difference here is very, very close.
Yeah, apparently the entire idea of AP Bren being too melee in terms of their lineup isn't something they're letting themselves be limited by. They're just being so aggressive with this entire concept, and it's not that smart. Omega are able to find ways to work around it either.
Yeah, this is what we mentioned with the lineup of AP Bren, that the aggression that they have, they can invade, they can consistently harass, get information. So they're taking conditions, and they needed to do that because at the end of that, James Pan still did not walk away with a purple buff. Ryzen walked away with 2. Even though that meant that his orange buff was taken away from him, there's a better steal and buff secure for Omega. Now Ryzen, though, needs to be careful because AP Bren are close.
Oh, James goes in together with Super Yoshi. Last insanity, who will get the turtle? It's still going to be James back. Super Yoshi will fall as well. James trying to run away. Haji using the feathered airstrike. There's a flicker coming in from James, but they won't be able to find a trade. AP Bren, what a clean take.
These points, these last insanities are really making it so hard for these players to actually find their targets. Actually, I was a little surprised. I was confused whether that was like Aqua or Ryzen. Either way, it can really mess up the timing here, and I don't think Omega is dealing with it very well.
Yeah, I mean, we did acknowledge, even though this X-Borg was one of the last best picks that Omega could have gone for there, it really was just, it's running with a lot of risks, especially since you have a lineup built so that the X-Borg actually needs to front, meaning that he'll be taking the initial brunt of damage, which makes his window of using that last insanity even smaller. As we look at the items, Dreadnought armor is already locked in for the 2 junglers. No full item secure. Oh, excuse me, already the anti-Karash, but the X-Borg shouldn't be too far from that. For the 2 gold laners, still waiting for the full item build on the Matrix. Okay, AP Bren, instead of deciding to commit that, they realized they missed some key abilities and just backed off instead.
Yep. They're gonna want to hold on to that and wait so they potentially could get another successful take on the next turtle, because they've taken 2 turtles already for themselves now.
Yeah.
Wow, look at these 2 XP trainers down
Very
below.
solid movements.
Wow.
I love seeing those. Obviously, the 1-for-1s, we're seeing them play essentially what we'll see them later on, very in your face rather. And I can't wait to see the full 5-man, honestly. That's all we're waiting for right now. 6.5 minutes into the game. Omega, they want that fight. They want to be able to use these heroes. But for the meantime, it does feel like Netsky does need more items to actually get into fighting form.
Yeah, better positioning right now, though, for Omega for this objective. Of course, you're going to be expecting the SOD to come in. Good thing James Pans decided to move forward alongside Aqua to hold the forward shrubs, which means Omega need to commit a play.
Wait, they force a reaction from Lord JM. Shizu takes the turret down bottom instead, though, but James Pans, he has his eyes set on Ryzen. Gets cancelled canceled out by the Tsunami Slam. However, there's the OG X-Nova right now. He's isolated all by himself, but it's James Banks who's targeted by Ryzen all over again. He's saving that last insanity over and over again for this hero.
In the bottom lane, though, you see Shizo splitting the map.
Oh my god.
Yeah, James Banks a little bit too eager to try and find Neski out of position. He actually was trying to chase after the Matrix to heavy spin him away. It looks like Omega's gonna get this turtle.
Okay, James trying to go for Aqua again. Using the Resist Fighter. There's the fettered airstrike as well, but Shizo and Lord JM, they're holding on to this turtle. Somehow, Ryzen still gets the retribution, however, and they're trying to chase after Lord JM and Shizu. Bennett's Rage finally takes down Lord JM, and that's gonna be it for now.
That was like almost a 2-minute team fight all across the map, and they don't show any signs of slowing down. X-Nova propping it and getting ready for the defense. They're gonna be able to clear, but man, oh man, I think Omega took AP Brenner for a ride.
Yeah, AP Brenner again, it started off with James Banks a little bit too... He was too greedy, trying to go after Neski. I'm gonna be honest.
No other way to say it.
Yeah, no other way to say it. It ruined the formation of that AP Bren actually had, and it was a good one. Omega also caught AP Bren off guard, but the problem was they actually, gotta say, wrong target. They were a little bit too eager to go after Lord JM, but the fact that it looks like AP Bren didn't go alongside James Banks and weren't completely alright with his call to try and chase after the Matrix, it meant that AP Bren's formation just got ruined, and Omega actually walked away with a big win in that fight.
Yeah.
Both gold laners still very close in terms of the gold. Malefic Gun and the BOD already locked in by Netsuki, while Shizo does have the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff.
So that wasn't just me, right? That felt so disjointed for AP Bren. I was going to ask you guys, what happened here? Is something wrong with this matchup, with this engagement they're doing? They did look super confident coming into it.
Yeah.
But then again, it bought so much time. Shizu did get towers on the bottom. Maybe that's where the comms are busy with. But again, it didn't look stonks. And because of all of that, we are back on even ball game in terms of gold.
I mean, James Banks probably thinks that Netsuki has to be the target for Smart Omega because he's the marksman who joins the fight. Because as we saw, it's Shizu who gets to do a lot more things on his own as expected from a Moskov, but Smart Omega, it does feel like they're trying to make it work with Netsuki together with them as long or as much as they can whenever there's a team fight that breaks out. So when that happens, James Banks, it does seem like he just has his eyes set on Netsuki, but he has to be careful to not do that same mistake which happened earlier.
He did acknowledge that last season he was scared to make mistakes. Now he promised to the Bees that he'll be less hesitant to commit plays. And you know what? I'm a little bit more, I'm okay with that. Yes, that was clearly a mistimed call, but it's not at the end of the world. It's still a very close game in terms of the gold. If in an alternate universe or maybe in the next sequences, if James Banks actually gets Neski, then the tone of the storytelling is gonna completely change, and James Banks is gonna look like a superstar with being able to couch out the Matrix.
And overall, it feels like, you know, Shizu, you could argue that Shizu actually got the mission completed.
Yeah, exactly.
He got 2 towers on the bottom, and that equalized the gold. It's just a small mix-up like that obviously will give Omega that short leeway, and you don't want to give Omega anything at this point.
Wait, Ryzen doesn't have his immortality yet, but they're still gonna go for it. James already going in, but that's a beautiful taunt onto Haji from X-Nova. James Banks using the heavy spin on Ryzen once again, doesn't have the Faraga anymore, and Shizu just planting all those free hits, but look at Aqua! SOD doesn't land, but that was a perfect last insanity, forcing away all the members of Smart Omega, and Shizu just goes after them, doesn't get to catch Haji. No, I take it back! It's a triple for Shizu!
The silent kid with a play heard around the world. And just when we were talking about it, not the end of the world for AP Bren. This time it was Omega who got caught sleeping. Haji, I don't know why he used that feathered airstrike right in front of a Gatot Kacha.
So early as well, like very early on in the fight, that positioning was punished hard. And I was like, oh, so that's what they were trying to do earlier.
They were a bit too forward.
Way too
all
forward.
of them. And even Ryzen, I know he still had the Faraga armor and he had a way to get out of it once you lose the Faraga armor, but he was in a spot that could still get easily pinned down by the heavy spin nonetheless, and the duration of the heavy spin is no joke. It was still able to catch up after the last insanity, or after the Faraga armor went down.
Yeah, and now with a 5,000 gold lead, yes, it's only Lord 1, and it doesn't look like AP Bren doesn't have the minion waves right for them to throw bodies. They're still just gonna try and get turrets or Holy Shield is 100% going to get popped. If they cannot get the turrets here, then yeah, they're just going to be playing around, controlling the map, and then just playing the minion wave so that they can get the next Lord without a problem. Because the bad thing about Omega losing in that time is because now it pushes the lead to around 5k, closing into 6,000 at around the 12 to 13 minute mark. That is a moment in time where you do not want to be at a deficit that large.
Yeah, and folks, remember, this is from a 0 goal lead to 5k in one play. And the wipeout as well, the boot, basically gave the whole map to AP Brand in one instant.
This Valentina by Aqua is becoming really terrifying as well. Like the way he just keeps on picking up the last Insanity. That last sequence we saw from Aqua was just so perfect as well. It was so well timed. It was in a spot that Smart Omega had no choice but to walk in a single direction or path to get away, and that made it just so much more easier for Shizu as well to catch up and deal the right amount of damage. And he's going to be a harder target to catch right now too, especially as he already has his hands on that Wind of Nature.
Yeah, good to see Aqua back in the Philippines. To the teams that almost got Aqua, but just for some reason something happened and that he wasn't able to join your team. Well, you guys missed out though. Aqua's still really good.
Yeah, he's making a big splash. Wink, wink.
Yeah, huge splash, huge impact.
So far, he's doing what the hold on though.
Oh my goodness, Haji! Gets cancelled! And look at the damage coming in from Shizu. He gets another double kill. Could have potentially picked up a triple only if Omega stayed a bit longer. But they're gonna respect AP Brand now. They have no choice but to respect them.
Yeah, Omega are crumbling right now. It seems like that's already 2 lapses in judgment by Haji. Feathered airstrike at the wrong spot. They're not clearing the vision in the key areas that AP Brand could be in. There seems to be a disconnect right now between Haji, Super Yoshi, and Ryzen in terms of just checking crucial areas so that they can get info to see if it's safe to use the Feathered Airstrike. And now, it's bad, because AP Brand, they're gonna wait for 1410. Once that passes, they'll break it, then they'll wait for the next wave. AP Brand can win it in the next siege, closing in on 7,000.
Yeah, that's exactly how they do it. I'm super... Is this the... What do you call that? Is this a consequence of not picking up Purify on one of these heroes? Is their battle plan getting messed up over and over again, maybe?
I don't think it's the Purify. I mean, again, the Flicker, they decided to go with that. The reposition idea is good. It's just that repositioning from a very bad position is just already a tough call.
I know, you said position many times there.
No, exactly. When you're in a bad spot and you try to make the most out of it, usually you don't.
Yeah. It's best if you are in a decent spot, even if it's not the best.
Yes.
Because you're able
in the first
to
place.
at least put yourself in a better one after that. But if there's like no way out of wherever you put yourself in, then that's what we're seeing from Haji right now, and that's really dealing a lot of problems for Smart Omega. At least they have some decent wave clear and defense. This is still a Farsa Beatrix that we're talking about, but they're syncing up the waves so well.
Yeah, beautiful sync up. Of course, decent wave clear still for Omega is available, so I don't think they'll suffer more than this. But yeah, we're seeing them slowly just getting bumped into their base. And you know, guys, when this happens, you know what's up. We know what's next.
Oh, that's the Tsunami Slam, punishing Lord JM. He finds himself under the turret. James doing a great job zoning, but has to flicker out to safety. Last Insanity committed by Aqua just to escape. And as you mentioned, they're able to hold on to their remaining 2 base turrets.
I'm trying to think that could have gone significantly better for AP Brand, but I don't think it was just Omega just doing the right things there. AP Brand missed something. It looks like they were scared to dive under that tower when Lord JM got picked. Yeah, there were minion waves that they needed to deal with, and with the tower being more than 50% health, it would have been risky. But I feel like they could have pulled the trigger on a play there. They would have lost 2, bringing the lead down to maybe around 4,000, but that isn't a bad loss. That would have been a trade. If 2 for 1, at most 2 for 2, and then that means it's still good for you.
Yeah.
That could have been actually game if they got free.
Yeah, I feel like they were too cautious there.
I mean, James also jumped in, so he got some attention from some of the members of AP Brand, but I feel like they could they could have been a bit more decisive. Maybe.
Yeah.
Even if it's just on James, because he was already in that spot. But either way, Ryzen's still trying to attempt to take this. Will successfully do so, but we have 30 seconds before this upcoming Lord, and the waves are going to be such a huge problem for Smart Omega.
Yeah, so that few seconds is going to be super crucial in this next one. We are talking about Omega. What is the comeback play here? What's it looking like for Ryzen as well, as well as Netsky? Netsky has not actually shown up all game long, running 0-1 on the Beatrix.
Yeah, the man is farmed up though. Like in terms of items, he's good. You don't have to worry about the damage he can dish out. They do have the true damage going around through Ryzen. Although Ryzen could have more items here, he had to go for a bit of a chop suey build to just chase raw physical and magic defense points. Now it doesn't look like AP Bren, or excuse me, Omega will actually be able to contest this healthily. They'll be forced to give it up. And you asked about the condition. The condition now for Omega is simple. Turn it around through defense.
At least they have some skills and some resources to bank on, but only if AP Bren weren't as hesitant earlier in this upcoming fight, it could go sideways for Smart Omega, because I feel like they tried their best to defend already earlier. Like they put James in the front a bit more. They had Ryzen to clear out the waves coming in first, and then Haji and Netsky just from a distance. They're most likely gonna replicate that. But if AP Bren has a different plan in mind this time, it could go better for them.
Yeah, so this is take 2. Let's see what change they're gonna do here. Right on front here is Lord JM. He's actually quite low.
Oh, but that's a nice stun coming in from James and the flicker as well. James Pass already forced to use the heavy spin also.
What is happening here?
Okay, I think this is where I have to give Omega a little bit more credit. They are clearing up the mid-minion waves very well. That is difficult for AP Bren to actually pull the trigger in a tower dive in the mid or in the top. But at some point, it's a game of patience now, because I also understand the hesitation of AP Bren. If they slip up, it's going to be a devastating loss. And we saw it from them and from multiple teams in the Philippines, all across Season 15, that they try to end it. It's 6,000 plus, it's the late game, their tower's up, they dive, they think that they're okay. But you get it, because the 6,000 gold lead at this point doesn't really matter, because Omega are pretty stacked in items as well.
This is just what happens, right? We are in a point where everyone is on, what they call that? Critical mass. Everyone's critical mass. Even if they're behind, it feels like everyone is on level. So they know that one slip-up could really snowball really badly. Netsky from 0-1 could easily turn 5-1.
Yeah. I've seen too many Beatrix users suddenly delete the opposing team.
Then you're gonna get run over, basically, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So I guess those war flashbacks are happening right now for AP Bren.
Maybe.
That's happened to them so many times in the last season as well, where they were ahead by so much, and then they just lost the series altogether.
I think I'm gonna give caveman analysis here. Throw bodies, hit tower. Bro, you can do it.
I think they can with Shizu just like so crazy right now.
Yeah.
I think they do have the power to do it.
Just James Pass, Aqua, X-Nova, Lord JM just have this like promise of loyalty of like, we are all going to fall. But that means Shizu just gets to lock the tower and we're okay and we win.
AP Bren together strong.
Yeah, AP Bren together strong.
That's the idea of their lineup, right?
It should be it.
Together.
Again,
strong.
I cannot doubt why they're... I can't understand why they're playing it so safely, but at this point, if you play safely all throughout the game, your opponent also reads that, and they can play around it.
Just go monkey, man!
Because we thought they were just so dive heavy, so... It's weird to see them not diving.
Yeah, the problem is they've waited for so long that Omega, their 6k gold lead really doesn't matter now for AP Bren. Like, Omega can just turn it around already.
Come on, guys. Move. You gotta get that stick. You poke AP Bren, do something.
This is it.
And now it's AP Bren who might actually do something. The final snap doesn't land though, and now that's the counter. Tsunami Slam landed onto Lord JM, but the Veteran Airstrike is just being used, but gets cancelled for James Max. SOD will land as well. Shizu gets to find the hits onto James, but X-Nova and Aqua blocking the paths of the members of Omega who are trying to run away. That's an immortality pop for Super Yoshi, but James finds Aqua in exchange for Ryzen.
Okay, one for one trade. No jungle on the other side. AP Bren will be able to get this Lord without a problem. See, sometimes you just gotta go monkey. Just go for it.
Yeah, it looked really bad for a second, but then X-Nova was in front of Netsky. Netsky could not do anything, man.
Yeah, there are too many blade armors also on the side of AP Bren. Oh, wait, Tsunami Slam?
They still want to go for it. Penetrate gets dodged! Lord J, what a beautiful usage of the Vengeance, and now Haji gets deleted. Shizu's godlike. Two-man stun coming in from Lord JM, and now they're just trying to run away, but Netsky has no way out! Gets to use the Wind of Nature, but that's not gonna gonna save him. It's only Super Yoshi and James, and even Super Yoshi will fall. There's no need for a Lord. AP Bren, it's them finally running towards the base and trying to end the game. They'll pick up the kill onto James before doing so. And now, after 22 minutes, AP Bren secures game number 1.
Wouldn't you believe it? It's AP Bren coming out on top. After that very shaky initiation there, I really thought that was going to falter, but you know what? They picked up after themselves very well and got them that win.
Remember this day, sometimes caveman analysis just works. Throw bodies, lock tower. Except this time it was throw bodies multiple times, and then you realize you actually do still have a lead. You have the damage, you're good. Your lineup is still way too difficult for the side of Omega to handle, and you're fine.
Yeah.
Apparently, they were fine.
It should have been over 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
You're right. What was the longest game yesterday? I feel like we had a 23-minute
Yeah, it was like around 23 minutes.
This one's 20.
Very lengthy.
But then again, I think everyone, even the viewers watching right now, will agree that should have been over like way sooner.
Again, we all understand the hesitation. But there are moments where sometimes you really just gotta go, guys, let's go.
At least it wasn't turned around. It wasn't like...
It happened to Team Liquid thrice in MSC, and they still walked away as champions.
There was like a small sliver of maybe something could happen, but then again, James Banks says, no, Netsuki. No, it's Shizu who's going to be MVP here with 8-0 and 3 on that Moscow.
He's bulletproof.
Hey, like, I know Netsuki did a great job yesterday, but all I could see for this game was Shizu.
Yeah.
Like, from the laning phase up until the moments wherein they had to go through team fights. And I don't know, like, Shizu, when he was needed the most to do the split pushes, he delivered. When he was needed in the team fights, he delivered just the same.
Yeah, he was basically positioned everywhere that AP Bren needed him to. Even in the team fights that AP Bren would look like they would lose, Shizu was alive. Shizu was doing the job, and Shizu was getting things done.
Yeah, with a perfect game, it means that his positioning, his timing, all of it was near perfect. Just a tough target to catch for the members of Omega. SOD would be coming in, came in from time to time. It's just the perfect time. He got that highlight triple kill here. And the fact that he was just too difficult to catch for Omega meant that AP Bren just was way too tanky and had too much damage, safe damage, for Omega to handle.
Yeah, Shizu wasn't like the super highlight player. He wouldn't do those crazy SOD out of nowhere, but he's very consistent. His positioning here in these team fights, no one could touch him.
Yeah, Shizu went to work.
He was 0 deaths up until like the very end of the game.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Beautiful to see here. James, obviously, valiant effort trying to clear those minion waves. Can't really do that at this point. This is 22 minutes. Those minions be chonking.
I mean, I don't know if like we're seeing such a great connection between Shizu and Aqua. I think they're both known to be very quiet players outside the game, but in this game, I don't know. Like it doesn't seem to be the case.
It's the two quietest dudes who were just absolute monsters in this game.
Maybe they're communicating with telepathy at this point.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so curious. How is the comms for
new
like,
comms?
Yeah. Lord JM really needs to fix his comms with his ultimate though.
Jeez. Like, yes.
There were a few missed final slashes, but I like how for every missed final slash he had, he had a final slash that followed afterwards that was just, hey guys, here you go. You're welcome. It's like, thank you, Lord JM.
The team fights were going so long that he had to take 2 every time.
Yeah, so for every error, he always made up for it, which I commend. As an EXP laner who does mess up a lot, I relate to that.
Yeah, or if it's not the final slash right after, it's a clutch vengeance that just saves him and or resource from Smart Omega, which already does a lot for AP Bren to continue and be confident enough to proceed with the fights.
Yeah, doesn't take away from the fact that X-Nova has definitely played so well here. On his debut for this one, very impressive positioning, and again, he knows the job. He knows what it needs to get done. That's the only way that you can actually slow down Super Yoshi to this level. That's the only way you could stop Netsuki in the late game as well as a Gatot Gacha. Very impressive for this guy.
I don't know if somehow Smart Omega, especially coming in from yesterday, are a bit like overheating from
You think so?
the win that they had, because like even for Haji there were a bit of questionable positionings here and there, which we did point out. Netsky, we did observe that he's been a bit more careful in terms of his playstyle, but maybe we need a bit more of the former Nets Fresco playstyle now.
I'll be the other guy. I'll be the guy on the other side of that thought. I feel like Netsky just really couldn't find time for that. Because AP Brand were not giving him the space. Again, at the end of the draft, we were talking about it simply. AP Brand just had a front-heavy lineup that can break the formation of Omega really well. Omega are coming into this with a lineup that's static around the Farsa, have a very clear tight formation. AP Brand can afford to be a little bit messy. The last pick, Xborg, meant they even had an Xborg on their side alongside the Nakai, alongside the Gatot Kacha, that it was just way too difficult for Omega to pull this off. And yes, I will continue my theme from MSC. Akai, folks.
Akai, man.
The Church of Akai is beaming strong.
Yeah, of course, BPI Rich Guy here. Shizu, very silent, very deadly, and very curly.
Very
the hair just really gets me. I love Shizu's hair, man.
Silent, deadly, and curly.
It's just don't blame the guy. Don't hate the player.
No, I mean he kept the hairstyle.
He kept the hairstyles. It fits him very well. It's very attention-seeking.
That broke me. I'm gone, dude.
Okay.
Can we throw to the next segment?
Let's throw to the next.
I can't recover from this.
I'll have to avoid looking at Shizu from now on.
It's just gonna catch you, right? Here's the ping test, though, just to show us some tournament integrity right here.
Lang, wala ba? Sinat na ba to? Gandahan nyo ako, pre. Gandahan nyo ako.
Jin, anong top ng dati mong team na nagka-Bojack?
Ha? Hindi ko alam, pre.
Champion?
Champion na ata yun eh. Pumasok lang ako naging top 8. English kasi, pare.
Rookie of the season. Dod, ikaw na bahala sa amin, daddy ah. Debut game of It's Gonna Be Nova. The boys are back. Tingnan natin kung matindi yung mga bagong AP Bren ah. Kung pinalakas ba? Haji vs Aqua, dad. Pinanis mo na yun, dad? Sakto lang, oy! Game, guys. Pause nga tayo. Paranas naman mag-playoffs. Gara, walang nanonood pag Pag tayo talaga naglalaro, walang nanonood eh, no?
Last season, nakita namin yun versus Omega.
5 lang ata yung nanonood eh. Okay lang yan, tol. Pag nag-playoffs naman yan, tol, solid yan. Iba na pakiramdam ko ngayon sa stage, tol ah. Nung una, kinakabahan agad ako, check ping pa lang eh. Excited ako. Ngayon. Finals MVP, It's Gonna Be Nova. Sa mga manonood ng laban namin ngayon, tatandaan ko yan. Hi guys! Sorry, di ako masyado sasalita. Focus ako sa game. Mamaya, shoutout ko kayong lahat.
He was not done.
Yeah, like
that was a smart thing.
Snuck in there at the right time.
I love that. That was beautiful.
My favorite line was him saying, I want to experience being in the playoffs.
Just once, right? Just once. And this is a big throwback as well to the 5 Echo fans. This is basically the 5 AP Brent Bs. 5 Bs or something.
Yeah.
You gotta cook something up for these guys. Because they're saying that, when we play, we don't see as many people watching.
But hey, actually, right now, the AP Brent side does have more viewers than the Omega side.
They do.
So there's a hopeful. And I like how, again, because of the history of what happened with like AP Brent into Team Falcons, the AP Brent Falcons, all that, Falcons AP Brent, is that there are people I saw here yesterday while cheering for Falcons, now cheering for AP Brent. And I'm pretty sure they also have tickets for the second match, so that they're just gonna be here. Because they're also going to be cheering for Falcons against Twisted later.
Basically dual citizenship.
Yeah, they have dual citizenship. Yeah, one in Manila, one in Riyadh.
I wonder how the Fancy Klaban teams for these two teams are
I would love to see that.
I feel it's like an awkward family reunion. It's like, hey.
And so many people turned up here. But again, the weather. Guys, the weather. It's really very cloudy, very rainy.
There is a storm.
There is a storm.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm really surprised there's still a lot of people watching here today. Even if I bought, I wouldn't really go out usually. But man, these fans are real. They're wild. They're crazy. I love them.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to game 2. A big does Omega right now feel familiar to you? What Omega's doing here? What do you guys think about this? What's happening with Omega right now?
Well, at the end of the Howl of Wolf, he said which one of these two teams will win through the draft. And clearly in game number 1, it was AP Brent. Yes, Omega did give them difficulty, but at those times it felt like a little bit more because of AP Brent's errors. Like they made a mistake and Omega capitalized. And a lot of their wins yesterday against TNC Pro Team came from that idea.
True.
TNC Pro Team made mistakes and they capitalized. But as we saw, if AP Brent have their positions right, have their timings right, their draft was just way too difficult for a very static focused lineup for Omega to deal with. Because again, they're playing an X-Borg with a Lapu-Lapu that, yes, if it snowballed, maybe a different story. But even then, he'll get mispositioned and misplaced so quickly through that Akai that the X-Borg of Ryzen doesn't have enough support for him to do really well.
Yeah, and even another thing mentioned in the Howl was the entire Super Yoshi catch hero, which they had. I feel like they had. It was a Kalea in Super Yoshi's hands, which we could say is well complemented by the Farsa, because that's what you're always looking for when you have a hero that could really go for setups. But compared to yesterday, it felt a bit less coordinated as well. Like a smart Omega overall. I do feel like even yesterday, it took some time for them to find their footing, to find their control and dominance, especially in the mid portions of the map. It's not that instant once they get into the game, but here it never felt like they figured it out, not even amongst themselves, because I guess it's also the nature of the lineup that's, as you mentioned, too scattered maybe. Maybe they were forced to bring out this hero last minute too from the export, because it was indeed a commendable drafting sequence from AP Brand that we saw earlier, even in anticipation of the Fanny, even in anticipation of all that.
That's true. This export really was, it felt like it was like, you don't really have a choice.
It was good
bro.
at first, but like...
And then you gave away, then you realize, oh my god, the Valentina.
Yeah. I think that's also something you really have to commend AP Brand for doing. The fact that they picked that Valentina as one of the last picks. Yes, it was risky in that they were now a very close range focused lineup, playing around one major egg in the basket, which is the Moskov, but they were able to make it work. And because of how their lineup was built, it was the right gambit to take at the right time. That now looking back, it's like, okay, you know what? The Valentina was perfect. It was the perfect time to pick it. And I feel like maybe there's even a portion of me that believes that AP Brand expected the X-Borg to come through. That's why they picked up the Valentina.
That's like so forward thinking of you, man. Yeah. Wow, beautifully done.
It's Aqua, bro.
It's Aqua. Again.
Yeah, because I feel like if it were me, or if it were any other like mage, maybe not here in MPL, I guess, it's like you would just immediately think of ways to counter the Farsa in the opposing side.
Like or force yourself on the ease, maybe.
Or maybe cancel or match like the range.
Yeah.
And that's why it was surprising that they didn't go for range. They had ways to also have range, but they didn't go for... they absolutely did not go for range there, and it still worked.
Again, that foresight is more impressive when you think that the Valentina was picked first before the export. And it went that well because of last Insanity at the same time in those team fights. So again, it feels like you're right. This is very similar to what we saw yesterday as well for Omega, where they weren't strong right out the gates.
No.
They needed to pick up steam to get those wins, and as well they were also capitalizing on some errors. In fairness, in this one, just like yesterday, TNC were making errors, Omega capitalized. We saw some glimpse of that.
Yeah. I feel like Omega Esports in game number 1 overthought the Wu Zetian ban. I wasn't a big fan of that. I understand why they would ban Kimmy.
The 2 mid bans, yeah.
But that easily could have also been a Gacha ban, and this could have been a different story. But no point crying over spilled milk as milk. Spilled milk. As we go to the draft for game number 2. And right now it's Omega taking away the R-Lot of Lord JM.
So that's gonna be one of the biggest changes for now, or at least now that Smart Omega will be in the blue side. Is it gonna be... So maybe the Fulvius Glue CC options are gonna be available later on for both of the EXP laners, although we did mention that the Tempo Controller EXPs work best for Smart Omega. So might they want to prioritize the CC just so they could ensure that they have that on their side?
Oh, yeah, okay. So that's why Omega's taking away those. R-Lot gone, Fulvius gone. They're already signaling to AP Brand that Omega actually want to go for the CC rush.
And the CC has really dominated as well, even on day 1, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to see a lot of that for sure getting picked up here today, especially with bands like V's. You just can't go wrong with it.
Unless they want another Farsa Prio. But considering what happened earlier, I'm not so sure.
So that would be like 5 games
But
of
the
Haji
Lancelot's
playing
here too,
Farsa.
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
Okay. I like that. 'Cause now, if AP Brent's gonna go static with their mid lane, they're now gonna think twice about picking up the Farsa early. The jungle pick's probably gonna come in red 3. I think if I'm AP Brent, they have to steal the CC away.
Yeah.
If not, they still do have a Hilda option that they could lean into later on. They go Uranus and Farsa. Okay, so they do pick up the Farsa. Uranus, again, after what happened in MSC, I'm not the biggest fan of, but this could still go into the jungle.
Yeah, you could. Uranus in MSC was exceedingly hyped, but did not really deliver. So I get where you're coming from.
Jinx pass on the Uranus though.
Not a fan of it.
That's still not as good as you can. You can be like King Kong on Uranus and still, you know.
Yeah, just then go ahead, park that Uranus in the EXP lane.
XP for sure.
Yes, it's just there. You're gonna have to compensate with more crowd control across the board though for the roam, jungle, gold. Even if you could get some really good solid crowd control through that, but then it's slim pickings for that.
Oh man, James having a lot of fun in that Lapu-Lapu right here. You know what this Uranus is making me think for XP? Coach Jeff is like, all right, Lord JM, you saw what happened earlier? You're on Uranus Julia. I know, obviously I'm just assuming. It's so easy, it's so hard to go wrong with the Uranus on the XP.
It's a possibility too.
But with the Haji, with the Harith advantage though.
This is an X-Nova comfort.
That's X-Nova, right? Yep.
Pick off, burst, single target. No clear crowd control through the Uranus. I think AP Bren still have enough room to go for a fighter or tank in the jungle. They just compensate through raw damage for whatever your gold laner will be. There was a time in MSC where I always just was thinking, you know what? If you're gonna pick up a Harith, even though most teams usually pick Irithel, just pick up a carry in your lineup already. The laning's okay because you're forcing the Harith to use 1 dash to, if ever you get to catch it with the light wheel that you toss out, that's already 1 dash out, and then you already know how to play around the duo through that.
Yeah. But they take out the Selena now for Aqua though. Still, I mean, if it's Aqua we're talking about, there definitely are a lot of other options out there, but I'm wondering if they would want to balance it out with a ban as well for Super Yoshi, because I feel like making things so much harder for Super Yoshi greatly impact the way Smart Omega are able to play.
Yeah.
Some of the signature heroes we know for Super Yoshi, especially in the previous season, are the likes of the Badam. I'm wondering if they're gonna be considering that later on. I feel like it could be a great option.
Yeah, I could see that work out too. We're still gonna go the Cho. I think Omega would also want to consider taking away the Joy. Just so if you really want to hammer down the idea of like, all right, James Mouse, you are not getting damage. What's he gonna do? Go into a lane? No.
Go into a high again? No. I'm just kidding.
Actually, no, I'm okay with an Akai, yeah. An Akai in the jungle, and then you just pick up a carry as your gold laner, or even a Beatrix. You just need raw basic attack. I hope that they don't go down the route of, okay, Granger and the Farsa together because you have range. I'd want to see Shizo end up with someone that has just really good basic attack. They can even go back to playing the Moskov even.
Yeah, actually that's a bad idea to actually just rely too much on Granger and Farsa, because if, for example, your opponent dives on you, the angles go off. You go off angle and you actually mess up a lot. We've seen that happen multiple times. That's bad though.
So might they not be considering the Akai if they banned out the Fanny still? Or is it just like, to be safe, they take out the Fanny?
Yeah, I think they just play the Moskov right now. At least you have someone opening up the map. Because Omega right now want to play a tight formation with the heroes that they show. You can save the James Bounce hero for later, honestly. Or again, just like Akai, but then you're playing around Akai, Farsa, Moskov, and it's Cho and a Uranus.
That's very slow, right?
Okay.
I like
This I
that.
like. Yeah, I prefer this. And as we were talking about earlier, basic attack.
Yes.
That's what you needed to get.
Yeah, and the ability to like reposition every now and then with the PMI, I feel like once the members of Smart Omega dive in too deep and leave their damage dealers in the backline for too long, then that's gonna be a free opportunity for Shizo. But that's the thing, who is the other damage dealer?
You know, I wouldn't be mad if Omega pick up like a Franco right now.
I would love a Franco. Come on, Yoshi.
Or
Franco or even a Minotaur for Yoshi.
how about the Grok?
Grog's okay too because you're up against the Claw, the Cho, the Farsa. Just toss out
Cancel it out.
Tectonic
What's that?
cards,
What's
right?
that again?
Throw that out again.
Okay, so he does end up with
Here's
his
the
signature Badang. It's still the Badang, one of the picks that we posted earlier.
That's better.
Okay, they're gonna go for a double carry centered around magic damage. But they do also have a carry in the Lancelot. I like the damage, crowd control, range spread of Omega. Mid-range, well, long-range technically through the ultimate of the Kimi. But I like this lineup by OMG. We might be going to a game number 3 unless Lord JM shows more crowd control. They need more of crowd control. It cannot just be the Cho.
What else is left in terms of crowd control?
Got
though?
hunt down.
There's a glue, but like, that's not even much.
They have to go for this. Uranus is an EXP laner. They have to go for something like an Akai or a Benua. Excuse me.
Wait.
Wait. You just said
Benedetta.
XP later, but what?
Benedetta on XP, right?
So you're making James Banks play a Uranus jungle.
Not unless it's a Benedetta jungle, but it's not likely gonna happen.
It's been years since we've seen that. I think literally years.
Yeah, Benedetta on the EXP lane. Pure up, okay. Petrify, Electro Final Blow, through for the Harith.
Not bad.
The lineup of Omega just, AP Brand just feels scattered in thought.
I mean, even in the game, for sure, it'll scatter, right?
I prefer the overall cohesiveness that we're seeing from the lineup of Omega a bit more. But maybe the Benedetta might just show up to deliver enough surprises, especially with a Petrify and Electro Final Blow.
I feel like if the Benedetta and the Uranus work together hand in hand well enough, that's a lot of disruption, but
how do you do that as a Uranus?
It's messy.
You
It's just
throw
messy.
plates around you.
it's so awkward.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
We're gonna have to play around so much. We'll find out if that is gonna be the big difference maker here, whether the Benedetta is gonna make or break the lineup of AP Bren. We're going to game 2, folks, and it looks like their AP Bren's going for something that's not really tried and tested. Maybe Lord JM has hidden some training with this hero.
So they go for a fast clear, send the Benedetta in the mid lane so that they can pressure the Lapu-Lapu together.
Oh.
Good start, good initial rotation. X-Nova also didn't get taken out as he was deeply diving into the jungle of Omega to try and scatter up Ryzen. They're going to continue the aggression.
Here's Invade.
I see it now, okay.
I see the vision now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 3-man stun though, coming in from Haji. Might force AP Bren to back off a bit. So, I guess it's fast clear and constant invades that AP Bren wants to do, but there's just seemingly enough damage for Smart Omega to deal with it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's very punishable here. Like, if you want to go in Omega's face, Omega does not mind. They don't care if you go in their face. You're going to get punched, literally, by a hero.
So
by Omega.
Yeah, AP Bren are hoping that they can take control of this game by Turtle 1 or Turtle 2 just by, they get to clear their own jungle safely without that much of a problem. They'll bother the rotation of Omega, and then it might just get to the point where after a Turtle 1 or a Turtle 2, they're already invading into the purple buff, or just the jungle of Omega overall, meaning that they'll be able to take control of the game through there.
Yeah. So it's gonna be so important that AP Bren successfully get to do that for the first few objectives, because if not, then this is gonna be Smart Omega just doing their thing, and Ryzen is just so confident right now. So I think both teams were just gonna fight for this. That's a nice petrify coming in from Lord JM though. James still gets to dodge it nonetheless. That's a Thorn Rose that lands right into Lord JM, and it's a 2-man stun coming in from Super Yoshi as well. Ryzen definitely making things happen. Goes in for the double kill, and Shizo as well tries to find a trade with the Blazing Duet, but that's gonna be about it.
Whoa!
James Pack's barely surviving here. but he won't last up against 3.
Man, that was like watching a car crash in slow motion happening in our faces.
No, I'll be honest here. I know Shizo just wanted to focus on the farm, but I feel like he actually could have helped James Panks a little bit there. Although he did already use the Blazing Duet, and makes sense why he'd want to play it safe. At the end of it all, though, AP Bren still get to walk away with the turtle. They didn't even need James Panks to secure it. So maybe that raw sustain that they have through the Uranus jungle might just be one of the X factors that Omega need to watch out for. Because if you blow all your abilities at one go, yes, they got kills, yes, they got nice combos, but they still lost the objective at the end of the day.
So at the very end, like it's like your friend driving so fast, and you say you're complaining about it, but you know you didn't die.
Yeah,
they got there in the end.
You got there in the end. You got where you needed to go.
It's about sustaining and just prolonging things.
Basically catching all the skills, right? Because catching all the skills is working for this Uranus, at least so far. I don't know what this is going to look like later on.
That's
but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Oh! Eye for an eye. Lord JM, Ryzen here to rise up help though. There's the retribution also used as well. Aqua goes in for the stun! And they find the outplay onto Ryzen.
Yo, Ryzen's gonna end up on a highlight reel, but it's not for him.
That's nasty, bro.
It's gonna be for Aqua. And there goes the Zaman Force. Are they actually gonna be able to take down James Panks though? Gets locked in by the fist break, fist crack. Might be an opening
Consecration?
here for Smart Omega. Still no! Wave the Dragon catches Super Yoshi. Haji barely surviving as well, and it's only Netsuki all alone here up top. It's James Panks is still alive after that.
Call an ambulance, but not for him.
He was a punching bag, but he really, again, exactly like Redmar mentioned, literally absorbed everything, and then the rest of the team just comes in and sweeps up everything.
Oh, Aqua's just so aggressive as well. Look at the rotations coming in, but Netsuki still surviving. Doesn't get to take down Shizu though. But, okay, now in this game, I feel like it's... I can't even finish what I was saying.
Surprise!
But I feel like in this game, it's Aqua and Lord JM who's, like, working hand in hand.
It's so good. Aqua just arrives right at the... when he's needed, right? He just arrives when you need a Farsa right there.
Yeah, a wizard is never late. He arrives just when he is needed. Pretty sure I butchered that quote, but you guys know what I mean.
That's right, from a very famous movie and a book.
Star Wars.
Star Wars,
AP
exactly.
Okay, let's see if they can pull off another crazy play here.
Wow, okay, fights happening all over the map! And James Panks still finds the last hit. Now, Shizo, once they saw him join the fight as well, Smart Omega had no other choice but to disengage, and James Panks is just constantly trying to disturb Ryzen.
Oh man,
and it's him who gets the last hit here too.
Yeah, both of them use their retributions for the turtle, so he saved his ionic edge to take it. James Panks, what are you on? The growth of this young man. From a very disappointing debut season in Season 15, he has been stellar this series.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's like watching some masters in motion here. Watching some people paint. Someone painting so well. James Panks in the face of Omega, who seemed to be struggling to breathe.
Here he goes again. I mean, I know people would have preferred James Panks on the Assassin, but I'm enjoying this as well.
Nice. This is nice.
This is okay. Like, it's not as passive as we would expect it to be, considering that it's James Panks. And they're all working together to pull off the entire idea from the very beginning of like just fast clears and rotations and invades of fast rotating heroes in the Benedetta and the Farsa.
Yeah, it's a different kind of menace. I think straight up APBR are also just outplaying and playing better than Omega individually and as a team. Because Omega's gotten outplayed multiple times.
Oh, that's another way of the Dragon onto James. A tanky hero. Still has the flicker, but the Veteran Airstrike will be able to take him down. Haji has to reposition as well. He's very low, but there's another Salmon Force used by Netsuki just to get away. They're trying to defend this tier 1 in mid as much as they can.
Ouch.
But AP Bren, they're just constantly looking for fights.
They're very happy, and James Panks is just walking in front. Lord JM hunting people down and forcing them to basically run for their lives here, but not really doing anything to hurt them.
The fact that AP Bren is making it work, how they're making it work, is a testament to how well they're executing it. with just how good they are overall. The Lancelot is struggling. Aqua,
A little bit of a flex there.
the back and form. APBR are just really freaking good right now.
Yep. Lord
Top lane, top lane.
Ah, there's another fight. Netsky! He almost got something, but it still wasn't enough. Shizo still survives, not even using the Purify. And Lord JM now, he's just doing such a great job at managing all other sides of the map. The stun doesn't land on James, or on Aqua rather.
Netsky can't even walk out of the tower now.
Yeah, this Uranus only has what? A Dreadnought armor and a Radiant armor? That's it?
Whoa, whoa.
They're doing the job.
And this
well
is what
enough.
he's doing?
Look at them. Haji right in front. Just what is he doing? He's not even doing damage, bro.
You can't even feel the damage just yet. Ryzen all alone up against Aqua, X Nova, and James Pax will just decide to puncture away.
That's nuts. And the fact that Lord JM also went for Blade of the Heptases and Sea Halberd.
Assassin type.
Yeah, pure assassin damage. Fast basic attacks.
Has an orange buff.
He has an orange buff.
What are you doing with the orange buff,
Bro,
man?
this APBR lineup is disgusting. And they are, again, it's not just, oh, no way. No way!
That was close. That was close.
Not gonna happen twice in one game.
Yeah. Ryzen redeemed himself. He got a highlight.
Just
for
when you were
himself.
talking him up as well. Just when you were talking JM up, he does that. At this point, it's very classic now.
Oh.
But
Do
it is
something
what it
good,
is.
do something bad. Do something good, do something bad.
There's a pattern.
Mr. 50-50.
Fiddy Fiddy. Your new nickname is Fiddy Fiddy. Wait, sorry.
Okay.
Here we go, though.
Here we go again. They
Yeah.
find another kick. It's Super Yoshi the catch who's taking
Ryzen.
down Ryzen. Phantom Execution, but still gets chased by James Pax. Thorngrow's already committed. There's the Zaman Force as well. But
James
they're
Pax.
still not able to take down the Uranus.
How?
I mean, how? Yeah.
How do you even take him down? The Radiant Armor and the Caress is really working well for him,
Yeah.
especially against the Harif and the Kimmy.
I mean, it answers the two main damage profiles of Omega. Skill-based physical and continuous magic. Once he builds up maybe like an Oracle or an Athena's Shield, you're not taking that down.
Look at Nova.
They don't have the Flicker Front X Nova, but they don't need it. Ryzen will make his way to the objective, but will he be able to secure
Ryzen.
for his team? Gets to kill Shizo. Netsky
Shizo.
as well, dealing enough damage, but Lord JM just goes in for the double kill. The Lord is secured by APBR, and James Pax picks up Netsky as well. Only Ryzen is left alone.
Yeah, man, Netsky could not play. I felt bad watching him play around this and
Yeah.
trying to find an opening, not being given at all.
Also have to commend the initiation there by X Nova. It was perfect. The conceal, the angle. They had the vision and the info on Lord JM, and he was just able to find it. He made that look easy. He's absorbing minion waves. This AP team is exciting, folks.
Not been this excited about an AP Brent team in a while. They are on the road to a 2-0 here against Omega, who really dominated yesterday as well.
Wow, was that a Sea Halberd?
What a
But
kick!
wait! Another kick onto Ryzen though. Lord JM gets punished, however, and Super Yoshi finds the fist break fist grab onto James Pax, finally taking him down after so long.
Why is it when I say something good about a team, something bad happens?
You just talk them up and then they hear it, and then everything just falls apart.
This is what they call
Feels
the caster
bad.
course, I guess!
Shizu?
Another potential kill,
So
but
close.
Shizu gets to dodge it. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Should we not say anything?
Maybe we should just, not talk for like 10 minutes and so this game just cuts over. But yeah.
Somewhere I hear LaFell just going, Renmar, just shut up. Like, you know what?
Shut up,
Okay,
man.
bro, I get it.
it just happens.
I miss you, LaFell. Hopefully you hear this.
Oh my goodness. It was going so well. Now the lead's like 2K, 2.9K.
It's basically gone. Basically gone,
It's
right?
gone. Was that a shutdown that they got even? It was on, I think you could consider it to be one, for sure. But right now I feel like we shouldn't be paying much attention to the goal disparities anymore because like they've caught up.
Man, Assassin Benedetto, man. Scary.
Yeah, it's also still important to look at the items. So it's BOD, full damage build for the Benedetto, Athena Shield, BFB, Fury Hammer for the Lapu Lapu. If you look at the Claude, he actually went for the Winter Crown so that if he ever decides to go in with the Blazing Duet, because of the raw damage that Omega can actually dish out now, he can just stand there, Blazing Duet, and it's not going to get cancelled. So he's still doing his job, doing his damage, and providing a zone for Omega to be wary of.
And don't be mad, Jim. I feel like Tank Benedetto would work better for you at this
Nah,
point.
man. That doesn't fly with Mr. 50-50.
I don't know, man. Mr. 50-50.
I like it.
Oh, man. It's a good thing, guys. It's a good thing. Because way back then, don't be mad as well, there was like a nickname for Lord JM internally. We're not going to say that, obviously, here.
Okay,
But it's a lot better. That one's a lot better for
Yeah, I like it. That's exciting because it's
exciting.
Is it heads or tails? You don't know where it's gonna land.
Gets people going.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, gets people going. No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
It's provocative.
Look at that. He has 4 kills and what? 4 deaths.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
No, trust me. Okay, the last sequence was what? A Lord JM fail. The next one's gonna be a success.
Okay.
He's gonna get a big petrify, electrify no blow. I'm gonna call it now.
Okay. Let's see if that happens.
Let's look for that.
Yeah, for now, they're paying a lot of attention to the long lanes. Wait, Aqua! I can't believe he's standing there.
Doing very good zoning.
All alone. Okay. Purify already forced out. That's what we were mentioning. So that's a major resource down for APBR right before
Bravest
the objective. Bravest Fighter and James.
Oh, wait, look at
looking
James.
for Aqua.
What?
Now they know that he doesn't have the Purify nor the Wings by Wing. That's why they go for the commit. But that's the way of the Dragons. Will they have enough damage to deal with the kill though? Winter Crown gets taken down. Ryzen right after the Blazing Duet. Everything is going sideways now for AP Bren. Ryzen has an eye on James Banks and just in the blink of an eye.
One man on a mission, James.
Man.
Bravest Fighter Flicker. He didn't care about James Banks. He just wanted Aqua. And it was the right target, and AP Bren were forced to react. But Shizo was also not in the best place possible. He did use the Winter Crown play, but it just happened way too fast for AP Bren to adjust in the right way. And Omega, what a play! James Wick, a man on a mission.
James Wick. That is perfect. He literally ignored everyone. He passed by like 2 AP Bread members on the way to Aqua.
That is sheer freaking will.
That could not have happened if Aqua wasn't there.
That's true. He definitely flexed so hard. He used his Purify very early on, and James just knew what needed to be done.
Yeah, now they're finding the openings. Conceal already used though by Smart Omega. Traction pulls as well. Ryzen makes his way to Aqua once again. Forces out the Wings by Wings. But they will have plenty of time to at least focus on taking down the Lord. But Smart Omega take down the mid lane base turret already.
Man, they're going to be scratching their heads so hard if they lose this one out just because of that one thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive deal. Other than Lord JM and Shizo, of course, the raw magic damage burst that comes out for the Farsa is actually one of the biggest problems for Omega for multiple sequences. And the fact that James was able to find that one out, and exactly, I don't even know if Omega knew just how out of position AP Bren were because of how deep Shizo actually was. And you can't blame Shizo being there. They were setting up the formation. No way in hell you're gonna expect James to just say, hey, can we just go for this? And it was the perfect target too.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for their targets here as we are heading into a point where it is Omega finally making some plays here and making themselves heard or known on the map.
Oh, they're trying to burst out James Banks. Winter Crown already committed Blazing to it as well, and the Winter Crowns. But will Ryzen actually get to find the kill that they need? It seems like Smart Omega might actually make it happen. They take down Aqua and Dex Nova. The mid duo of AP Bren are gone.
James with a massive 2-man stun again. The ultimate fighter showing up to work.
And there you go, Lord JM just evaporated Tinetsky. I don't think there's going to be anything else they can do against this 4-man of Omega right now.
Phantom execution in. James Banks trying his best. They get to take down Ryzen, but they gain access to the base. And it seems like it's happening. We are actually going to a game number 3.
That was impressive. That was just out of nowhere, and that's the Omega. We are seeing opening in our eyes. A big throwback to when we were the previous form.
They call the EXP laner of Omega the ultimate fighter. And with two massive bravest fighters catching Aqua and the key targets of AB Brand at the right time, just when no one expected that to happen, James deserves that MVP. I will claim that now.
Yeah, definitely. We saw this yesterday and we saw it again today. James acting and doing it when it needed to be done.
He just ran after Aqua. It's like, okay, he doesn't have to wing by wings, he doesn't have to purify.
I don't care anymore.
And I mean, to be fair, Ryzen, he was very reliable in that particular sequence. He was able to catch up, he was able to deal the right amount of damage, and yeah, we mentioned him too. Like, they both worked hand in hand for that kill though.
Yeah, Renmar looks very, very disappointed here, but at the same time,
5, 2, and 8. It's an impressive KDA. 81% kill participation, 863 gold per minute. Yes.
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 Let's just say yes.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Because the Lancelot also had a hard time. He was having a difficult game, and despite all of that, he only died twice.
Yeah.
And because he was also one of the main burst damage dealers that Omega were able to work with, they needed that well-desered MVP for Ryzen.
This is a highlight.
He has a highlight reel. Renmar. It looks good, doesn't it?
And as Renmar mentioned, it's commendable how he found his way back in this game even after being invaded for so many times in the early game.
I basically had 0 buffs for like a good solid few minutes.
He was a target for like the majority of the early to mid portions of the game by AP Bren. I feel like he had to make so many things happen just for his other teammates to scale the way they did. Oh, this was the moment they were able to take down Aqua, by the way.
See, again, it was just the perfect timing. I don't even know if Omega knew just how off position AP Bren was because of how deep. Eventually, James was able to easily access the formation and find Aqua. It was a tremendous performance by Omega to crawl that out. They needed to find something, and instead of just looking for it, they made it happen. Not just James, but the team together. Perfect.
That was absolutely one of the craziest comebacks we've seen so far in the season. At the very least, it looked like AP Bren had a really good grasp of the early until Omega found an opening and just did not let go.
Yeah, when Netsky had a lot of damage to dish out already on the Harith, I think we couldn't feel Lord JM as much anymore. I think we could start feeling James Pax, get shredded down a lot more faster than he used to in the first few minutes. It was an awkward spot for AP Bren. I feel like that was what they were trying to avoid, which is why they were trying to pick up the pace so much.
Yeah.
They didn't want the game to drag out that long because Netsky definitely was going to be a problem, but it did. So, yeah, it was clearly favoring Omega once it went on to the late game.
Yeah, because eventually once Netsky was able to pack in the items, he still ended up the game 7-3 and 4, even in the kills across the board. But then as it goes on, you do reach a fall-off point with that Uranus that, yes, for a good amount of the game, it felt like James Banks was nigh unstoppable. He was just recovering through a lot of the damage that Omega were dishing out. But then it will fall off because when the burst is too much to handle and you're brought low, then one of our issues about the Uranus at the end of the draft comes to light. What then do you do if you just can't be a sponge anymore? How then do you help the team if you're dying so quickly? And in the key moments there in the end, James Banks really started to feel it, that AP Bren didn't have time to help James Banks to deal the damage because of the raw burst that was already getting dished out by the Harith and even the Lancelot.
That's true. Basically, right before the draft started, we mentioned that, right? They were an in and out kind of lineup where you had to do the damage, you had to soak up the damage, and then you go out, and then you regen, you go back in. That's basically what Uranus does. But what happens when Omega doesn't let you go out anymore? And then we got our answer. Apparently, this is just disaster overall for AP Bren. BPI Rich Guy here is going to be Ryzen. Apparently, that's probably where he got a lot of that MVP stats from. He did get 863 GPM as well on this game. And James Banks definitely carried it really hard in the damage taken department. But again, that's just not enough in the late game.
That's interesting though. Like, for him to get this much GPM despite that kind of early game.
Despite getting invaded over and over again.
Yeah.
I get that.
Well, it also came from the fact that because of the aggression that AP Bren were showing in some key areas in the map, you would find Ryzen just finding farm elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then of course you do get to that point where, okay, if you're falling behind, you will reach an apex of like, hey, suddenly my GPM is so high because you're farming in the later portions of the game. Around like 8 to 12 minutes, you're just looking for good farm and chunks of it through high value.
Yeah, even if you like just stop it still lands a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But for the meantime, again, we are going to give you a lot more, especially with more data, more GG.
Yep, you can experience the winning power of Smart's Only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Yeah, Smart is simply the reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Yeah, and I love that people get the proper use of GG now. A lot of people say GG when they're like losing. A lot of people, you guys forget it's good game. It means good game. Yeah. Sometimes they say GG when
they're losing.
They're losing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is GG already. Yeah, it's technically a BG for you, but, but either way, it's very nice that we have the proper use of GG now. It's a good game. Either way, we are going into a game number 3, which I honestly did not expect. Coming this one, I thought AP Bren had that in the bag. They had what, 7K gold lead before that thing with the Uranus started?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
We were making a joke about how are they actually gonna find a way to take James Panks down, and you suggesting, I think when you suggested Lord JM having to go tank build,
that might have been the right
maybe
call.
that might have been.
No, it's too late.
I think they did not have room to put the tank build on that Benedetta. They were playing around the Uranus.
That was a joke. Yeah.
He's just pure tank. Yeah, they needed actual damage there. But even then, the entries of the Benedetta would struggle because there were moments where it's like, okay, we found a good Petrify, but can he actually get the Electo Final blow off in time before he gets bursted down to smithereens? Which there were some moments there where the answer was no, he just wasn't able to get that Electo Final blow off because at that point, there was so much damage in the profile of Smart Omega that no matter how good Lord JM timed this entry, it was still a very small window of success to make it work. So eventually still it ended up becoming such a difficult game for the Benedetta.
I can't help but think of what could have happened if it was a Uranus XP and if James Panks did go for a different jungler, but I mean at that point there weren't much, unless they went for Assassin like the Hayabusa or something. But even then,
they just might lack out on damage. That's like the biggest problem here. And then the what Lord JM does as well is like absorbing some of the hits.
Yeah.
You can basically nullify a lot of the hits by, because of Bendetta's built-in like dodge mechanics, iframes, right?
Yeah.
But again, imagine if it was like purely a damage-dealing assassin. That might have been a different story completely. Yeah, I completely agree.
There are a lot of things that could have been different. I mean, it's not like AP Bren played it wrong because for a huge portion of the game, it was clearly them winning.
They were winning.
Out.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like some sort of similar to what we saw from them in Game 1. Like when the hesitation shows up, when you're trying to close it out, then it can really bite you in the back. So
yeah, and again, clearly, it's a testament to how well Omega just decided, you know what? Nothing's been happening for us.
Yeah.
We need to make something happen. And they did. At the right time, exactly when they needed it to. That could have also gone completely the different way. Where in Omega, okay, they found Aqua, but then suddenly they're sandwiched. They're not ready for the entry of the Claude. X-Nova found maybe a better target for the kick. And then suddenly it's AP Bren that we're praising and they go on to win the series 2-0. But that's not what happened. It was Omega who found the right time. The stars aligned for Omega as well. It's a mix of that great effort and even better luck.
yeah, some fans of the Bagong Barangay might even
the Bagong
Barangay might feel a bit of throwback to the Bagong Barangay because like the timers in that game, it was similar to the Omega timers which were happening like way back, but this is different. Like this is completely different from them. It's I guess both that and again AP Bren and their late game decision making maybe that could do a bit of improvement.
Story of the season there for AP Bren. Like All right, you're getting some good leads, then you're not able to close out the game. That sounds very familiar to me from, again, the rookie year.
Yeah.
Sorry, rookie season. But then again, does give me a lot of like hope for this lineup as well, where we're seeing very good angles from Xnova. It's really funny, guys, because very early on you see Xnova angling behind the enemy, then as a late game he's like angling towards it. Like the angles are getting worse and worse progressively. Maybe because of the lack of confidence, but at the same time, you have to remember this is his first series. Technically his first MPL series here.
Yeah.
So
I think overall though, I really liked how Xnova performed there. So far in the series, I really like what Xnova has shown off. The misangled kicks I think just came from the fact that
super late game.
Super late game. He was forcing to react, and maybe those are the things that you need to work on. A little bit more of that composure once things start not going your way in the latter portions of the game. Because as the game extends in MLBB, the more the requirement of perfect execution becomes a reality.
True.
Where you need, maybe not all the time perfect, but just near perfect execution, where the right angle, the right time, because one little slip up means at that point the late game damage carries have all the tools in the world to just completely turn a sequence that goes wrong around.
Especially with the Cho, right? Like at the late game with the Cho, you angle it wrong, it's like you're instantly dead. This is how scary the opponent's items are. They're already maxed up, they're already beefing, ready to go. So yeah, you're right. Execution in the late game does favor, those who have higher mechanics and have more conviction to go for the play.
Yeah, because I feel like even in the moments where it was clearly AP Bren winning out, it's not like Smart Omega were holding back as much. It's like they were still trying to fight as much as they can. I do recall Netsky always using the Zaman Force as much as possible, trying to fight. It's not like they're just always running away or trying to avoid AP Bren whenever they're trying to look for an engage or start things up. It's just that they realize it's not enough yet, but it's not like they've completely given up on being able to find a way to fight back against AP Bren. So I think that's another really commendable thing we're seeing from Smart Omega. It's not the same as the Omega timers. It's different. It's, I don't know, like just literally holding on and acknowledging the fact that there will come a time that they can fight back, and it's something along those lines. It's just that very hopeful idea that we feel from this bagong barangay.
Yeah, the bagong barangay definitely showing a different kind of like spiciness, where maybe they pop up when you least expect them. But here we go for draft for game number 3. Very similar drafts from the previous game, actually, in this one.
So Smart Omega's back in the red side for this game, wondering what AP Bren might want to prioritize this time around. I feel like the blue side has been such a great side for majority of the teams, really. Still hasn't changed as much. So what are they gonna open here? Is it gonna be the Baksha Arlot that they're gonna ban out?
Well, we did see like a usage of the Arlot previously, so they might want maybe first pick that for Lord Jame as well. Maybe have a take 2 here. But then again, that was the game that they lost. So I'm not sure if Coach Jeff is going to be confident to allow Lord Jame to maybe take a swing at it, as I say.
Yeah, it seems like they're really thinking hard about what this ban is going to be. So there goes the Baksha. That leaves the Arlot, the Lancelot open for them. Oh! Wait, they actually open up the Lance for AP Bren instead.
Yeah, that's a different story right there.
James Fast will end up with a couple if that happens. Yeah, they don't hesitate. They go ahead and rush it. Omega giving a Lancelot means that they are most likely going to be drafting a lineup that will answer that Lancelot, that want tempo, that want to go fast, and that's how you get it. You pick up a Cho, then you pick up a Farsa. Remember, Xnova, comfort on the Cho as well, but Super Yoshi is also very comfortable with this hero.
Yeah, that's one way to counter a Lancelot. I mean, if you don't have the Kai, just kick it into oblivion.
Yeah. Are we gonna see a similar trend to what happened earlier? Because I feel like if they decide to reveal another Akai, it's not gonna be that big of a surprise anymore because you already know what their jungler is gonna be. So it's not gonna be a flex option. But the Fanny option for Smart Omega is still there too. And I feel like if it's clearly an assassin matchup in the jungle, then they're gonna be fine with that. Also knowing that the Cho is in their hands. So will AP Brent try to anticipate that heading into this part of the draft? They go for Harith Selena.
Alright. Whoa, feels like been a very long time since I saw Aqua pick up a Selena.
Yeah, exactly. It was like
and I like how going against the trend of what we usually see in game number 3s of teams being a little bit more careful, being conservative. They're just both going all out here. You both have two lineups that are centered around winning priority in the mid lane through sheer aggression and vision, and with how fast you can rotate around the map to supplement damage heavy cores. And I'm not talking about just the jungle, I'm talking about core damage dealers. It's the Harith and the Lancelot for AP Brand. It's the Farsa and the Hayabusa for Omega. The fact that they're showing off their cards this early means one of them, maybe both of them, are looking for surprises and wins through the EXP lane.
Actually, the CC is still there.
Yeah, you have to get CC out. You have to get Hilda out.
For sure.
Lapu's still there too.
Yeah, that too.
There's always gonna be the threat of that Hilda just hunting down this Lancelot as well over and over again. So I don't know if they're gonna let that go through here. Definitely want to see a CC or a Hilda ban.
Yeah. I mean, if it were me, since I have the Farsa, and if I want the Farsa to have an easier time, yeah, the Gatot or the Lapu would be a great choice for bans. So they go for the Gatot Kacha. I mean, it's smart Omega picking first after the banning phase anyway. So if they want to pick it up for themselves, that wouldn't be so bad too. But AP Bren, are they taking out another gold lane?
They actually might be just forced to trade here on the gold. So both of them still have high presence or high usage of Beatrix. Can still be here. Shizu obviously has had a lot of reps on that hero as well.
Why are we not seeing as much Grangers for like this series?
That's true. This whole series. I don't remember if yesterday I saw it too.
No, and they banned out even the Bruno instead of that. So that leaves the Beatrix you mentioned, the Granger, if they do want to pick it up. Moscow's banned also.
Banned as well. So wow, we're getting forced into a weird territory.
Maybe we see it here. Maybe, because like the Granger Farsa, that's like a proven and tested combination as well. For like range-wise. But the thing is, AP Bren, they have so many ways to reach you.
There it is.
Okay, so there you go. There's the Granger.
Trying to fight from downtown is basically what's happening here for AP Brent.
Yeah. So the...
Or Omega, rather.
Wait, so what's the XP gonna be for AP Brent?
Definitely we're looking for the CC here somewhere. I don't know if they want to. They probably don't care about the Hilda at this point. Yeah, Uranus is also... I would not put it past them to maybe pick it up. Although Uranus does kind of...
Or the Lapu just... But...
Oh, it's still Lapu? Still a Lapu game.
Yeah,
Still another.
There's a Farsa Granger on the other side.
It's kind of easy to pick that up, I guess.
Either of these two teams might even show up a Badang at some point. For the Rome, you can go high loss for AP Brand.
The end of one thing is the beginning of another.
That's
Esmeralda.
We're looking for that voice line. Kufra coming in here for X-Nova.
Alright. So I think that's confirmed based off of the drafts yesterday as well that Kufra definitely is back as one of the top options that you could go for. Not gonna be one of the S tier priorities, but
definitely.
It's like right next there in the next tier of heroes to go with. And the fact that they pick up an Esmeralda means they're also thinking of the possibility that a Hilda could come in from Omega. Honestly, if I'm Omega, even consider an Edith in the EXP lane, though it does really not do much against the Esmeralda in lane. Yeah. But in the big picture, that just means that you just send the Farsa and Cho more to the EXP lane. Or the CC, since it's still there, and a good curtain call will mess up the initiation that AP Bern wants to do. Blue also really good considering that you're up against Harith and the Selena as well. There's a lot of targets that you can go for that can get easily displaced, and you mess up a formation around the lineup that wants to play around the Zaman force of the Harith.
Yeah, I love this glue right here as well. If you went Lapu here, that might have been trouble because you will definitely not last against the line of AP Bren here. But man, oh man, we're finally gonna see a fight here. I expect very early fights level 3, level 4.
Esmeralda, that pickup, it was a surprise, but it made your opponents think twice. Like, about what XP later you'd want to pick up. Because we did mention, like, the Edith and the Lapu Lapu, but both of those heroes are shield-generating heroes that might make things a bit more better for the Esmeralda laning-wise. So, Super Yoshi just came off a Kufra game yesterday, but now he is gonna go up against it. The Kufra so far, it's fun to see them back. The entire idea of having a surprise setup come in. Well, but is it gonna work?
Yeah, it's just basically fun, but it also can work in very, very specific situations. Let's find out if that's gonna be the case here in game number 3 with Omega coming in with Super Yoshi on a very Yaoi-esque. Let's see. So Nova X Nova obviously is gonna take a long time. He's absorbing so much damage as well. Ooh. Oh man.
Super Yoshi.
Oh man.
Yikes.
Can he run away from this?
Right,
Doesn't
no,
give
no,
the
no.
flicker. Okay, he's safe.
I think that deep chase also.
Look at Nova.
X-Nova. Oh! What a read by X-Nova. Did not want to let go of that play, but now it looks like it might be a trade between the two roamers.
Okay, Netski, if he gets this kill, that's going to be massive. Doesn't get it, but still has an assist though. It goes into the hands of Ryzen instead. So, I think they're somehow able to spread out like the resources still in one way or another. And it's a roamer that's taken down for Smart Omega. Might not be that much of a big thing. This could be massive though if Aqua gets the kill. But Super Yoshi will be here to provide some support. It misses by just a pixel, but X-Nova here will also be forced to flicker out.
Yeah, I think all of the trades that we've seen so far in the center of the map just goes to show, it confirms what we were thinking about the drafts of these two teams. Like, they don't want to play passive. They both want to be incredibly proactive, be aggressive. And I'm not going to knock it. As long as they are checking their conditions, they're both trading. We're seeing some good mechanical plays. I like this.
Yeah, we did see, I mean, we could tell it very early on, even before the game started, it was going to be messy. At the very low stage of the game. Look at this. They're not actually done yet.
Oh, they're layering their skills so well. Super Yoshi gets to dodge it, though. Phantom Execution gets dodged by Hachi as well. And they will be the ones to pick up a kill on X-Nova instead. That's right before the objective, too. So it's going to be big for Smart Omega.
It actually is. Look at Lord James as well. He actually feels very safe here, but could be in trouble if Omega suddenly turns on him. And look at this. Even Netski and Aqua, or sorry, Haji is joining the fray.
Oh, they find James Pax, so Ryzen being able to secure the objective for themselves. The swing or the lead has shifted into Smart Omega's hands already.
Level 4, reached in for Aqua. I'm trying to find the angle right now for both of the two roamers. See how they're going to walk away so that it isn't just a trade. Right now, Omega was able to find, of course, one play to build up a little bit of a lead. But you're still in the scenario wherein, because you're up against a lineup that has a Kufra and the Selena together, the capability of them to turn things around is strong. It's really high. But so far, with how Yoshi's been playing this show, right now he's playing as just a slightly better game than X-Nova's Kufra.
Slightly better as well, but don't because of what you mentioned as well. Super Yoshi is also not safe. Usually shows to be very safe here. Look at that pick.
Such an aggressive feathered airstrike coming in from Haji. They get to poke James Pax low enough though, but at least now he's really well protected by Super Yoshi because those look like really dangerous feathered airstrikes.
Sure. They are, but I feel like at the same time, it's signature Aqua. He made a name for himself playing like this with artillery mages that feels like he just knows where you are. He's checking the right shrubs. He's reading your rotation. He's stopping you from making sequences. That's why Aqua became an MPL Philippines champion and an MSC champion in the same year.
Yeah, and if you're Haji, you just want to use that feather airstrike as soon as possible, maybe, before the hit cancels out.
Yeah.
Because you know someone's going to mess it up, or like someone is going to disrupt it.
Yeah.
So I guess using it early on, try to get an advantage in a team fight, it's also a very legit strat.
So many members from APBR can do that, but Ryzen seems to be struggling a bit. Lurchin's dealing a lot of damage up against this Hayabusa. Doesn't get the stun on the Curse of the Crow. There's a feathered airstrike as well, but they will not be able to take down this Esmeralda. And it seems like he got enough of their attention to push them away from testing this objective that'll freely go into the hands of AP Bren.
Yeah, he basically slowed down the farm here of Ryzen. He also was able to help AP Bren secure their turtle here for game number 2.
Oh, James Pax. Haji.
Step back.
Still went back. Oh, the shadow.
Oh, good coverage there by X-Nova, but then at the same time, good senses by Ryzen to be able to dash out just in time. He almost got caught by that Kufra, so now you have to wow, Super Yoshi? Whoa, sir.
The bouncing ball is such a problem.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta respect that bouncing ball, bro. You can't Shinpo out of that one.
Yeah, but that's also going to be one of the conditions there for Omega. If they see that there's no more bouncing ball on that Kufra, they are encouraged to commit a play. Oh, Yoshi finds an angle.
And now they commit a play on Lord JM, but is it the right decision though? There's the episode trap, and James Pax will just pick up the kill. Haji barely surviving, even under the turret. Oh! Okay, he gets to walk away.
Again, that looked like a disconnect by Omega. It looks like they weren't ready for Yoshi to commit that, and it seems like Yoshi committed that without the other members of Omega too much in mind. A bit of a wasted kick, and even burned a flicker for that sequence.
Yeah, maybe he didn't shout the you know what Cho players do when they make a play. They call the person's nickname.
The follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up.
Random execution. That's a lot. We have the drop.
Good block.
It lands on James Pax though. What a punish. Coming in from Smart Omega. James here as well. They're trying to go for X-Nova this time. They get to also land the skills, but the Haji, he can't follow up. He's being zoned by Lord JM, but still finds the outplay.
Wow.
Well, Haji holds on just long enough. I thought it would end up becoming an even trade, but somehow, some way, Haji holds on and Lord JM gets punished for his greed.
Haji's like, you're not letting me play. I'm gonna give you something to play around. And look at that. It's gonna be Super Yoshi again, keeping tabs on AP Bren members, making sure they can't really walk out of that turret without any consequence.
They see James Pax clearing the waves down bottom, but Ryzen's still picking up his purple buff, so they will be taking a bit of time before they transition into the turtle. Both teams might actually try to contest it.
Alright, let's see here. Now Omega definitely is going to be ahead in terms of like the vision department, despite AP Bren having the Selena. But then again, that's because of their presence in the bush. And Super Yoshi is very happy to clean out those traps whenever he can.
He just bursted down the turtle. Might transition to the purple buff, but they'll just play it safe. We'll focus on potentially clearing out and taking this tier 1 in mid instead. They have enough vision, you mentioned it. They're doing such a great job at finding all those visions. But now James Pax doing his best just to defend this turret. X-Nova won't be looking for a setup just yet.
That's right. 1,300 gold lead here for Omega. Good positions though around this area. They're covering for Netsky so that he can farm up top. Super Yoshi and James covering around the mid as well. So they're just trying to find a better timing for them to commit a play. Item builds, nothing too crazy, although it is a glowing wand rush for the Farsa, going for more utility to whittle down other regen that AP Bren has. While it's already a Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, and even a Hunter Strike. Yoshi finds an angle. Oh, he gets blocked.
That's another bouncing ball incident.
Yep. Bouncing ball incident. That's what we're gonna call it now.
But like, even though Haji went for utility, it's nice to see he's 301.
Yeah, for sure. Haji definitely, he is maybe aiming for more KDA once more. You know, it is a very old namesake for Omega's Haji. And we could see that again here, as long as they play this more cleanly, which they seem to be doing, especially with Super Yoshi being so aggressive right now on that show, and making it so hard for AP Bren to set anything up.
I did see Haji share a status about him missing being the KDA machine, but now with the Yogi Shadow kill coming in from Ryzen, Super Yoshi doesn't get away from that. That's a Zaman Force and the bouncing ball all over again. It's 1 for none so far.
Again, just every time we try to call something out here, something seems to be happening that turns the tides of battle. And AP Bren showing signs of life here still, even with Omega in the lead.
Yep.
2,300 gold for Omega. AP Bren a little bit spread out. They just will be able to contest us, but I think they don't have enough damage right now to give James a lot of a problem once he decides to just jump in. Because there's a reason why that glue was ended up picking him up last. Oh, wait, what?
It didn't land, but Lord JM, he might just get the job done. Abyssal Arrow doesn't connect, and that's a shutdown indeed from Lord JM onto Haji, his first death in this game. But Smart Omega might just still try to make their way to the Lord, but X-Nova gets to find Ryzen, uses the Tyrant's Revenge as well, and the follow-up Phantom Execution is going to be enough. Super Yoshi has to run away, already down to half HP. Just look at how well coordinated Lord JM and X-Nova are doing all this zoning. And once again, they find another. Still, Netsky has the flicker, but might not be enough anymore to even look for a trade. But wait, James might actually try to do something, but will it be enough for him to take down Aqua? It will not.
And there you go. Lord JM back in with that Falling Star Moon, just pushes him back. Omega definitely did not see that coming, and now they will lose out all of that lead, and AP Bren gets that Lord.
Oh, Omega, once again, I mean, you can't knock Haji for just trying to clear menu waves, trying to build an advantage there. I don't think Omega and Haji and James specifically just weren't ready for how many members of AP Bren there would be ready enough to respond right away, and with, again, that Farsa out, not much he could do.
That push is just too deadly. For a lineup with a Kufra,
way too deadly.
You gotta be careful about where you decide to walk into, especially if you're Ryzen, especially if you're the jungler, the retry holder, right before the objective comes up. So now we're seeing just what the Kufra is able to bring to the table.
Yeah, play after play after play. It's like X-Nova just does not want to slow down here on this Kufra, and he's charging it up again.
Might not be able to land it for now, though Smart Omega are playing it safe.
Look at the mid.
Staying under the turrets. Ogi Shadow kill already used, and Ryzen unfortunately gets to quad Shadow out. There will be no base turrets taken down for now, but despite everything that's happening, it's interesting to see that AP Bren still, or just only up by less than 1,000 gold.
Yeah, still very close. Oh, slip up in execution. Now this is where we're gonna see what we were talking about earlier, about how all it's gonna take is just one slip up, near perfect execution to make it work. Great trade there in the middle by James Pants and Ryzen. Ryzen threw out the shadow kill, but James Pants just used the Thorned Rose iframe so that it cancels the animation. Lord JM
get to find the stun, but he's only brought down to a bit less than half HP. Still able to do his job nonetheless, and we can't take away the fact that Smart Omega, it seems like they have to bring out so much just to bring Lord JM's HP down to half.
That's true. We are seeing a bit of a sliver as well of like Netsky starting to ramp up on damage.
Yeah.
It's getting harder and harder for Lord JM as the Esmeralda to stay in the fight. Haji obviously he already hurts as well, so it's gonna take a while for them to actually just get Lord JM back into an unkillable status. Right now they have to be just on their toes.
Yeah, he's actually ahead of Shizo.
Hugely, yeah.
In terms of gold, only lacking one more item to complete his build. But the upcoming Lord is gonna be the question here. Vision and map control is clearly favoring AP Bren's side. And Lord JM just picked up the Antique Kiraz, just as he mentioned that.
There you go.
Smart Omega might already have a bit more decent damage to deal with him.
X-Nova though making every bush just so scary to check for Omega. That's a big play, or that's a big plus that they have in that department. But yeah, we're coming into the department here of the next Lord, which is going to be very deadly. Historically, this should finish fights. X-Nova still in control.
Yoshi concealed, but he stepped on the trap. Great trap placements by Aqua so far, and now Omega, they might not be able to contest this healthily.
Not anymore.
Now with Lord JM up on front.
Rice is going to be close enough. James getting a lot of vision. Good zone out. Oh, someone's going to have to pull the trigger on the side of Omega to try and force AP Brent down low. James Vance is taking a lot of damage from the Lord.
Netsky
yeah.
went for the clear.
They know that he's just about to approach the Lord, but instead they target X-Nova instead. Salmon Force also coming in from Shizo, but Super Yoshi, will he be able to survive this? James also flickering out just to get alive, but the damage from Ryzen doesn't seem to be enough, and he gets caught by the Tyrant's Revenge. Now he will be the first to fall. Not a good sign for Smart Omega.
X-Nova, his debut game in MPL Philippines, and he has been impressive. excuse me, not debut game, debut series. He conserved the flicker, he held on to that, and James Banks and AP Brent get the Lord without a problem.
And if there was any hero that you want to conserve that flicker bouncing ball for, it is going to be that Hayabusa. It was spot on. It was that Tyrant's Rage, the extended Tyrant's Revenge from downtown into the bouncing ball, and there was just no way that Ryzen could get out.
Yeah, and I love how X-Nova built into this. He rushed to Immortality because he knew that he would be at most at risk with everything that gets thrown at AP Bren.
Yeah, and that wasn't a typical call to go for the set on the roamer of Smart Omega, but it was perfect for AP Bren because once they were able to poke Super Yoshi and bring him down to a very low amount of HP, then every single member in Smart Omega, it seems like they felt a lot more hesitant to try and go for the contest. So now they're just forced to work on the defense. Fortunately, they will have enough resources to clear out the incoming waves, but AP Bren, they're just adapting so well.
Yeah, right now there's just so much damage coming out from Shizo, and he also has a healthy amount of sustainability through the shields he's making for himself, that even though Omega isn't that far behind in the deficit, actually at this point, at closing in at 16 minutes, a 3,500 gold lead still means that Omega has the right items to actually turn it around. It's still a very close game. It's based on the execution. But the raw firepower that they have, AP Bren, it's just too much that the damage profile of Omega is like little chunks, clean up by the Hayabusa, clean up by the Farsa, clean up by the Granger. But AP Bren could just, similar to the game number 1, throw bodies, throw damage, and then any formation that Omega wants to do is just busted down immediately. Is it impossible for them to make a comeback? Not at all. But it's so much easier right now for AP Bren to hold this than it is for Omega to make a comeback.
Yeah, and it's also very hard for them to actually make any mistakes because it's so hard to make mistakes if you're like just an Esmeralda in front. Like the worst mistake you could probably do is like maybe a falling star moon on a really bad angle. But either way, you are still in front. You are doing your job, and that's why it's so foolproof. Aqua has been hitting hits non-stop as well, just not making the mark all the time, but also just making it so hard for Omega to set anything up. And all these bushes just cannot be camped by Omega at all.
Yeah, I mean, even earlier when Super Yoshi unfortunately stepped on a trap, there was Lord JM scouting the area as well. So regardless, even if Super Yoshi was able to find his way to AP Bren and their members, there would be a Falling Star Moon coming in from Lord JM to potentially intercept and block the other members of Smart Omega just the same. And even beyond that, this has been a very low-scoring game. It just goes to show the amount of sustain and just how careful these two teams have been playing it out.
Should also help out Omega and Netsuki, the fact that he was already able to last build the Rose Gold Meteor, that he can go a little bit more forward in terms of trying to deal more damage to Shizo. But again, it's going to be a difficult target to take down, that Harith. Bloodwings locked in for the last item, already has Holy Crystal full build. X-Nova just built up an Athena shield as well, so the burst damage that the Farsa can dish out is going to be more manageable. So then now, for Omega, there's so many angle of attacks you have to look for. Okay, you decide to focus fire on one, suddenly you have to watch out for X-Nova coming in with the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage combo.
And there he goes in.
Wow, okay.
Right on cue. One member down for Smart Omega. They might not contest this anymore, and they won't.
Yeah, that's a big -1 here for James. He thought he was going to be unkillable in that last one, but no, one combo actually took down this glue, and that is not a good sign for Omega.
I'm also reminded of what it was like when it was just Kufra and Choke constantly as the trade in the roam, where it always just, whoever makes it to the shrub first essentially just wins the trade already.
Yeah, just control that all day long.
Yeah, because you're two pick-off style roamers that whoever gets to the spot that they want to get to first means that there's a higher chance that they're the ones who are setting up better. And in that scenario, I think James could have let that go. If he was going to stick that close to get vision, he could have had someone else there with him to help cover. I feel like that was an unnecessary death for that glue.
Yeah, he didn't even get the chance to use the split, I think, right? To dodge some of the damage out. That's becoming a big problem here, at least for now. James is back on the field alongside the Lord, though. It's going to be a big fight.
They can't position themselves any further, knowing that X-Nova could go in. Now this could be a setup, Phantom Execution! Right into Haji, though. It lands onto Super Yoshi, the Tyrant's Revenge, but from the backlines. Ryzen will try to look for a target, but they get to spread out the damage so well.
The big stun fear coming in from
Snowball!
Oh, he finds the sets onto 2 members. 2 crucial members. Netsuki's the first to fall and nothing else matters for the Hive. AP Bren secure their first win.
And that is definitely one way to show up in your first season. X-Nova ending it with a beautiful Tyrant's Rage into the base.
Remember the name and remember the games. X-Nova has put himself on the map. Mamba-esque against Omega.
That's exactly where you kind of just want to be. Like, showing up like that, it will put you, higher pressure, but at the same time, yeah, that was fun to watch.
That was a flashy Kufra. It's been so long since we've seen such flashy plays happen here and there because of the metas that's been going on, but this is just so exciting to see, especially from this new version of AP Bren. But still, Smart Omega, there's something with them and game number 3.
Yeah, just when you thought that Omega would be on a hot streak after winning their first series of the season, they dropped that. But it was an impressive showing overall, but it is the moment of AP Bren.
That is AP Bren. We're going to be hearing from them live on stage alongside Hans and Odin. Definitely want to hear from these teams. First game, first win. We're going to hear from them in just a few moments. Look at that very familiar face right there.
Yeah, that's true.
And we are going to definitely... Oh, come on. Come on, right? He's the namesake. Here's the host.
First series, first victory. Here are your winners, AP Bren! Ibang klase. This was a totally different experience from last season. And that Game 3 was led by none other than X-Nova. You have to give it to this roamer right here, Odin.
Grabe ang performance mo, X-Nova. This is your debut match. Congratulations, first of all, for making it here sa MPL Philippines. Alam mo, Nova, naaalala ko nung MDL times mo, medyo nalungkot kami nung magpapahinga ka from RRQ Kaito because that was such a dream team na nakita namin before. And natanong kita noon, sabi ko, bakit ka magpapahinga? Ang sinabi mo sa akin, MPL na po yung dream ko, madam. And now that you're here, ano yung nararamdaman mo dito sa harap ng lahat ng MPL fans?
Masaya.
Ang haba ng tanong ko, pero masaya. Obviously, oo. Nakakaramdam ka ba ng kaba na ito yung first match mo?
Siguro yung una. Pero yung sinabi kasi ni Coach na sa akin na may iba't ibang kaba na kunyari excited. Pero ito yung kaba na naramdaman ko excited siguro. Hindi yung kaba na parang pressure sa akin.
You know, I want to know more, X-Nova, kasi probably later on sa mga susunod na makikita nating laban, posible mong maalaban si Ferds, yung dati mong teammate. I'm sure he's gonna be watching this. Anong mensahe mo para kay Ferds pag nagharap kayo in the future?
Good luck sa amin. Galingan na lang namin.
Alright, and you really did an amazing job for this series alone. James Banks, ikaw ang susunod ko ngayon, pare, because this was a completely different AP Bren dun sa nakita namin from last season. You've had your victories, I think around week 3 pa, di ba? Yun yung una nyo last season. What's the difference of this team now compared to season 15? Mas matapang ba? Ano bang iba sa AP Bren ngayon?
Yun nga, mas matapang kasi medyo nawala na yung pressure sa amin eh. Ini-enjoy na lang namin yung laro eh. Kaya, yun. Ginagawa namin tapang na may utak na lang eh. Tapos kung ano mangyari, yun na yun.
You know, I want to know more about that as well. Kasi Odin, there was an interview on you na parang sinabi mo na medyo pinangunahan kayo ng kaba last season. Pinangunahan kayo ng, hindi naman takot, pero sinasabi mo sa akin dati na naaaurahan kayo. Did that change for season 16 now na nandito ka ulit?
Opo. Nawala na yung ganong pakiramdam. Tsaka, di na ako naaurahan sa mga kalaban eh. Iniisip ko na lang nag-RG ako para mas madali akong makapokus, tsaka yun, di ko na sila iniisip.
Di mo na sila iniisip. RG mindset. Diba? That's usually how you get victories. At lalo na, pag yung leader nyo ba naman ay ang nagbabalik na si Aqua.
Ayan!
Welcome back!
Nananahimik lang siya doon, Hans, no? Aqua, welcome back to MPL Philippines. How does it feel na ibang team na yung sinasamahan mo ngayon?
Masaya po.
Pareho kayo ng sagot, ha? Sino nag-train sa inyo dalawa? Coach, kayo mo nagturo dyan?
Hindi, ano lang yan. Yun na lang yung one word lang talaga sila.
One word ka lang pala, Aqua, pero one word para sa mga sumunod sa yung players bilang ikaw yung sophomore.
Alam mo, alam ko na eh. Aqua, explain in one word itong series na to. Diba?
Solid.
Ano?
Solid.
And that is how we're gonna leave it at that. Aqua, eto hindi pwedeng one word to ha. Kasi oras mo na para pasalamatan lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa AP Bren.
Maraming salamat sa mga nanonood and sa family ko and sa jowa ko. Patuloy lang kayo sumuporta.
There we finally have it. Maraming salamat kay Aqua. And of course our winners, AP Bren! Congratulations! The Bees have taken their first victory dito sa Season 16.
That was a solid game na napanood natin para sa kanila. And this was actually their first match. Napakagandang debut match for them. And with that, let's throw it back to our casters.
There you go. Of course, a little bit of a warm-up maybe on the interviews, but definitely had a great game there. That is AP Bren with their first victory. They're 1-0 in the season.
Imagine how long they waited for like last season to get that, and now they get it in their first match, in their debut match. So it's just so refreshing to see.
Yeah, and I like how we got to see more into the mentality of James Banks. He said there at one point in this interview, he's just thinking as if he's playing his ranked game so that he wouldn't be scared. He doesn't care about who he's fighting anymore. He doesn't care who's on the other side. And you know what? X-Nova also playing as if not even just reckless abandon. A lot of the things that he committed were incredibly calculated. A 126 KDA doesn't sound impressive on paper, yes, but you have to watch what he did on the map and in the game to shut down Omega, especially Super Yoshi with the bouncing ball incidents that we saw multiple times.
And context matters as well, because this was a very low kill score game, right? So that's actually very high KP with 88%.
Yeah.
And he was able to find the proper targets.
It came to a point where him just standing there and looking like he was about to throw out the Tyrant's Revenge was enough for Smart Omega to just disperse. And that was such an important thing to note, especially in that last siege, because they needed to deal with the Lord much faster, but they were prevented from doing that just by X-Nova and his presence on this Kufra.
Yeah, and little by little, the early game that Super Yoshi just had a slightly better time with just became an X-Nova show, because eventually Super Yoshi would get punished for his mistime or off-angle kicks, but a little bit more mistime. Then you'd see just the patience coming in from X-Nova that, yes, he's not always getting to the key spots before the Joe, but then the quality of the Tyrant's Revenge and rages that he would get were just top-notch. This one, missed, yeah. But then guess who shows up with a bouncing ball to help stop with the dashes to help block? It's X-Nova. And then it would just layer on. X-Nova waited at the right time. He waited for Ryzen to show up and picked him off.
Yeah, Ryzen did not have a fun game, just almost single-handedly because of the Kufra as well. Even if you can pull off some really cool stuff, Ryzen just could not get out. I mean, he would go in, but there was just no way he was going to exit.
Yeah, the Quad Shadow was so far away, but he was still able to catch up with the fully charged Tyrant's Revenge and Flicker. And not even James had a good time.
Well, you saw it get... You felt it was coming in the wind with how it was just like, you know, it's arriving. It's there. And they didn't see him commit that because he committed the conceal right next to the wall to really minimize the chances that he'll get spotted out. What a call. What a last play there by X-Nova.
Yeah. X-Nova definitely deserves that MVP performance. Again, the skills don't always matter in this regard because you have that one guy that you can really rely on when everyone else is already doing their jobs very well, where that guy just really exceeded expectations. No one expected X-Nova I said X a lot in that last sentence, apparently, to make that much of a statement.
Yeah, I also really like, again, his item build path here, prioritizing the immortality and the dreadnought armor. Again, one of the risks of the Kufra is if you mess up your engagement, you're a sitting duck. But then if you have an immortality, you buy a lot of time. And then he also got pulled yourself together as one of his emblem talents so that he would get access to the flicker even more. Not just for engagement, but so that he could get it quicker, so that it increases his chances of surviving and getting away with his own flicker.
At the end of the day, it felt like X-Nova didn't even need that immortality, apparently. It was just enough to threaten the opposition.
It just helped him be a lot more aggressive,
more confident
than he already was.
That's right.
It just helped AP Bren establish their early game again, which I think for like the entire series, they've been consistent in doing that, like getting the early game up against Smart Omega, which maybe is something Smart Omega can work on, because it's slowly becoming true. Like the idea of them taking a bit more time and relying a bit too much on the mid to late power spikes that they have. So like even the way that X-Nova and Aqua have been layering their skills, the Abyssal Arrows into the Tyrant Revenge, it's just been so perfect. Like it's a commendable mid duo, even though they've just been together for like this season.
And of course, James Banks, the VPI rich guy of the game, had a tremendous one as well. The Lancelot was a big problem for Aqua to deal with, and there were so many problems for Aqua to deal with. If it wasn't X-Nova, again, similar to what we saw there near the end of the game, he had to watch out for James Banks coming in with a Thorn Rose and Phantom Execution to bring the Farsa down low.
Yeah, and it's so important to keep Haji low in this game, just because he was probably the scariest guy to do the damage from the back line, because obviously Nets was, again, 3 out of 3 games, Nets had a hard time in the early, and he had a hard time actually getting ready on the late game in this one as well. So it was crucial for Haji to actually get threatened there. And X-Nova and the rest of the gang here, alongside James Banks, were actually doing that job.
So far, this blend of the new AP Bren, the former veterans, and former like rookies, because they're not totally rookies anymore, especially after the previous season, it's so far looking great for the Bees. I think whatever James Pack said about having less viewers compared to others might change a bit more from this day onwards.
Yeah, 100%. The performance of AP Bren here turned a lot of heads.
That's very interesting to say, because I feel like because of this, all eyes are on them now. I hope they better get used to this. But for the meantime, we're going to go for the next one. It's going to be the Falcons versus the Mines. It is a very interesting game for this one, because Team Falcons, by the way, are securing their EWC championship.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
It is a natural rivalry, Falcons and Twisted Minds.
Yes. It's happening there in the Sands Ria right now.
The Battle of the Habibis.
It's official now, right? That's going to be their name. So stick around for that one. We hope you had a lot of fun in this one, because we know we did, and cannot wait for how the rest of the day is going to pan out. So for now, I know it's almost dinner time here, or sorry, it's not dinner time, no. It's merienda time rather. So get your snacks ready, because it might be another long one. I'm expecting all the games today to be best of 3.
Oh my god.
I mean, Falcons right now are coming off a really big win, a great performance yesterday. For the side of Twisted Minds also, I'm so excited to see Twisted Minds in action, because I really hope they start off the season showing some crazy cheese picks right away. I am a Falcons guy, but I'm also #plot twist.
Yeah, it's not too different from AP Bren and what we saw from them. It's another mix.
Twisted Minds is doing jumping jacks right behind me right now.
Wait, are they?
Yeah, they were doing jumping jacks. Like, you could rewind it, you could see them just going like that. They're warming up.
You can see them right there on the screen. You can actually see them. Amazing. So yeah, that's just a bit of an insight on what we're going to see next right now, because once more, we will have another segment later where they're gonna get broken down here right after. So
analytically.
Yeah. Sorry,
I just wanted to make that clear.
You have to be very clear when you say breakdown.
Yeah.
It means we're breaking down them. Not sorry, their actions, not them. All right, so we're gonna go into the how very, very soon. My new favorite segment right here.
Welcome to the Howl. My name is Wolf, and I learned the 3 important items today. The first one is James evolution and how important it is for AP Bren. James Banks was known to use assassin junglers, but now he is playing utility. In fact, he played utility junglers for the first 2 games. And what this allowed AP Bren to have is some ease when it comes to drafting. What it allowed AP Bren is to high pick the Akai or high pick something like Uranus and then shift the drafting to the way where there is a Benedetta that they can win with in the end. So eventually what this tells the opponents of AP Bren is that James Banks can play utility junglers and AP Bren can actually play flexible heroes. That's a very good start for AP Bren. Now, the second most important item that I learned today is the X-Nova game. And I think that you saw that. In the first minute of the game, he was actually able to get a kill with that flicker. And we saw that with his Kufra, which is not usually picked as a roamer right now. But now we can see that it is an option for AP Bren, especially when X-Nova is playing. After getting 1 kill, he got 2 deaths afterwards. And the AP Bren kind of struggled. But then they found their opening with X-Nova once again. 10 minutes into the game, we saw the First Lord. He actually got 3 important jumps onto Yoshi, onto Ryzen, that eventually led to a kill, and then onto James to protect his teammate. And let us not forget that last play with that conceal, with that off-angle first kill, and the flicker ending the game for the team. That is AP Bren actually taking the series because of that X-Nova game. The last and important item that we learned today is also related to the second item, which is X-Nova as well as Ferds, showing that rookies can play in the league and actually turn the tides around. This actually sets a pretty high bar for the next match that we have, knowing that Twisted Minds have 4 rookies that will be playing later on. So let's look forward to seeing them, and let's see if these rookie sensations will we are going to be witnessing these rookies again. Let's see in the next game, and for now, let's throw to a break.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo. Di abot ang data!
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times.
Di abot ang data! Di abot ang data!
What's up guys? Let's have fun muna here sa MPL Festival. And right here with me is Sir Kenji of Infinix. Hi Sir Kenji!
Hello Odin. So anong nangyari ngayon guys ay Fancy Laban. So si Fancy Laban guys ay battle siya ng mga different fans club ng MPL.
So, ang nangyayari na laro ngayon is between Aurora Gaming and Team Falcons. Ano po bang match schedule natin?
Guys, yung match schedule ni Fancy Cluban ay ima-match siya kung ano yung match schedule ni MPL ngayon.
So, yung maglalaro na team, kasabay nyo yung maglalaro na mga fans. And paano po ba sumali dito? Meron na bang pre-selected sa 5-man?
Guys, meron pre-selected pero pwede kayo mag-walk-in guys. Meron tayong mga slot. Si community leader yung pipili. And then, kung fan ka ng gantong team, pwede kang sumali, kausapin mo si community leader and makakasali ka sa 5-man.
So narinig ko na dito sa team ngayon of 5, merong 2 slots pala para sa mga walk-in. So 3 pre-selected and 2 free slots para sa mga walk-in. So huwag kayong mahihiya na pumunta dito sa Infinix booth to sign up. And dito rin sa Infinix booth, tama po ba hanggang buong regular season to?
Yes, buong regular season siya and hanggang playoffs ni MPL, may playoffs din naman si Fancy Cluban, guys.
Wow, that's so exciting! And alam ko na meron din mga pinamimigay sa Infinix pag nanalo kayo dito sa Fancy Cluban. So we are inviting everyone to visit Infinix booth here at MPL Festival.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Get us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko hanggang wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man yung bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pinas malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite with winners, but with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup, but kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko man yung bakas.
And just like that, we are into game or match number 2 here for the day here in MPL Philippines. I'm Rockhart alongside Brigida and Renmar. We're still going to be bringing you the action for this one. And man, this is going to be very interesting. This is one of the most interesting matches for me personally because it's basically living legends versus the new bloods, the rising stars here for this match.
For me, literally any debut game heading into a new season is really exciting, but it's all the more exciting now for Twisted Minds because there's just so many new faces that we're about to see. And speaking of new faces, you guys might want to snap a photo of any MPLPH player you see during very specific moments while you're inside the venue for a chance to win Diamond.
Use this graphic as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile with the required hashtags. You have until September 8th to submit your snaps. Again, please don't be weird about it.
Just be very, very respectful and ask for permission. Like, you don't want anyone just taking a random picture of you, right? So,
as you know, that's what they're encouraged to do, to just take, like, you know, those stolen shots.
they want stolen
shots. Yeah.
Oh, they don't want like pictures with the pros.
Yeah, no,
Just
it's
pictures of the pros.
Yeah, stolen shots. But just don't be weird about it.
Don't be weird about it. But you know what? If there's one way to do with your pictures is how you showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments as well for the esports project esports for everyone. We're going to talk about that in a few moments because sorry, it's really cold.
Yeah, I mean, this is super fun. The entire project thing. It's esports for everyone. Literally, making it within reach for people all over the Philippines. Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, some in-game items here and there. So this is definitely a chance you do not want to miss if you are looking to organize your own tournaments and community tournaments.
Yeah, and again, from the previous game, I'm sure you had a lot of fun with that. There's just no more sophomore slumps for James Panks. He said he's going to be more aggressive this time around. He's going to think less and do more, and that's exactly what he did in the previous game.
Yeah, and so far right now, that's something you can think about in the Trinity. If Omega beat TNC and AP Bren and Omega, now you're thinking, okay, if AP Bren beats TNC, that puts them a little bit above those two teams. You can start thinking now, like, okay, does that mean AP Bren is like a middle-of-the-table team, almost close to making it into playoffs type?
There you go.
Some people might have their hot takes, even if it's just week one, but wow, okay.
Okay, so here we are. It's going to be Ferds versus MPL King, highlighted between Falcons versus Twisted Minds. So it's not a completely new Twisted Minds roster. It's still going to be MPL King alongside Sensui, alongside the newly acquired ONIC 9 Lives roster.
Yeah, unanimously, everyone saw Twisted Minds suddenly as Dark Horse. And they're all excited to see what Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson could do with a squad like this. Like, this is the closest we can get, finally, once again, to Coach Bonchan having like a mad project for himself. The last time he had something like this, he ended up becoming a back-to-back MPLPH champion, world champion, all in the same year.
Yeah, and there's just something about Coach Bon that whenever you hear of him and all these projects, it's just like it cannot not come with an element of surprise. Like, there just always has to be this certain approach to doing things. Like, maybe some would consider it to be like poison, that I'm curious to see if it's going to be applicable as well to this particular lineup of the former members of ONIC 9 Lives and the veterans in MP the King and Sensui.
Yeah, that's right. That's why this is going to be Living Legends versus the actual plot twist, possibly the biggest plot twist of MPL Philippines here, at least in Season 16. So, yeah, basically, it's Lansu and MP the King with the only veteran experience here for this league. And it's been a while since we've seen Lansu as well. So I don't know how that's going to work here. And again, when you give new players to Bonchan, he's like, they turn into clay, right? He basically shapes them into whatever he wants, makes them, I don't know if he makes them, but basically, you're going to notice players play under Bonchan usually play very off-meta heroes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, which is why I'm also excited to see how they're gonna balance that against a team like Falcons, considered living legends of the game right now with the run that they went off last year, heading into this year, at the end of 2023 as well. Super Marco, Ogwen, Few, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, seen as living legends of the game, while Twisted Minds, they are majority, 4 of them, MDL Philippines Season 6 champions, suddenly hoisted into the stage that they've been crawling and grinding to get into, with a world champion coach now going up against a world championship winning team. Will it actually be too much for Twisted Minds to handle? Will their minds get blown up because of what they're just experiencing?
Ooh, I think I'd want to put a bit more faith into Twisted Minds, though. Like, this is just probably me personally. I know the record for AP Brent, especially last season, wasn't that great.
Yeah.
But now that they've adjusted their lineup a bit and put in some guidance and help from veterans, we saw the impact. And this is something that Twisted Minds or ONIC 9 Lives are heading into the season with. They already have that bit of guidance, and it's not just from Lansu, MP the King, nor Sensui. It's also from Coach Bond, it's also from Coach Eson, and they've been for sure following the league and the scene for so long now. And there's also a familiar face on the other side as well. There's Ferds, who was also formerly part of MDL. So if ever we're seeing Ferds again play in this game, and it's likely to happen if he played that well yesterday.
Played yesterday, yeah.
So I'm hoping that Twisted Minds, for sure they're prepared, but that they're able to execute it as well once they step foot into the game.
Yeah, and how well they can actually perform consistently is also a good benchmark if Falcons will have a shot at that rank 1, rank 2 that Ogwen did mention they were aiming for
That was
yesterday.
like by the end of week 4 or
Is that by the
8?
end of week 4? Just by the end of week 4?
We'll have to confirm what the question was.
I guess we can. I guess these are things that we can ask these players as we go into an all-access segment right here with our players.
Happy Superfan Saturday nga sa inyong lahat, and with that, nandito tayo sa MPL Festival to check out kung ano nga ba ang pwede niyong bisitahin ng mga booths dito. And with me is Sir Jed of BPI. Hello, sir! Nakikita natin ngayon ang mga activities sa booth nyo. And for I know, nandito na to last season. Ano po bang mechanics para makapag-spin tayo dito?
Actually, madali lang siya. So, bale, mag-open ka lang ng BPI product. So, you can have one spin po every customer. Then, if you are existing BPI account customer, meron din po kayong isang spin dito.
Uy, madali lang pala. And sa mga meron ng account, pwede nyo na rin i-follow ang kanilang social media accounts para makapag-spin kayo. Pwede kayong makakuha ng stickers, ng small pouch, caps, flask, and kanilang tote bag. And on that side, Sir Jed, meron ako nakikita, parang bago to.
Yes, kung gusto naman nila ng merch na t-shirt, pwede sila mag-play nitong buzz game. Kailangan lang hindi tumunog yung bakal. Mananalo na sila ng t-shirt.
Ay, parang gusto ko yan. Pwede ko po ba i-try? Yes, sure. Ang makatalo sa akin dito, bibigyan ko talaga ng skin. Huwag kang tutunog. Wala, hindi ko talaga kaya dayain. Nakikita talaga ni... Parang kaya nyo na to, guys. So, i-try nyo yan dito sa MPL Festival. At may technique dito. Kung alam nyo yung Mr. Bean technique, visit nyo lang ang BPI booth. Gawin nyo na lahat ng activities dito. Let's have fun here at MPL Festival.
There you go. So that's one incentive to start saving for your future. Be able to do the thing.
Are you practicing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Brigham is going to try it later.
Good form.
After the show.
Good form.
That's going to be... need some stability right there. But you know what? I want to hear what you guys think. Since so many players have been really rising so far in Season 16, which one is going to be the rookie to look out for? Is it Ferds for A, Nosha for B, Sean? We're going to go for Sean for now. On C, and Kaloy for D. Or X-Nova.
Wow.
Coming in clutch as well.
I think a lot of people are looking at X-Nova right now. And I'm excited to see this because then that means we get 2 games in a row where you get to see the... counting yesterday, 3 games in a row where you get to see rookies shine in their respective right. So hopefully if this is I hope this is a close game because I want to see the members of Twisted Minds give a scare to Falcons. As a Falcons guy, that hurts, but I want to see them shine because that means more people in the community will be talking about them.
Yeah, for me, I guess it's Sean. From that MVP-worthy performance we saw from him in the previous season of MDL, their game-winning plays, and his just aggression overall in the mid lane, and with so much focus on the mid lane again. We saw how heavily impactful the mid duos were. I have my eyes on Sean and how he is gonna gel with the new additions in their lineup, because generally this is literally ONIC 9 Lives with whoever jungler they put in and Lansu. So I'm gonna choose C.
Okay, and I definitely want to see Ferds play again. Although I still want to see the secret weapon of Falcons Flap play eventually. I still think I want to see if they can still do maybe another sweep with Ferds. That might be a statement, or that might be telling us something. Especially working very well with the championship team, like Renmar mentioned.
Yeah.
So those are the things that we are looking out for. We want to hear what you guys are looking out for. Comment it right now in the comment section. But for the meantime, we are going to watch our teams walk into the arena for their game.
It's the living legends and the wild one. Ferds, Kyle, TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco. Team Falcons!
the plot twist of the season with a squad fresh from their MDL championship run, Lansu, Sean, Kaloy, Nosha, and MP the King, Twisted Minds! To guide us through this match, our marshals Patrick, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. And the coaches of the respective teams, Coach Trevor and Coach Vaughn. Team Falcons are Twisted Minds, MPL Makingan!
And here we go. This is the team that we are looking out for today. It is going to be Falcons with Ferds. This is obviously a very interesting slot in. FlapTZ has been no doubt one of the players to beat in the XP lane, and Ferds, surprisingly, again, slotting in so well with the rest of this veteran squad, has really been showing up, especially since yesterday.
He showed up. He proved himself yesterday, playing such a great game against their counterparts, but now it's Twisted Minds' turn to show up and prove that they have what it takes to go up against our teams.
Yeah, this is 4 out of the 5 MDL championship winning ONIC 9 Lives roster from the previous season of MDL, now with MP the King. Their old jungler that they used to play with Kane has actually gone over to See You Soon in Cambodia. So now it's going to be dependent on the chemistry between the 4 members of ONIC 9 Lives that retained to somehow make MP the King just feel like a natural fit to the team. I don't think it's up to MP the King to adjust. It's up to the rest of the team to bring MP the King into their system.
That's right, especially since MP the King is definitely a very versatile jungle player. For sure, we're gonna expect the Alice still getting banned out from these guys. Maybe, I don't know how big the patches changed to really merit MP the King being let go of the Alice, or allowed to play the Alice. So these are things that I'm watching out for here, especially how well MP the King is going to work again with a very strong championship squad.
I might agree with you on that. Like there might be a chance that people keep an eye out for these unorthodox picks, because whenever we talk about MDL, you just cannot take away the fact that they have come from a global ban system. So their hero pool has been tested and proven. I've seen them really battle it out and like seemingly run out of heroes, because they don't anymore. They only reset once they get into Game 7. So for all those 6 games, you see just how much deep of a hero pool each one of them has. So I think it's gonna work well if we're talking about Coach Bon and all his projects and just how experimental this
the
coach
latest
can
Coach
be.
Bon project.
Yeah, because literally Coach Bon could tell them, hey guys, what about this? And the players can just go, whatever you want.
Sure, Coach.
Want to try Saber? Sure, why not? Hanabi Lolita again to start to run back? Why not?
I mean, that can definitely work. I would love to see those, and everyone, I'm sure, is excited to see some new stuff coming into play here. But for the meantime, let's have a look.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf presenting you the Infinix keys to victory. It's going to be Falcons versus Twisted Minds. And for Team Falcons to win the series, they have to use their vast pro experience against the MPL rookies, especially when it comes to macro. And what they need to do is just to make sure that Twisted Minds cannot catch up when it comes to their knowledge and them exploiting the map, just splitting the map, surprising Twisted Minds on how pros actually play the map in the MPL. And what they also need to do is to slow down Twisted Minds' aggressive playstyle. Now, if you recall, when Team Falcons went up against then ONIC 9 Lives players, now part of Twisted Minds, they were surprised by the aggressive playstyle of Twisted Minds. And Team Falcons were the only team, actually, that suffered from that kind of playstyle. There were a lot of bodies that dropped because of that. And that's something that they need to prevent. If Twisted Minds play slow, Team Falcons can win. And now, for Twisted Minds, it's very simple. You saw yesterday that the CC was the priority, especially for Ferds on Team Falcons. So what they need to do is to ban if they're on the red side, probably, or if their first pick, maybe deny the CC. As long as the CC is not in the picture, it's going to be better for Twisted Minds. Lastly, they also have to show their early plot twists with the draft that can be very useful in the early weeks of MPL. That needs no explanation. Let's find out in the draft if that actually happens. Let's head straight into the draft.
Okay, so I kind of really thank you for it so much for that. I guess we should have howled a little bit. Sorry, we didn't have time to do that. But I completely agree with CC panning out because that was like 2 almost perfect games coming out from that lane. So maybe I guess it's a good test as well for Ferds, like if he can actually do other heroes.
Yeah, yesterday it was such a good Edward game already, but the CC from Ferds just allowed for the comebacks, the turnarounds, or just overall better early game when they went into game number 2.
Yeah, it wasn't easy though. Game number 1 for CC looked like an afterthought. Game number 2 for CC was the MVP because of just how well he was able to maximize the curtain call, and that was coming off of the fact that he was actually ganked early in the game. Like they nerfed his initial presence in the 3 minutes, and then he was able to come back.
So with all this in mind, what kind of plot twist? Again, we're overusing this so far. Are we expecting it to be let go or maybe get countered in the draft as well? These are things that we're gonna have to find out as we load into the drafting phase for game number 1. I'm excited to see what answers or what lack of answers are gonna come from Falcons here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're really in for an early plot twist as mentioned in the how, because like, is it too early in the season to do that, or is it best to do that now?
Right off the bat.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Oh yeah, for me, it's the best time to do it now because if you really want to see how far you can stretch the limits of these players in terms of their hero pool and how they can execute multiple strategies, then you go ahead and do that. Better now than us saying by like, why are you doing this in week 7? You are 2 weeks off from the playoffs, all that. So just do it now, Twisted Minds. And I like how they're right away respecting the CC of Ferds and Falcons, which means that they still have to keep their mind open for picks like the Phovius and the Lapu Lapu as the potential trades and to show up.
Even the Yisun Shin, because it's still open right now. The likes of the Jushin and the Yisun Shin are some of the heroes that are commonly banned in the first phase, but might just make it through if it doesn't get taken out here. There are just so many options for this ban. Like even the Lancelot, even the Yisun Shin.
And historically, teams who have let the Yisun Shin go have really regretted doing so. So we'll see if that's going to happen here as well. Man, that's interesting because they have so much to answer here.
I think yesterday was just the only instance in a long time where the Yisun Shin was like,
The hunt begins.
It's open.
Lost because of what happened. Like,
So they go ahead for the Ruby ban so that they turn off the chances of a YSS coming up because that's become one of the main conditions for you to pick a YSS in the jungle. That's why Falcons decide to go for the Juicin route because then you're going up against a young team making their MPL debut. So you pick up someone like a Juicin that can bully around the mid lane so that you increase the pressure against the roam and mid of Twisted Minds.
Yep. So will they still be confident enough to go for that this time? Or are they gonna just go for more standard and more common options? I mean, maybe they don't have to rush their jungler yet.
I think so. There's obviously we don't expect Halteezy to go for like Fanny right now.
They still go for it.
Sichin's still very strong competitor here, especially if you get the mid laner that you want in this lineup.
Yeah, and I like how they have relatively, in some regards, you can think of Juicin as like a quote-unquote tanky mid laner.
That's true.
She has relatively good sustain in the shielding that she has, especially in the latter portions of the game, if she can get her items quickly, especially those Blood Wings. And then you have the Gata Gacha to pair it up with the Revitalize. So you have a pretty solid unit in the center of the map, playing with a little bit more of a defensive mindset though, just to think of supporting the Yisun Shin, which means that the EXP laner and the gold lane pick for Falcons might have to be something that scales up a little bit quicker and can be high impact by minute 3, minute 4. As Twisted Minds pick up the Kimmy at the center of the map now, Falcons needs to be careful of going up against a lineup that will most likely have a double core.
Yeah.
Did the guy just... One of our marshals just showed off his jawline in the back. Was that Juven?
Did he? Okay.
Sheesh. That's the appropriate response, right? You go sheesh.
That's how That's how cold it is.
That's
People
really
are
how
wearing
cold it
hoods in
is.
the back.
And they're still shivering. They're wearing hoods and they're still shivering right now.
Yeah.
That's literally us. So yeah, well, look at these. Look at these. This is a very
Wow, that's a new shirt. You need to have that shirt.
Remember I told you, the fans that you're seeing right now on the Falcon side, they were just on the AP Brent side earlier.
Exactly. I was gonna say right on cue because I love that. I love that. Obviously, they're dual citizenship, dual teamizanship.
I just wanted to watch MPL.
Yeah, man. We got the buff going as well. That's just how it is.
Dual teamizanship or something.
Teamizanship.
Wait, we're at. So now they're taking out some gold leaders. Are they potentially gonna? Like, I feel like the Granger is also still a potential option here if you're Twisted Minds, because you might want to have a lot of more range to overwhelm this lineup, or the idea of Team Falcons in their lineup, and especially when it scales to the late game, like Isonshin wouldn't be like the best target to go up against one-on-one.
Yeah. Twisted Minds can also still just go Harith.
Ah, yeah.
They'll have the Harith Kimikor. That's also one of the reasons why maybe the Lapu Lapu was banned out. Because then now Twisted Minds can pick the Phovis on the 4th pick. So you have a Phovis Kalea frontline, and then you can just pick up the Harith later at the end, which means that Falcons will have to consider picking up something like an Esmeralda for Ferds, which would actually be a good matchup for them. And Twisted Minds needs to be careful of that if they end up going down that route.
I like the Bruno still here for Twisted, you know, just to get more reach. Also, it's going to be hard for Kyle Easy to actually dive on that guy in the later portions of the game. That's maybe something they will think about, you know, dealing with the Yi Sun-shin specifically. Right now, in terms of like...
Yeah, with the Esmeralda open, I'm not so sure if they want to like reveal. They will though, but at least it's not one that's too susceptible to the Esmeralda.
Yeah, that's a good swerve. I like it. They're really thinking about Ferds' impact at the game here and what could happen. If I remember correctly, Phovius does, if you're not careful, will struggle in the initial laning phase against the glue, and then the impact of the two glue is just a little bit more high impact compared to the Phovius. Just a little bit, to the point where it's almost like a 50-50 how well you're going to do in the team fights. So for the gold lane here, you're also going to have to think twice about the strong basic attack types for TWIS, for Super Marco. I think they might just go
basic attack types.
Bruno, carry.
Yeah, fast scaling, fast damage. Bruno, carry, Granger.
Flint has been historically picked by this team. It's Harris.
Yeah, and then they get the Harris. So the combo that I thought would go to Twisted ended up with Falcons instead. Okay.
Not bad.
Experience the youth.
They go for Granger.
Yeah, they go for Granger. Okay.
So
nothing too crazy, right? Nothing too crazy so far for Twisted.
Yep.
A little bit disappointing, but at the same time, they need to win, so I kind of get it.
Maybe later.
Maybe later. If they feel more confident, you know, maybe have a good start first on on the heroes that you know, and move on to the spicier ones later on.
Yeah, to be fair, I could imagine Coach Bond saying that in an interview where like, hey, they're finally in the MPL. I don't want to just throw wild ideas at them right out of the gate. I want them to find stability with lineups that are at the top of the meta right now. And then when we find the stability there, that's when we start giving them the crazy heroes. All of that except in Tagalog.
Yes, that sounds exactly like how Coach Bond would answer a post-match interview later on in the media room. We'll see if that's what he has to say. If ever it does end up as a win, especially for Twisted Minds, because they have to go up against a titan of MLBB with some bit of adjustment in terms of the XP lane, but you see the prowess. Yesterday, it was almost exactly the same.
That's right. Let's see if we're going to have a repeat of yesterday, or will Twisted Minds actually give us something to, you know, headline our newses with. Uses? That's not the plural of uses. Or news with. Here we go for game number 1, and I can feel it in the crowd. They are ready to see some intense MLBB action. It's Falcons versus Twisted.
Aggressive trading early on, and let's see how Few and Ogun will be able to handle the, understandably, going to be more aggressive Kaloy and Sion, or Sean, in the center of the map for Twisted Minds. Something too crazy with our emblem sets. Probably have to watch out that there is a PYT on the Kalea, the usual emblem talent pickup. And Twisted Minds, I like how aggressive they are.
Yeah.
This is what you get when you have a Kimi at the center of the map. It's paired up with a Kalea. You can just not be afraid to consistently dish out basic attack damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ogun does have the Revitalize though, but they're literally still going at it. Kaloy dodges that. with the flicker, close call, but still, they're all in the game. It's just really aggressive trades here and there in the mid lane.
Yeah, using the flicker or forcing your opponent to use the flicker very early on just means that Twisted Minds might actually have to take this next few minutes a bit slower than usual.
Yeah. So far, it's another instance of all flickers for Twisted Minds too, by the way. Like, I guess the side steps again?
Want to go fast. Want to go hard.
Whoa! Whoa! That's fast! Now that's fast!
Yeah, that was as basic as you could get. You're a Lancelot, you have angles to dash through with a puncture. Go ahead, take that. Great move there by MP the King. Few needs to be a little bit more careful and maybe ask for a little bit more help from Ogwen with holding the center and try to read the rotations of MP the King on this Lancelot so that doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Little quick fun fact about a few members of the Twisted Minds. Lansu, Sion, and Kaloy were all part of the all-star team for MDL Philippines in Season 5.
So you just know that everyone had their eyes on these three players. Now they're controlling or trying to control the Lord Pit as much as they can. MP the King dashing in, steals away the turtle from Team Falcons. And will they try to disengage? They will, but Kaloy might just be the trade here. AOG committed just to get the kill, and they'll be okay with that for now.
Yeah, it seems to be a very good trade for the Falcons, at least getting that kill as well as flexing their aggression all over the map. We haven't actually seen the Birds and Lansu just duke it out in the team fights just yet. Very excited to see how they're going to perform here. MP the King, you know what? It's been a while since I've seen another team adjust to MP the King and vice versa. It's always that question of how well they're going to play. And so far, it looks so good. MP the King looking like he's able to do whatever he wants on the map.
Yeah, and I think that might be one of the key things that Twisted Minds can do for him. Allow him to end up with a hero that doesn't require so much teamwork to shine, whereas an MP the King is like, alright, we'll do our jobs, we'll clear the mid-minion wave, we'll get vision for you, show up when you want to show up, or show up when you're ready, you can do your own thing.
Yeah, it's like MP the King just still gets to do whatever he wants to.
Yeah.
Exactly as mentioned here by Renmar, and it's not too far from the idea of the other members of Twisted Minds and the kind of rotations that they want to go for. It's still a lot of pressure that's being applied onto the members of Team Falcons, and the way they're just able to isolate members every now and then works so well for them. It's not even entirely on the back of a setup by Kaloy just yet.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen that, and I don't expect we'll see a lot of that since few, as it's for Marco as well, are rocking those Purifies. It'll be a bit of a harder engage. They might have to force a bit more CC. For now, bottom lane looks really bad for Lansu.
Lansu spread, but gets stunned by the Mountain Shocker. Still survives though.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate down for Kyle TZ, and Twisted Minds are aware of that.
Yeah, let's see Falcons how heavily they'll be able to contest this turtle, as Twisted Minds have a little bit more utility, more members here. Looks like Glue is also going to be joining as well. It's going to be 5v5, but it seems like Falcons are going to be able to push out the members of Twisted and they'll be able to get this turtle for Kyle.
Yeah. Kaloy, will he get to get his enhanced skills? Trying to zone out, he's using the Tsunami Slam on him, but there's the counter AOG, and Kyle TZ still secures the objective. There goes the Infernal Pursuits coming in from Ferds as well, and now Lansu all alone up against 3, gets to grab someone, but Ferds on the back lines gets eliminated. Still a trade, a 1-for-1 trade, but it seems like MP the King wants to go for more. Finds Spew, Phantom Execution, but it's dodged by Kyle TZ.
You know, not bad. Spurs held off a double core at the back of that fight, at least for long enough for the rest of Falcons to actually get rid of the frontliners. So far, it feels like an even fight still, despite everything happening there.
There was a trend that was pointed out a lot during MSC, wherein you really get to see the quality of teams that are around the 5th to 9th minute mark or 6th to 10th, because that's when the power spike starts coming in. First items already locked in for the 2 junglers, first items locked in for the main course.
There's the Tsunami Slam and the counter AOG, but it seems like Spew with the Crimson Beacon just gets to survive that. Lantern Flare, Lansu finds himself under the turret, but still they get to find the kill on Spew. It's a 1-for-1 trade in exchange of Lansu.
Yeah, good committal there by Twisted Minds. Lansu said, you know what, I could still get the mount on him. Sion, be ready to be able to damage him. and they get to finish it off. It becomes a trade, but again, you're nerfing the scaling of this Juicin, which is one of the main problems that Twisted Minds has against the lineup of Team Falcons. So, as we were pointing it out earlier, this is where you really get to see the quality of teams with how well they manage the map and trade around the center. And so far, Twisted Minds is showing off their quality, the fact that they're able to tangle with Falcons and actually give them a lot of difficulty.
Oh my goodness. The amount of focus on Few is unreal.
How many times, right? Has
Yeah.
people been diving into Few's space and forcing him back, basically denying him a few minion waves here and there.
Especially from MP the King. I would have understood it earlier because without the level 4, without the Crimson Beacon, Few couldn't dodge away. He only has the Purify and MP the King could just catch up to him. But it's different now. He has the Crimson Beacon, he has the Purify, but they're still paying so much attention to the mid lane. And there you go again. They force out the Crimson Beacon away
Jumping
from
back
Few,
in.
but Kaloy doesn't commit the Tsunami Slam onto him. Now is forced to flicker away. Lanzo flickers in instead though, and now Kaloy gets punished. But the free hits are here because Nosha also decides to join in the fight.
Look at MP.
Nosha trying to work on him, but MP the King has other things in mind. Nosha finally taking down Owen and another flicker just to finish off the kill onto Few once more. 2 members are down. It's only Birds fighting back, and the Dark Wave doesn't land.
Sidestep by Sean. Nosha gets the double. He gets 3 in the game so far. And Kyle Teasy can only do so much. Too much forward pressure by Twisted Minds, pushing back Kyle Teasy's Yi Sun Shin.
And they're definitely forcing Falcons to fight in very weird angles. They don't look comfortable to fight at all.
Wow.
It looks, wow, man. And MP the King, while all of that is happening, is just wreaking havoc on the back line.
Oh, I wanted to see who got that, but we'll be having an instant replay from now. The team fight was split up, but it was split up favorably for Twisted Minds.
It very much was, especially since Fritz can only control so much of where he's moving, right? In the direction. Look at that! Was that a solo kill we just saw?
Got him!
It most probably was. Mega kill for Nosha. Owen jumping in, but now he's all alone. Also has the full stacks, but it'll just be a double kill for Nosha. Kaloy finally going down, but they were able to make it work already. MP the King still looking for another. Thorgo's phantom execution and picks up the kill on Super Marco.
All right.
MP the King. 4-0-5, styling and profiling of the members of Twisted Minds. The calculated aggression by the Lancelot, and the fact that he knows he can just trust his team that they're gonna be there, and MP the King is free to do what he wants.
We were looking for the benchmark. We were looking for where we were going to place Twisted Minds in terms of their power levels. Man, they are showing us here non-stop the domination. MP the King, looking for the teammates he's most comfortable with, I think, might have actually found one.
I can't believe he's this comfortable, actually. For him to go for such risky plays together with this lineup who knows how long have been playing together. But this is MP the King on a roll, activated, so just confident with this lineup of former ONIC 9 Lives members.
Also proves to show how busted Lancelot is.
Oh, that's true. I guess so.
There's more evidence.
That's true.
And yeah, we're also being reminded how strong Kimmy actually is in the meta. One of the first decent Kimmy games I've seen in a while.
Oh, did it go for the flicker? Tidal strike, but they still find the target, and that's gonna be first. They get to mount on him once again, and Burst takes out AOG from Open. Might just make things happen for Team Falcons, however, because they get to take down Kaloy and Nosha. 1 damage dealer out, and no one from Team Falcons gets traded.
That's as good as it gets here for Falcons. At the very least, now they have a little bit of footing, right? They have a little bit of footing to get Super Marco into the mix. He's 1-1-4 right now, but it does feel like they have some firepower to at least maybe contest this next glory.
Yeah. With all the things that Twisted Minds has done right, you cannot win everything all the time in MLBB. There's always a trade, and the trade is Super Marco got the farm relatively well. His damage is high. Few eventually got to recover.
Lord is already below half.
Kyle's here. This is bad for Twisted.
Oh man.
Will MP the King actually get it? No! Kyle Teasy will secure the Lord for his team. Phantom Execution, they're just trying to chase after first. Dark Wave lands, but it's a double kill for Nosha. And that's all they can get for now. Oh my goodness.
That's a pretty good turn.
They risked it.
Yeah, that looked like veteran wiles there by Falcons. They saw that the position Twisted Minds were slightly off from protecting the entry of Kaltisi through the mid, and he was able to just go in, reposition alongside Falcons, and take that Lord away. Now, Twisted Minds are just going to do what they can to open up the map before the Lord comes out for Falcons, and I think the Lord actually will not be able to get far from the base of Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as much as that was a good play from Falcons, they're severely undergunned right now.
Oh, Ogwen goes in, but the Thorned Rose gets to save MP the King, and it might just be a counterplay right now for Twisted Minds. Ogwen gets punished. Nosha just dealing the free hits. MP the King looking for a dash. Fast execution through first, and he also finds Pew. He's currently unstoppable on this Lancelot, and they turn things around.
MP's a real genius when it comes to this Lancelot. It is showing so far how strong it can be, and up on front they could maybe go for the finish here. But MP the King will be missing out on a few targets. Thorned Rose for the dodge. Oh my god!
MP the King! Still surviving a 1v1 up against the Eastern Shin. Kaloy jumping in, trying to go for Super Marco. Oh my goodness, that play even worked for Super Marco. It could have been an end angle, but Twisted Minds are still going for it. Nosha picks up the kill on Ogwen.
Twisted Minds, they are dissecting Team Falcons right now. Not just MP the King. The entire team know their role. It started all of that because Ogwen with a questionable AOG. Trying to create space for a Lord that was already going to go down anyway. Trying to force something out of Twisted Minds. You have so many dashes, so many utilities to get away from the AOG. And it was just an easy response by Twisted Minds to do that. MP, basic, go in, CC immune, traceless, but at the end it's still MP. Because of that traceless entry there, which allowed MP to get a better range for the Thorned Rose and his own basic attack.
That was 100-0.
Unbelievable.
On Kyle Teasy.
I was supposed to say, Kyle Teasy had full HP before that 1v1. MP the King had probably 20 or 30% HP left. But the iframes, the timings of the Thorned Rose, the punctures, and even that Phantom execution, I think even the basic attacks really mattered at that point. Probably also the Queen's Wings, which he has already picked up. But even despite what happened earlier, Twisted Minds, they still feel like they're definitely in the lead.
They are in the lead, definitely. Obviously, Nosha is maxed out on stacks right now.
Yeah.
For sure.
11-1-2.
Yeah, so that's definitely maxed out. So we're going to see how well Falcons actually deal and dodge out of Nosha's hits on that Granger as well. As we go into the next Lord here, this is going to be Lord number 2. It's not going to be as spicy yet, but definitely will be a big impact since Falcon's base is already open.
Yeah, it's an enhanced Lord that they're gonna fight for.
Twisted Minds is really handling the minion waves well. There's a top lane minion wave that Falcons has to think about eventually. If this drags out a little bit longer, they're gonna have to send someone to clear, meaning that Twisted Minds might use that knowledge to go push a little bit deeper into the formation of Falcons to push them out and make this Lord take easier for them. They still have to respect the presence of the YSS and Ogwen suddenly just coming in with an AOG, but it looks like Twisted Mind should be able to get this. It's not going to be easy, but so far it's favoring them.
Yeah. It does feel like they're just deciding to group together. Yeah. The Mountain Shocker is going to get used anyway.
Yeah, the top lane minion wave is getting fat.
And Twisted knows it. They know it very well. They're playing, they're forcing Falcons to look at us, look at us, look at us. You're going to have to send someone up there. If you want to answer that, you're going to have to give up that Lord.
There you go. They find that Super Marco had to deal with the waves, and now MP the King has his eyes set on View, but View is actually somehow able to survive. Sean doing a great job just dealing the damage, then to find the kill on Kyle Teasy first. Not the best pickup if you were Team Falcons. And now Super Marco just trying to look for the trades, but now it's going to be a 1v1 in the Lord who will get to secure it. However, it's going to be Super Marco, while Ogwen just does his best to zone Nosha and Kaloy in the bottom lane. But it seems like this is going to be it. Sky Piercer stacks in, and Nosha is definitely picking up the kill, but MP!
Yeah, no Lord, no problem. Here comes MP the King. He's cutting off Super Marco. You cannot clear this minion wave, or at least you will try, but you'll really hurt like hell. And now we're going. It's a full mana twist, and that's going to be going down, and that is going to be game number 1.
Oh my goodness, just how composed can Twisted Minds be?
Absolutely dissected. Twisted Minds looked really damn good in that game number 1. Everyone knew their role, everyone knew their timers. You can't help but just gush over the performance of Twisted Minds in game 1.
And considering that's probably one of the fastest games today.
Yeah, and it's against Team Falcons too.
I'm a little shocked.
You're mountain shocked.
Ching, yes. Absolutely. I did not expect it to go this fast, especially since Falcons actually locked in a very strong hero usually, who can usually dish out the early to mid game very well.
Yeah.
So, wow.
And they came from a sweep.
Yeah.
Yesterday too.
Yeah, they came from a sweep, and I think it also just goes to show, like, when it comes to a hero such as Glue, I think Twisted Minds approached this the perfect way. They looked at Few right away. Because if Few was able to do things regularly, and yes, he did eventually recover, but it meant that Glue was relatively undisturbed. He got his items, and then that just meant that there was no solution to that. And with everything else, you really cannot deny the impact of MP the King. The sole remaining member of Twisted Minds from the main starting 5 lineup from last season told these young bloods from ONIC 9 Lives, hey, let me carry you guys, let me put you on my shoulders. But it wasn't just a carry, it was an overall team effort highlighted by an MP the King performance.
So many highlights.
So many highlights
for MP the King throughout that entire fast game. I think it was less than like 15 minutes.
13 something?
13
14,
minutes.
Yeah.
A 13-minute game filled with highlights and just the consecutive perfect decision making that came in from this Lancelot. That focus on Few did affect them a lot for
Super
sure.
smart, yeah.
But even on a micro level, those small decisions, that 1v1 he had against Kyle TZ near the base, that moment, that last sequence where he decided to just pour out all his skills onto Super Marco just to make sure that there will be absolutely no one left to defend that incoming siege and that the other members of Twisted Minds would catch up to it. Anyway, I just admire how MP the King made all the decisions that he made in this game.
Yeah, when Coach Bonchan said, you know, you can style and profile, he did it to the maximum. He cranked it to 100.
Dash forward, puncture.
Wow. Mechanically, to the dot.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And this went all awry for Falcons because they were forced to fight everyone else while MP the King was single-handedly stopping Few. It wasn't easy for him. There was a moment where it looked like he would actually get taken down by Few in a 1v1. But at that point, you're playing a multiple carry setup. You have 3. You're playing around the Lancelot, the Kimmy, and the Granger. That even though MP the King is doing his own thing, you have the Kimmy and the Granger together to fight with the remaining members of the team.
This is probably why I like the idea of the Kimmy and the Granger so much. Like, against the Yi Sun Shin, for sure, like, the Kalea, it definitely will struggle. The Purifies and the Traceless that Kyle TZ has. So, it's nice to see that Twisted did not entirely depend on the setups from Kaloy. If any, Kaloy clearly struggled. Like, KDA-wise, I think there was a point he was 0-5 or 0-6. But it didn't fall entirely on his shoulders to make things happen for Twisted Minds. Individually, they were able to find openings, and more so for our MVP, MP the King. He denied one of the most important pieces of Team Falcons to find their way in this game, which is again Few on this Jusin.
The thing about MP the King is he didn't look for openings. More often than not, he created those openings on his own, which is very amazing to see, especially considering, again, he's playing with 4 new members, basically.
70,000 damage dealt by the Lancelot. And alongside MP the King making his own thing, Lansu did a terrific job of just shutting down Ferds. He still walked away with being able to do 40,000 damage, but then the presence of Ferds, he was 0-7-3. This is what we talked about earlier, the Glue and the Phoveus together. If you're not winning that against the Phoveus, it's a dead lane, which means that Phoveus isn't doing anything else in the map. And when he does finally decide to join in, as expected, the Glue does have a slightly better time with being able to be more of a nuisance and a presence in the team fights, that Ferds can only do so much compared to what the Glue on the side of Twisted Minds can do and is doing.
Yeah, a big contrast as well to previous Glue games that we've had. The Glue games, previous Glue games, were not too good.
Yeah.
This one, Lansu, he was looking for like heroes like the Zhu Shen. That is not a joke. It's very difficult actually to front up against that and look for those small catches that allow a Glue to really be a nuisance.
So, I'm glad I said I put faith in Twisted Minds before heading into this game, because like that game number 1 was a statement. Clearly a statement, because like draft-wise, clearly Team Falcons got a lot of the power picks, a lot of the good picks.
Yes.
Execution-wise, that's where it all like fell into place for Twisted Minds.
And it wasn't a 20-minute game.
It was 15 after all. It was 15 by the way.
Moving forward, Falcons really needs to acknowledge that it looks like Twisted Minds' game plan is clear. Take control of the center of the map by taking down few as often as you can. So that now that influences not just the picks. Going outside of the draft is how Ogren is going to be rotating, and how Ogren and Few are talking about, hey, can you check the shrub for me?
Yeah.
Hey, where's MP the King? Where's Kaloy? Get info for me so that me as Few will have an easier time managing the waits, and I won't have to worry about like, oh, am I actually going to get killed yet again and I can't farm.
Yeah. Basically forcing Few always to use Crimson Beacon in
That's
very
true.
odd moments won them so many matches. That's why we can't really we can't gush about Lansu enough as well as the rest of the squad here. And when everyone is pressured on the side of Falcons, this is the favorite times where MP the King is gonna go crazy. This is the time. This is the moment he's like, this is my time. This is my time to shine.
He did go crazy. Like
great here.
the Lancelot performance was one for the books.
Yup.
I like how they came back to the season with that kind of performance, especially MP the King. Like I would have thought it was a bit disheartening, but this new lineup is working so well.
Let's see if it's gonna work as well in game number 2. But for the meantime, here's Battle Trips.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are here none other than with our MPL Battle Trips. At kasama natin, walang iba kundi sina
Carl Joshua Alonso from Monton Student Leader PH po.
And
of course, my name is Marcus Max from Community Heroes Creatives.
I love the energy, Hans. So we have here Carl and Marcus. Kumusta so far ang experience nyo dito sa MPL Philippines? Nandito ka rin kahapon, di ba?
Yes, exactly. Na-miss ko talaga ang battle trip since nag-move na ako sa Palawan. I think the last season na napumunta ako sa battle trip was season 12. And right now, this is actually my comeback here sa MPL season 16.
Like it! Welcome back, Marcus. We are so happy to have you. Ikaw, first time mo ba makapunta or
Hindi na po.
nakakailang beses ka na ba
Maraming beses
pumunta
na po.
dito?
And kahapon nandito lang din po ako.
Nandito ka rin kahapon!
Oy!
Like it.
Yung mga kasama natin daily.
Tatanungin kita ngayon, Carl. Ano ba yung mga pinaka natutunan mo? Kasi kahapon, wala yatang talks, di ba? But now, you've had more learnings about what's going on in the MPL. Ano ba yung pinaka naging memorable para sa'yo?
Yes po, yung pinaka naging memorable po is esports po is sobrang broad niya po, and hindi lang po siya basta like laro po na pwedeng pasukan po ng basta-basta, and all professions po is welcome po para po makapasok po sa productions and the others. Basta po, dapat po may passion po kayo, and pag-igihan nyo lang po talaga para mapakita nyo po yung best nyo po.
Ano ba pangarap mo, Carl? Saan mo bang department gusto mapunta, if
Kung
ever?
sakali, napapasok ka, o anong field ang gusto mong tahakin?
Sa graphics po talaga.
Sa graphics talaga, nako, yung mga nandyan sa likod daw.
Merong sinasabi sila dito, gusto daw maging host ni Carl. Pero ikaw naman, Marcus, ano ba yung favorite part mo ng battle trip?
Actually, since season 12, gusto ko talaga yung maging host.
Oh,
Ay, okay. Sige, dito ka muna. Doon ka sa pwesto ko.
Kunyari, ikaw ang host.
Okay. Sige, yan. Ikaw naman muna.
Ikaw naman mag-interview.
Sample mo to. Ito ang moment
Interviewin mo yung kasama mo.
Okay, go.
Ayan, so ladies and gentlemen, mula sa tahanan ng mga kampiyon at pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players dito sa Pilipinas, welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16! At kasama natin ngayon ang ating mga interviewin. Nandito si Hans, si Carl, at si Oden.
Hello po! Hello po! Ang saya-saya
Ayan,
dito.
Ayan, so thank you so much. So Carl, tingin mo, dito mismo sa battle trip, ano yung tumatak sa'yo during the era?
Natanong na natin.
Natanong na natin yan. Ito.
Number 4,
Okay, Carl, this is actually the perfect time para ipakilala mo naman ang community heroes at student leaders para sa ating mga tagapanood. Take it away.
So po, ang Monton Student Leaders po ay access po sa everyone po na college students po and pwede po lahat po sumali po with our, pwede po kayo pumunta po sa page po natin na Mountain Student Leaders PH po. Makikita po natin po sa FB po and you can contact naman po every campus po na may Mountain Student Leaders po and make sure po na smart user po kayo para makasama po kayo sa battle trips po.
Ayan
Meron
po,
pa
opo.
po.
Actually, yun nga po. Kailangan po sumali
Ito
po
po.
kayo sa Mountain Student Leaders po tsaka sa Community Heroes. Kasi
Opo.
marami po talaga silang mga pamigay, no? Yun po yung rason kaya nandito tayong lahat. Correct? Nandito tayo. Ayan, nandito kaming lahat. Naku, sobrang nakakatuwa po, Marcos, na nandito po kami
Nakakatuwa
ngayon.
po talaga.
Wow, thank you so
po.
much guys for being here today because everyone ay magsasaya!
Okay, Marcos, sabi ni Direk, throw mo na daw sa casters.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, wag na nating palagpasin pa. Ipapasa na natin to sa ating mga casters. Kaya naman, caster, paso.
Okay.
Okay, that's a
That was so
solid,
fun.
solid 9 out of 10 for me. You're good.
That is one of the easiest shifts Hansen Odin has ever done.
You're moving on to the next stage of the competition.
Surprise! This is actually a caster hunt.
Oh my gosh, that was so
actually-
fun. They switched roles. And for context, they
So
switched
good.
roles.
In the middle of it all.
Oh my gosh.
What the heck just happened?
He came prepared, you know?
That's amazing.
I
That was
feel like he
amazing.
came prepared.
Yeah, he really wanted it. And we know, it shows, it shows.
It's a yes.
Thank you so much for that. These are battle trips. Apparently, if you join battle trips, you can also become a host.
You can become
eventually.
anything.
You can become anything you want. So go ahead and join battle trips. Like they mentioned, you have to be a smart subscriber to do so.
Yeah.
So, good job.
That is surreal. I can't
That
believe
was
this happened, man. I can't believe it.
We were all cheering.
We're
for
all
him.
cheering. Our mics are up. We were shouting like, "Yeah, let's go!" And speaking of let's go into the draft for game number 2.
Okay.
All right.
That man just completed a lifelong dream. He's now considering where his retirement funds will be allocated to.
The GOAT.
So proud of you.
I love it. I love it.
We hope to see you again soon, but now,
Part 3, you know. They were here yesterday. You were here today. Maybe tomorrow you want to watch as well.
wow, they banned out the Jushin themselves. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe
CC's banned out as well.
Maybe not the first pick Jushin anymore. If you're Team Falcons going up against that kind of gameplay from Twisted Minds, but that leaves a lot of other options open either way. Maybe.
I mean, that's one of the most shocking things about the last one, where instead of prioritizing the Lancelot, they prioritized the Juicin instead. And I think that's also a bit of a heat check, because now with Falcons, they can do the same.
all darkness.
Yeah, they pick up the Lancelot.
Yeah. So they go for the Lancelot this time. And let's see how Twisted Minds will handle Kyle Tizzy on the Lancelot.
Yo.
Yeah, a good response would be to just go fire with fire, which is usually what they would do. Right now, again, maybe we have the requirement open. Maybe Coach Bonds has said, okay, you guys can play well together with very conventional heroes. How will you do with...
How
I'm
we
just
do
kidding.
it
Now can we do something cheesy?
Here we go with the cheese.
So we're seeing it now.
Secure that game number 2. You know?
No, because like really, I can't tell what Twisted Mind wants to go for. Because like earlier, it's always been the Farsa Prios. It's always been the Kalea Prios.
Yeah.
Maybe they can go for that if they want to go for more common pattern, but it's okay. Fighting fire with fire.
So let's see if they're gonna show up with their own version of what else you can pair up with the Yi Shin and put it in the gold lane. Because they took out the Ruby.
Yeah.
And we got to see that, okay, there were so many factors to why the Yi Shin struggled or wasn't able to pop off as well. But I think one of the reasons we saw that is because the Ruby wasn't paired up with it. But now, this time, Twisted Minds is picking up a YSS without the Ruby. They banned it out. So does that mean they have something else paired up with it in the gold lane? We can go for something a bit more stable, though, for Few. You can still go ahead and pick up a Farsa. You're up against an Arlot. You don't have to worry about the Lancelot. Pick it up alongside the Lapu Lapu. But they're saving the mid lane pick for later. Because we know that Few does have a tendency to suddenly show up with like Valentinas, even Faramises.
Faramis, yeah.
And
for sure.
against And with what they're showing right now with the Lapu and Hylos, those two will do very well with the Faramis on board.
This team is basically a collapse squad if that happens, right? So they can basically steamroll anyone who comes in their way, except maybe when there's a Uranus in front.
Yeah, they're saving their mid laners, like both of these teams. I mean, the Selena was there. I was considering it too if they want to go for a very similar pattern to then Aurora Turkey and yesterday Aurora. But it seems like they've already, or like both sides have just revealed their XP, jungle, and roam.
Yeah. So they're both really going to be playing around the mid and the gold. So Twisted Minds, rightfully so, takes away the Harith. I think Falcons will have to take away the Selena here.
Yeah.
Should make their lives significantly easier without having to deal with that. And then later on, Super Marco still has things like the carry. They can even go Bruno if they want for the sheer burst. That could eventually just mean like the Uranus would be nothing. He'll be a sponge. He can take a lot of hits, but it'll still whittle down the Uranus healthily. Then they can go Faramis Bruno or Farsa Bruno.
Yeah, especially if you talk about the fall off.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Faramis with the Valentina getting
Like
taken
what
away.
we saw in the previous series, right? That huge fall off near the end.
Yeah. I would like to see Falcons not pick up a Selena because historically Selena against the Uranus like doesn't do you a lot of favors because you have one guy who, okay, hit me with an abyssal arrow, I don't care.
It's like shooting an arrow to a metal chest plate.
Yeah, it's like literally it's my job to get hit and eat all of this. Thank you.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine with that. And there
Good
they
ban.
banned out the Bruno. Good ban for Twisted Minds because that definitely is one way to deal with this lineup that they have so far. So, is it gonna be the Selena ban for Falcons?
If Falcons ban out the Selena, Twisted Minds can still easily go Kimmy and or Farsa. I prefer to see them pick up the Kimmy again. Just go for the multiple carry setup. You already show the Yi Sun Shin. And then if you want, go for a surprise pickup. Oh, okay. Good ban on the Kimmy.
Love it. Yeah.
So I think they're either gonna give away a Selena or we're gonna see Twisted Mind show up with a unique pick like Lunox Gold or another crazy gold lane pick. But no, they are gonna be going standard with it.
So standard for Twisted Minds, man. I guess they're waiting for maybe the next series. Yeah, but for now, obviously, it's gonna be all firepower here for Falcons. They need a really solid mid. Again, not surprised if it's a Faramis and maybe a carry for Super Marco for old time's sake.
Yeah, most likely.
They will have to acknowledge that this is definitely going to be a macro approach for Twisted Minds for a huge part of the game, though. So I'm not entirely sure who they're... Well, they have the Lancelot, so that's going to be probably one of the ways for side control, for wave control that they have.
Go Layla or something. Oh, okay, so it is the carry.
The pure
Yeah, so another Kagura game, and I think they are thinking that this is gonna be a Selena Kagura trade, as we discussed yesterday in yesterday's broadcast. That's why they ended up going for the Kagura instead. They don't have to go for the Selena. They do need something to help supplement for vision, though.
Flame, I've shed
No,
They do.
Yeah.
Of course they do.
Okay, I've heard many things about Sean and his Selena. So
Good things?
Good things.
Okay.
Good things.
Yeah, hopefully so, because definitely this is a very spicy line for Twisted. If these crowd controls hit, man, Yi Sun-shin's gonna have a field day.
He has a Uranus. He has a Selena. He has all those guys setting things up for him. He has the Arlot too.
Yeah, I think the Arlot is actually going to be one of the main things I'm going to be looking out for here for the lineup of Twisted Minds. Looks a little bit better overall for Falcons because of their survival potential that they have. However, across the board with a potential rating of early to mid game higher for Twisted Minds, does mean that because you're playing up with a Selena with you, there's a chance they could run away with this by minute 7.
Super flicker lineup for everyone though, so they're gonna have a lot of fun. If those crowd control hits, they're gonna stick. And we are gonna see if anything changes here in game number 2. I really do think that the crowd control hits are gonna be so crucial, so I'm gonna watch out for that.
Yep.
As for Falcons though, Maltese, you have to go crazy here, man. You gotta go crazy here.
Yeah. They're gonna speed things up. with Sean providing assistance to MP the King. And I feel like whatever they did in game number 1 in terms of the early aggression is very much feasible with this lineup that they have. It's an Arlott Selena that we're talking about.
Furge actually going for a Rupture alongside Few as well. Acknowledging the tanky nature of that Uranus in the front line that they're going to be seeing a lot of. Even the Arlott who's probably going to be rushing the Thunderbolt for the first item.
Yeah.
So good choice that they decided to go for the Ruptures there.
Alright. Nothing too crazy on the emblem sets except for that.
Oh, now this is crazy.
That's crazy.
A First Blood on the high loss, one of the tankiest heroes in Team Falcon's lineup yet. The first to fall in the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I have to say it now, Kaloy and Sion so far have been playing the mid lane trade against Ogwin and Few better.
Yeah.
They're just better than Ogwin and Few right now.
And they're also capitalizing on the fact that Kagura can't really do anything at this point except throw that umbrella around.
Yeah, and cleanse and stun and do a bit of that every now and then.
Ooh. Getting ragdolled.
If that Spear of Misery was like 0.5 seconds early, imagine the connection. You'd push a Lancelot into the Abyssal Arrow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's some next level coordination we're seeing from Twisted Minds if that were to be the case. But Team Falcons, at least they're still deciding to group together. I mean, I think this is going to be the main strength of their lineup, their ability to just focus on the team fights and their capabilities in terms of that, because Twisted Minds will, in one way or another, still take some time, especially considering the Izunshin jungle, but they're not slowing down. SOD doesn't land, but it could have been a kill for Super Marco there.
Yeah, they're speeding it up, on the contrary.
Okay, never mind, it's still gonna be a kill!
Wow! Okay! Vengeance locked in! Really understanding the limits of that hero. He knew that Super Marco would be committing the flicker and the dash over the wall, but then he just pressed that second skill quickly with no hesitation, dashed over it, got away safely.
He didn't even have Final Slash back then.
No.
He was level 3.
Twisted Minds are good. Twisted Minds are really good, folks. This is what they're doing to Falcons. Again, I'll echo what I said earlier. Kaloy and Sion have been playing this better so far.
What is happening?
Oh, it was a miscalculation! And now Few is the first to fall. MP the King gets traded out. However, a beautiful Bravest Fighter coming in from first, giving him over a double kill. But if he weren't there, it could have been totally different.
Yeah, but now Ferg showing up. All right. I had a really great showing yesterday. I can't allow game number 1 to overshadow that. And coming in with the double kill is the Lapu Lapu.
All right, so we're seeing. I really thought that was going to be it for Falcons. I mean, Few overcommitted as well on that Kagura. I think most of them got danced around, but the follow-up here from Falcons, apparently, when Kaltis came in, he came in clutch.
Yep.
As good as you can get here.
Oh. So, Team Falcons seem to be trying to get a lot more information now than they were in the previous minute, in the past game even. I think they do not want to be as passive anymore, because it's clear that Twisted Minds are the ones setting the tempo, especially in the mid lane. So it's nice to see the Team Falcons are trying to switch things up a bit, but will they be able to translate that even in this upcoming objective?
Yeah, they're trying to speed things up, but so far it's still gonna be Falcons right ahead. Bottom though, they pick off Super Marco. That's huge.
Yeah, teamwork with Sion and the Moskov.
Oh, Lansu all alone, but he doesn't care. No one's able to burst him down just yet. SOD lands though, but now there's the Yin Yang overturn and the final slash coming in from Kaloy, but it's just the two of them. MP the King, Mountain Shocker will not land, but they lose Kaloy in the process in exchange of Super Marco, even though it was a bit delayed.
Yeah, earlier the target was clear, it was Few. Now it's Twisted Minds willing to give up objectives so that Super Marco now has 2 early deaths. Earlier it was Kaloy, now it's Sion.
So he was basically denied 1 minion wave as well as giving full outer turret energy shields as well as the tower over to the Moskov. That's crazy. Nausea's ahead.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm seeing the bulletproof with an early 0-2.
Yeah.
Because of Twisted Minds and this rotation that they've been doing.
Ooh, yeah.
Great pressure by Twisted, great pressure by the center of the map. and all still locked in for the objectives. Falcons though have secured the first 2 turtles of the game. Double War Axis, one of the Lapu, one of the Lancelot. Only up to Corrosion Scythe is the carry, and a Genius Wand for the Kagura. Corrosion Scythe as well for the Moskov, and a Hunter Strike only so far for MP the King, waiting on that endless battle.
Again, we're talking about like ways that Falcons can kind of just reel this back in. Kyle Teasy could be one of those things. Currently ahead in the leaderboards here for experience.
Yeah, that's what was mentioned in the how, but so far Twisted Minds, not just the CC deny, it's literally twisting Team Falcons and their entire idea of how things should be working for them and their lineup. Now it seems like they are a bit split up. They're trying to work a bit more on the macro, but it's still overall really great map control for Twisted Minds prior this upcoming objective. I can't believe we're just 6 minutes into this game.
Yeah, lots of things are actually hitting here.
Yeah, with that Abyssal Arrow, that means that Twisted Minds will get into position a little bit quicker compared to Falcons. They'll have to fast clear the mid. They do give up the position though. The Falcons has a little bit of priority, but Lansu and Kaloy are here to get the info.
Kyle TZ, he
good zone,
is able to secure this for his team, but Nosha will not allow Twisted Minds to not get anything out of that. He's working on the top lane, and I guess fortunately for Team Falcons, they were able to force out the flicker from Sean as well before that engage.
Yeah, and look, because of the presence of Lansu alone, they cannot dive into the tower at the bottom. They can't push it. Initially, that was the plan for Falcons. Send the Kagura, High Loss, and the carry together to finally bring that tower down bot. Lansu just showed up, and Falcons went, no, it's way too risky, because we can't even take this Uranus down just yet. That means Twisted Minds will have time to respond and help him out because of the Dominance Ice Rush by Lansu.
Yeah.
They were planning for the trade. The trade did not happen.
Arrow?
Oh, that landed though. Glorious Pathway slowing down the members of Twisted Minds, but it's just gonna be Lansu in the front lines. Sean down to half HP because of that Thorned Rose, but they're not able to convert it fully into a kill. They're still able to defend their turrets and even their lives.
So far, they're getting pushed back. So Falcons, they're not completely good getting away from this game yet. Nosha, though, is building bank. Like, he has been banking all game long. I wonder how much of a lead he already has. But so far, Falcons has been keeping the global gold in check at the very least, because they're also able to dance around with certain objectives that basically Twisted is giving up.
Wow, what's the plan here? Are they trying to go commit on Lansu? They're gonna try to pick up the Uranus. That's 4 members of Team Falcons trying to take him down, but it's only gonna be a flicker that saves him.
Oh,
wait.
That look easy, Lansu.
And of course, Kyle TZ is going to be a bit angry because of that. Put Sion almost to death.
Okay. I cannot believe my eyes. That was 4 members of Team Falcons, champions, chasing after Lansu. He just escaped with a flicker and a bit of recall.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was doomed when I saw, okay, that's the attack angle of Ogwen, but wait, Marco and Few are also attacking through the same angle. That's not going to work out. Then when I saw Ferds was the only one coming from the angle that he approached, I was like, yeah, Lansu's going to get away from this. And he did without a problem.
Oh, and Lansu right now is just standing right beside Kyle TZ, who's now less than half HP, gets caught by the final slash, but still gets the Lord. And look at how Ferds is just making things work in the backline. Super Marco finds a target onto Kaloy, might just be able to take him down, and he will. It's a double kill for Super Marco.
Yeah, I love that they tried to go for it. They tried to go near and counter Super Marco, but then again, nope. It hurts. He hurts. He hits like a tank.
Yeah, he was delayed. He was beaten down in lane, but he now has a 2-level gap over Nosha's Moskov. Kyle Tizzy got the Lord, and now Falcons showing their veteran prowess and why they're living legends of the game.
That's a big turnaround here being done by the Falcons. That Lord is going to get so much in their favor. All the standing gold on the map is available for them now.
The lead's already in their hands, and they're going to even out the map through this Lord that they've secured for themselves. It's still full HP, so Twisted Minds will really have to make things work just to be able to take this down. But Falcons still respecting Twisted Minds. Won't look for anything else other than the outer turrets.
So let's see how Falcons are going to continue this lead that they have. They should be able to. Ferds. Oh, he gets stunned. They stopped him. But yeah, they get zoned out the members of Twisted Minds, so they get the tower in the mid lane. Map opening up now for Falcons. A stun on Lansu.
Oh, Lansu's getting shredded down, but that's a two-man final slash. Thorn Rose, though, that has to be avoided here by Twisted Minds, but Super Marco still trying to go for it. The Abyssal arrow lands once again, but there's a yin-yang overturn blocking their path.
All right, then go for the full yin-yang overturn. That's Few playing it very safe, just providing a lot of zoning for his teammates, and now it's still going to be resulting in the Falcons' 3.5k gold lead after all that happened.
Yeah, both carries right now, the Lancelot and the carry of Falcons, have more progress in multiple avenues. For the carry, it's levels over Moscow. For the Lancelot, it's gold over Yi Sun-shin. So despite the lead that Twisted Minds were able to build themselves through pushes, through kills, Falcons, at the end of the day, got more objectives. They've gotten all the turtles, they've gotten the single lord of the game so far, and the towers are even leaning towards their side. So Twisted Minds were getting highlights after highlights, but they were not getting objectives.
Absolutely. This was a very low kill score game as well. Almost 12 minutes and it's only 5-4. So they're not getting gold from any other sources except for the ones that are on the map. And don't forget, the mid lane is still available for Falcons. It's still standing.
Oh, nice Abyssal Arrow, denying that potential attempt from Team Falcons to go after Kaloy, but they're not letting go of the upper part of the map.
Yeah, if there's a way that Twist is going to win this, it's going to be through split by that Moskov. I don't see them winning out in the 5-on-5 team fights right away. It feels so hard for them to actually do it. Super Marco is a beast right now on that carry.
Yeah, they got to use the Magic Sentry, so Team Falcons have already transitioned down to the Lord Pit.
Lord time.
But can Nosha make it? So arrow doesn't land, and now they're just trying to burst down the Lord Glorious path. They already committed. SOD doesn't land as well, and Kyle TZ once again secures the Lord. Now they slowly transition to the other members, but Sean finds the kill on Few, and this might be the time for MP the King to pick up a couple of kills for himself as well. Super Marco, though, also takes down Sean, but that's a 1-4-2.
Relatively easy Lord take there for Falcons, but they lost it in the kills. Sean's presence at the backline going after Few, and Super Marco met the gold laner. The carry for Falcons was not available to help join them in the fight, meaning Few and Ogwin got taken down, and Ferds and Ogwin, despite the zone out that they did, still lost members, and the Lord that they decided to push out for would just get taken down by Twisted quickly at the center of the map.
Them being able to isolate a single member already did so much for Twisted Minds. MP the King and the other members were just able to group up around these damage dealers, protect these damage dealers, and that was already enough.
Yeah, it seems to be. Now, the question is, how much will they need to break through this base of Twisted? Because I think they can't be too complacent yet. I think Nosha is still in a very good position here for Falcons to actually be repelled here. Especially if Super Marco is a little bit behind on the rotations. If there's anything that a Moskov can do, it's go across the map faster. So I wonder if they can do that here, while of course being on the defensive. Twisted Minds will need a lot. They'll need a big catch for it to turn around.
I feel like Nosha is choosing not to go too far away too.
Kyle?
Oh, that was a phantom execution right into the bush, but it was the right call. Kaloy gets bursted down.
Damage on this Lancelot, already too much to handle here for Twisted.
That's one combo.
Didn't even have a Hunter Strike at that time. Just had a Fury Hammer.
It was Kaloy who got taken out. That was a Roamer. That was the Arlot.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have lost. Again, this is one of the sicknesses of a lineup that is revolving around what a Uranus can bring to the table. At this point, look at Kyle!
Oh my goodness.
That is a warning shot to Twisted that just when you thought you could win this, their carries are online.
Yin-Yang overturn. Nosha gets to dodge it though. Ferds going in for the commit.
No minions.
Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, so they will back away for now. But there's a conceal from Kaloy. It won't be able to catch up though to the members of Team Falcons. Oh my goodness, this game. Okay.
Kaloy's looking for it, man. He's looking for an opening here. It was not given away by Falcons. Just when you thought that Falcons could maybe one-shot anybody, Twisted are back on the field. They're looking. They're hunting.
Nice try.
And that nice try is a really good sticker emote for that moment.
That was perfect.
That was perfect.
Okay.
All right, so Falcons, obviously, Kaltizi is very scary.
Yep.
We're not contesting that, but it feels like it also is true on the other side, where someone like Super Marco, like few can get erased in a moment's notice.
I feel like Team Falcons, they're more able to move individually.
Yeah.
Like Twisted Minds, they just have to work together to make sure that they get the win, but Falcons can have multiple other angles to work through from. They get to reveal where Team Falcons are gonna come from, though.
Good arrow.
With
The
the Mountain
conceal.
Shocker, and that's the conceal already denied. But that's the Mountain Shocker too, already committed.
hurts.
Wait, they actually get to burst down Oakwood! Now Bird's going in with the Bravest Fighter. Will Kyle He also finds some targets. Nosha! Might get bursted down! And Birds will find the kill! But MP the King is still alive, however. Super Marco trying to go after Sean, and MP the King, or... What? What?
Action left and right. The fight got split. Super Marco got the double kill. It's 5-2 and 0. Kyle TC got taken down because he tried to go after MP the King, who was able to use the Traceless away, committing the flicker from the Uranus to secure the kill there. Now it's Marco versus the Uranus, Marco versus the world to try and secure this Lord.
Okay, Furs is here to provide some assistance. He's literally shredding Lansu down, but MP the King will be able to join as well. Doesn't use the Mountain Shocker just yet, though. So Falcons will be a bit more careful with this decision. They still have MP the King. They still have a Retribution holder.
They're trying to hold their Lord as well. They're trying to hold it, keep it at half. So I don't know what Twisted is thinking here. Obviously, it's going to have to be a crucial SOD for Nosha. Will he be able to come in? I don't think so. Kaltis is back on the field. It's a 5v5 again.
Yeah, first gets the info. Good arrow there onto Ogwin. SOD!
Oh, but Kyle Teasy freely takes the objective. Ogwen, though, might just be the trade now. And Twisted Minds are trying to chase after them. Super Marco will fall. First is isolated. They get access to Kyle Teasy. Few will also pick up a kill, but that's going to be about it for Kyle Teasy! He's still fighting up against 3. Final slash doesn't land, and he dashes away from everyone. Might just go for an outplay, but no!
Kyle wasn't able to survive. He eventually gets taken down, but the Lord is still on the side of Falcons.
We were not ready for that to happen. We were ready for Kaltis to take it and go home, but he did not. He chose to fight. He chose to buy more time, and Twisted are now going to mount the classic defense. That Lord is going to matter so much.
That's another Bravest Fighter coming in from Birds. He gets stunned right after, though.
He wants to get the charge off. He wants to allow the Lord to charge, but Twisted Minds hold it in front of the turret, and they will stop it from charging into it.
Yeah, overturn doesn't land.
Oh, wait a
SOD will. Nosha doesn't go in. Nosha doesn't go in.
What a game!
Okay.
All right, take a quick look at the items. Dominus Eye still on the way here for the Arlot. Oracle and the Blade Armor both for the Lapu Lapu and the High Loss. Blade Armor on the Uranus has also some of the damage eventually coming back to the carry. Every time he's trying to help whittle Lansu down, it's the reflect from that. There's a Divine Glaive on the Selena as well, which is why every time we see an Abyssal Arrow land, Sion is able to make a lot of damage worth it, especially onto Ferds and Ogwen, who do have magic defense items, but Sion just hurts that much.
Yeah, he just hits like a truck as well.
Yep. This is going to be such a tough challenge for Twisted Mind. They're up against veterans. Late game decision making is going to be put to test. But Kyle TZ doesn't land the crucial skill. But Mew! He's the one who gets to land the crucial skills. A pickoff onto Nosha. The perfect pickoff for Twisted Minds.
What the heck? Speaking of veteran experience, just casually remove the enemy gold laner at 19 minutes.
That's a 7-year-old umbrella. And it still got bite.
It's got bite, man. I barely saw it, so I like the skin. So maybe that's why.
That's the goat's goat for ya.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. That's tower down.
Yep, another Bravest Fighter from Birds as well. Yin Yang Overturn will be used onto Kaloy, but he gets to vengeance his way out. Kyle TZ received the Abyssal Trap. And
tower.
now there's the Mountain Shocker. Could they actually go for it?
Flicker!
Lots of flickers in. Thorn Rose, though, deals enough damage. There's another attempt from Few.
There we go!
SOD! Nosha will try to go for it. Super Marco's down, and he's not going for Few.
No way!
Nosha is not innocent. He's guilty of a turnaround.
They find the Abyssal Trap, and it's a shutdown for Sean. This is looking to be it for Twisted Minds, but they we have to wait for the minions, but it's only Kyle Teasy. Can he make it happen?
He's gonna try. He's gonna cut all the way in, but looks like that's not gonna be the case here. We've got a minion in the field, and the game in the hands of Twisted Minds is 2-0.
They start off their Season 16 campaign with a sweep of Team Falcons PH. 4 members of the MPL Philippines Season 5 championship winning roster and MP the King have swept Team Falcons.
Kyle Teasy didn't know.
That was...
He didn't know. He didn't know. The minions were right beside Twisted Minds.
There was a minion hiding there.
There was a...
I swear, I didn't see it. Did you guys see it? It's like they summoned the minion out of thin air.
That game was... All in all, it was... Everything that happened there was just so unbelievable. Props to Team Falcons for that fight. Still, we saw the veteran experience, but... Oh my goodness. Sean, Kaloy, Nosha.
They definitely put on a good show. This is as good as any debuting team has ever done in the MPL Philippines so far.
Yeah.
At least for the longest time.
Yeah, that is definitely up there in best debuts. You sweep Falcons in that fashion. Again, he's not innocent, but Nausea was guilty of a turnaround.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
Insane. Insane mechanics as well from our young players.
Hashtag plot twist.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Our mouths are open. Let's see what they're going to have to say about this.
First match, also their first win. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners,
Twisted Minds!
What a start, Nosha, Kaloy, Sean, welcome to your MPL moment. I'm sure you're feeling good about this win. Unahin na natin, man, Nosha. I can't believe I'm seeing this. What a spear. Dun sa dulo na matchup that sealed the deal. How does it feel na after, grinding from the amateur scene, right at the MDL, nandito na kayo ngayon and first match, kuha nyo kagad ang first victory?
Lagi kami inaalalayan ni Coach Bon na kaya naman talaga namin sumabay, pero di niya inaya na lumaki yung ulo namin. Parang lagi niya lang sinasabi na basta labanan nyo lang, i-treat nyo lang na scream yung laro, ganun. Tapos maging humble lang lagi, yun lang. Kaya yan.
Sobrang gandang performance ang pinakita nyo ngayon, no? Sa mga hindi pa po nakakaalam, sila ang MDL champions sa ating former season at talaga you guys performed well. Kasama nyo rin dyan, of course, si Lansu na nagbabalik sa MPLPH stage.
Lansu,
welcome back. Kumusta naman ang pagbabalik mo? Ano yung pakiramdam na nandito ka na ulit sa MPL stage?
Hindi na po ako nakaban. Excited na po eh. Kasi gigil po akong bumawi eh.
Way back season 10 was, I believe season 10, season 11, right? 12. Okay, so season 12 was that time na nandito ka. Ano bang dapat i-expect ng mga MPL fans from you from season 12 na ngayon nasa season 16 ka na ulit?
Ang laki po talagang pinagbago ko kasi basta po, mali-mali yung ginawa ko. Yung season 12. Ngayon, babawi talaga ako.
Itatama mo na yung mga yon, Lansu. At isa pang gusto ko matanong, si MP the King. MP? Of course. MP.
Ano po?
Among your team members, ikaw lang yung nasa Twisted Minds ngayon na main 5. How are you feeling na sila ngayon ang kasama mo na alam mong buo na yung chemistry nila na 4 tapos ikaw nakasama nila?
Parang magaan sa pakiramdam po kasi hindi ko naiisipin yung chemistry pra. Kumbaga ako na yung magbe-blend in sa kanila.
Love it. I love the idea. And I guess, Coach Bon, we're going to close this one out with you. Because, from what we saw, all of the times that you've been coaching, you've been with, very familiar players, you've been with a lot of names that have been household in the MPL scene. What makes this roster of Twisted Minds quite different na handa kayong makipagsagupaan for Season 16?
Unang-una siguro, nung una ko silang ma-meet, sobrang nainigab ako sa gagawan nila.
Wow!
And bukod pa doon, pangalawa, may kanya-kanya silang motivation. Lahat sila mga breadwinner ng kanya-kanya nilang pamilya. Kaya malalim ang pinugugutan nila.
And with that being said, that inspiration led to their victory. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! What a victory, what a statement, Odin. Ang nakita natin from the Minds as they get their first victory right here.
Talagang may pinapatunayan agad ang mga members ng Twisted Minds. And with that, let's see kung ano pa ang sasabihin ng ating mga casters.
Not to, just so amazing. I was very warm, a very warm interview from Coach.
Yeah.
And a very enthusiastic interview as well from our newcomers and the returnees.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Yeah. Lancey coming back from his stint at MPL Philippines Season 12. And in his own words, I made a lot of mistakes and I want to make up for it. And in Coach Bond's words, the first time I met them, I fell in love with their moves in game.
Yeah.
And that Selena definitely has some great moves from
This is why
Sean.
I told you. I heard good things about this Selena.
It is good. It is good. Absolutely. Sion, which apparently is what is supposed to be pronounced to be as, did exceptionally well here. Again, Brigida was bringing that up, right? Where it was like, you're surprised where the damage is coming from. It's a little surprising, especially if you're the one on the receiving end of this.
Falcons did find their way back though. Like, even despite that early 0-2 for Super Marco, when they were able to find the right timings, it was so hard for Twisted Minds to fight back, especially given how well Ferds just played this Lapu Lapu, which is why we were saying that he was clearly on the road to redeeming themselves after that previous game, but no, it just took some time for Twisted Minds to realize that they really need to work together a lot more, because I feel like in game number 1 there were a lot more individual calls that weren't bad, but this lineup required them to really go hand in hand. Oh, this was oh my goodness, this highlight. It was so close.
Yeah, there was a Kyle Teasy freestyle, baby. And there was just so much that he had to do to actually turn it back. But look at this, beautiful.
I was already watching. I was already scared. Once I saw there was still a green dot on that Moscow, I was like, oh no, I've seen this before. I saw this in Malaysia. I saw this in other countries. It might happen again. And it did. It was a Moscow play, and that's something you always have to watch out for when you're up against a Moscow. You're fighting outside the enemy base, and the game is still close enough for the other team to turn it around, and you are all so low. You all have to spread the hell out and make sure that if one of you is gonna get hit by the SOD, only one of you is gonna go down.
Yeah. The call to do a flicker in from Lansu 2 was just so great, because they knew that the SOD was up, they knew that Nosha was gonna get back in the game, and that they could still go for the chase. And that's where they finally found the way towards ending the game. And I think the surprises didn't even end there. It was the way, in even how Kyle TC tried to go for that defense. I feel like he assumed the minions weren't that far deep into the base just yet.
Or there was like one piece.
Yeah, but
that was hiding somewhere.
Because I was wondering why he went for that like angle.
The super cut to the back,
super cut to the back. So.
I don't know, maybe he saw something move in the grass at that point. I can clown on my own Falcons, y'all.
Oh, that's man.
True. My Falcon Sky heart is broken. But as one of the proponents of the guys pushing for #PlotTwist, it's also great to see. Like, I got my wish. Twisted Minds look good, yes, but I will cry later for my Falcon.
For sure.
Later.
We'll see Renmar in the corner somewhere. But yeah, there you go.
Who was that?
Doing it pretty early.
Oh, some guy in the crowd.
That's probably a crowd. So we're seeing, right? We're seeing the efficiency of our newcomers.
Yeah.
Since yesterday, apparently, has been really showing off and popping off. And yeah, what we're seeing here is definitely a possible change in the paradigm. There a big paradigm shift of who is actually strong. All of our power rankings have gone down the drain because of this. Just because of, like, you know what they say, right? ML is circular.
Yeah. The only thing I've gotten wrong so far about my power rankings is my estimation of AP Brand.
AP Brand.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, I was looking forward to seeing Twisted Minds and how well they're gonna do. Contrary to what we said earlier, it was MP the King saying, I don't need to worry about chemistry because it's only up to me to blend in. So MP the King has put the weight on his shoulders to adapt to Twisted Minds, which is why Twisted Minds look so careful because not careful, but look so good.
Yeah.
Because with ONIC 9 Lives now just thinking, all right, you guys have your chemistry. Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure that I can blend in and adapt with you guys. That's a huge statement coming out from MP the King.
Yeah, he blended in so well. I know it's just like day number 1 of us seeing Twisted Mind, but if you're able to take down Team Falcons in your first match, then what more can you do?
We were talking about like a good benchmark for Twisted Minds here. What more than a Titan of MLBB getting getting felled by them. And that's right.
Yeah, felled.
Felled.
Felled is an actual word.
Yes. So I'm looking forward to their future now.
Yeah.
We don't have like a newbie team that has a 0 standing. We are in a very different era of MLBB right now.
Yeah.
It's just giving me chills.
Aurora's down there because they only have 1 match for the entire week. So we'll see them again next week.
Yeah.
But they unfortunately had to lose in their first game. So yeah, the newcomers, they're all just showing up.
Well, no newcomers are going to be playing today. It is going to be our 2 MSC reps, our top 2 teams definitely in the whole league so far, who are facing each other here in their first matchup of MPL Philippines. It's ONIC Philippines versus TLPH.
The main event for super fans Saturday, and I'm so excited.
Oh boy!
Like, is TLPH still on top form? Has ONIC figured out the things that they wanted to figure out that a lot of people were pointing out online?
Yeah.
So many questions, and I can't wait to see the answers.
This is it. This is it. I hope you guys are ready because, like, we've seen them recently, a few months ago, but
yeah, we flew with them.
Fare?
We did everything, you know. we saw Carl T sleeping on the plane. We saw them lift trophies, crush gold, and everything, and go on camels.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Now we're gonna see them back on home soil. I'm so excited to see what they're gonna do here.
Yep, the Baby Cakes duo, the KK connection. Like, what's new from these teams? What have they changed? What have they improved? I feel like there are just so many questions, so many people looking forward to see how they've developed in that short amount of time that they had right after MSC heading into MPL Season 16, because so many new players are just showing up. They're exceeding expectations. And for these 2 teams, we already have our set expectations. So how is it going to fare for them?
Yeah, if you were ONIC or TLPH watching there earlier, for sure, you're going to have some thoughts. Which I'm sure we would love to hear later on. And everyone else watching. Again, it feels like the power dynamic of the whole league has shifted just a little bit. And we're going to have to wait and see whether or not one of our top 2 teams are going to be able to balance it back on. Throw it over to the Howl for this one.
Welcome back to the Howl, and I've enjoyed that series so much, not because of 2-0 series, but because of the fact that the rookie magic is still there. So we learned another set of 3 things today after that series. First, and most importantly, the rookie magic that we saw. All right. Yesterday, we saw 1 rookie in Ferds win and actually become the MVP of a match. That also happened with X-Nova just earlier on. But now, it's 4 of them out of the ONIC 9 Lives players, now part of Twisted Minds. They have showed us a wonderful series, even up against a team that won yesterday and actually won a lot of championships afterwards in Team Falcons. And I think this is just very good for the league because it just tells us that even in the amateur scene, we can find good talent. Now, we're talking about Twisted Minds and their Twisted Tutor. Tutor is a word that actually is used in MLBB from the Philippines and even internationally when you pick the enemy heroes that pick the heroes that your enemy picked in game number 1 and use it against them and win with it. Exactly what happened in that series. And maybe it's because of the genius of Bonchan, or maybe it's the bravado of the members of Twisted Minds, but because of the action that Uranus with the flicker to get kills, to get initiations, a lot of dashes and a lot of outplays that happened between two teams, we saw that this is really a good way to show the first match for Twisted Minds. And last and most importantly, this is the Twisted mindset. And you see that even when they're half HP, 1/3 HP, as long as there's 5 of them, as long as they have stuns, as long as they have their ultimates, they will fight. We press on. That's what we knew and what we learned from Twisted Minds, and that's what made them win this series. That has been my analysis of that series, and for now, we are going to be heading on to a break. See you next time.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Uy, bawal yan. Mabiwan tayo. Oy, coach, ang ingay mo, coach. Mark, ang lakas ng boss mo, Mark. Ay na. Nakan ka, Perd. Aray ko. Ay, ba't trip ko sa akin? Buko. Tagal ko nga yung salamin ko, mukha akong lolo. Ikaw nga, Mark, salita ka nga. Bilang ka nga. Hindi, 1 to 100. Coach Plap, ang ingay mo.
Hello. Check ping. Galingan natin tol ah. Parang hina nila sa akin. Grabe ka sumama mo sa akin, coach. Nagbabalik. Game. Focus guys ha. Pre, tama na sila. Tayo naman. Patunayan nga natin guys na kaya natin makipagsabayan. MP ha. MP, tulungan mo kami. Pre, tinatawanan ako ni MP. Pre, wag mo ako tawanan pre. Focus pre. Nice one. Per. Baka ano yun tayo. Pre, baka pang sibol lang tayo. Nakachamba lang tayo. Let's underestimate the enemy, okay? Pre, tignan nyo yung nanonood sa atin. Kalahati ng pamilya ni Nosha. Kaya nga, full support eh. Naka-echo pa yung isa mong kasama na siya. Nakakatakot yan. Ano nga pre? MPL mode nga. Pre, motivation nga tayo. Ito na yun. Ito na yung future natin. Let's go.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Uy, bawal yan. Mabiwan tayo. Oy, coach, ang ingay mo, coach. Mark, ang lakas ng boss mo, Mark. Ay na. Nakan ka, Perd. Aray ko. Ay, ba't trip ko sa akin? Buko. Tagal ko nga yung salamin ko, mukha akong lolo. Ikaw nga, Mark, salita ka nga. Bilang ka nga. Hindi, 1 to 100. Coach Plap, ang ingay mo.
Hello. Check ping. Galingan natin tol ah. Parang hina nila sa akin. Grabe ka sumama mo sa akin, coach. Nagbabalik. Game. Focus guys ha. Pre, tama na sila, tayo naman. Patunayan nga natin guys na kaya natin makipagsabayan. MP MP tulungan mo kami. Pre, tinatawanan ako ni MP. Pre, wag mo ako tawanan pre, focus pre. Nice one, per. Baka ano yan tayo. Pre, baka pang sibo lang tayo, nakachamba lang tayo. Let's underestimate the enemy, okay? Pre, tignan niyo yung nanonood sa atin, kalahati ng pamilya ni Nosha. Kaya ngayon, full support eh. Naka-echo pa yung isa mong kasama na siya. Nakakatakot yan. Ano nga pre, MPL mode nga. Pre, motivation nga tayo. Ito na yun. Ito na yung future natin. Let's go, let's go.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Uy, bawal yan. Mabiwan tayo. Uy, coach, ang ingay mo, coach. Mark, ang lakas ng boss mo, Mark. Ayun na. Nakan ka, Perd. Aray ko. Ay, bad trip ko sa akin? Buko. Tagal mo nga yung salamin ko, mukha akong lolo. Ikaw nga, Mark, salita ka nga. Bilang ka nga. Hindi, 1 to 100. Coach Flap, ang ingay mo,
Hello. Check ping. Galingan natin tol ah. Parang hina nila sa akin. Grabe ka sumama sa akin, coach. Nagbabalik. Game. Focus guys ha. Pre, tama na sila, tayo naman. Patunayan nga natin guys na kaya natin makipagsabayan. MP tulungan mo kami. Pre, tinatawanan ako ni MP. Pre, wag mo ako tawanan pre, focus pre. Nice one, per. Baka ano yan tayo. Pre, baka pang sibo lang tayo, nakachamba lang tayo. Let's underestimate the enemy, okay? Pre, tignan niyo yung nanonood sa atin, kalahati ng pamilya ni Nosha. Kaya ngayon, full support eh. Naka-echo pa yung isa mong kasama na siya. Nakakatakot yan. Ano nga pre, MPL mode nga. Pre, motivation nga tayo. Ito na yun. Ito na yung future natin. Let's go.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Uy, bawal yan. Mabiwan tayo. Uy, coach, ang ingay mo, coach. Mark, ang lakas ng boss mo, Mark. Ayun na. Nakan ka, Perd. Aray ko. Ay, bad trip ko sa akin. Tagal ko nga yung salamin ko mukha akong lolo. Ikaw nga, Mark. Salita ka nga. Bilang ka nga. Hindi, 1 to 100. Coach Pla, pangingay mo.
Hello. Check ping. Galingan natin tol ah. Parang hina nila sa akin. Grabe ka sumama sa akin, coach. Nagbabalik. Game. Focus guys ha. Pre, tama na sila. Tayo naman. Patunayan nga natin guys na kaya natin makipagsabayan. MP ha. MP, tulungan mo kami. Pre, tinatawanan ako ni MP. Pre, wag mo ako tawanan, pre. Focus, pre. Nice one, per. Baka ano yun tayo. Pre, baka pang sibo lang tayo, nakachamba lang tayo. Let's underestimate the enemy, okay? Pre, tignan nyo yung nanonood sa atin, kalahati ng pamilya ni Nosha. Kaya ngayon, full support eh. Naka-echo pa yung isa mong kasama na siya. Nakakatakot yan. Ano nga pre, MPL mode nga. Pre, motivation nga tayo. Ito na yun. Ito na yung future natin. Let's go.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! DJ Bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! DJ Bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MLBB, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
It's not enough for me, so we go to number 3. It's the third match of today here in week 1 of MPL Philippines season 16. I'm Rockhart alongside the Red Mars of the Cruise, and of course, it's Wolf.
I'm not gonna howl. I'm not gonna howl.
You're not gonna?
You're not gonna.
I save it. I save it for those segments.
All right. Okay.
Isn't that like the only reason we got him here? No, we're kidding.
No,
we're kidding.
but he needs to save up his howl fuel. Bro, it's good to have you back on the English desk.
Oh my God! I wanted to say that, dude.
Yeah.
This feels okay. This feels at home. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah.
We're speaking in English. We're talking to the international viewers, and I believe that the humor in this desk is totally different from the Filipino desk, right? So
Yeah, it is.
I'm excited.
Yeah, you said the exact same thing of the Filipino broadcast. So which one is his actual home? I
You
don't
heard that,
know
yeah.
anymore.
We heard that, but we're gonna
No,
find
good to
out
have you back, dude.
eventually how the Wolf is gonna adjust here in the English stream. Hopefully, you guys have also followed him all throughout his journey. He has been doing everything in MPL Philippines.
So it seems. And by the way, big shoutouts to the streamers. They're always there, right? They always go for the English broadcast. So I don't know if Mirko is watching right now, but yeah, shoutouts to Mirko and other streamers out there.
I don't even know if he's casting in Indonesia right now because MPL ID's going on.
You're right.
He could be casting.
Could be.
Yeah, He could be busy today. But then, very grateful to all the restreamers. Hi, guys.
Yeah, and if the restreamers were watching last game, they were like, their minds are probably still on the floor.
Oh my
And they're
God.
picking it up.
Oh my God.
Because, oh my goodness, 2-0 for Twisted Minds against
Oh my
the
God.
Falcons.
Yeah, that was so unexpected. Again, Falcons guy, I'm hurt, but as one of the plot twist guys as well, it was great to see a young squad show up. But then we gotta acknowledge it's Sanford and Carl Teasy, Kelra and Super Friends. It's Team Liquid Philippines versus ONIC.
Man, these stingers catch me by surprise.
Dude, I love those.
They're screaming at us, and I would say everyone else at home is screaming, it's ONIC Philippines versus Team Liquid Philippines right here in week 1.
Yeah, I think that actually feels more personal to me because, especially because of this matchup. I was there, the front row last season. Was on the losing end, but it was fun. It's a great game 7, and come on, man. It's the goal. If you get defeated by the GOAT Carl TZ, you're actually okay.
Yeah.
You'll feel well. You know?
Lose to anyone else, it hurts. Lose to Carl TZ,
it's
Okay. It's still the golden rivalry, right? It's still the rivalry that has been built up from how many seasons now, and TLPH definitely coming out on top, at least by very close as well.
Yeah. And I think recently, because of performances from ONIC, it feels like their recent record has overshadowed their past success, which is quite saddening to see, but it's also understandable. When you're up there, people are looking forward to the fall. For the longest time, Liquid was not up there, and then it took them a long time to grind back. Even Carl TZ said it himself. He had to lose a lot to get back to this form now.
Yeah. As a famous rapper once said, it took a long time for them to recover, and it took, with what you did, I'm still having a hangover.
Wow. All right.
It's something that a famous rapper has once told me, and it still sticks with me.
Told you.
Yeah.
Personally.
It hurts me, especially in that sense.
Yo, what are we on right now? I'm in the middle seat. Wolf is back, and Rockhard is dropping rap bars.
Yeah, so for now at least, we are seeing still glimpses of what ONIC still is.
Yeah.
Again, you kind of forget how strong they are when faced off against the top-notch teams. Like, I know that international teams are probably watching us and they're like, whoa. In that last game, was that actually rookies?
I'm still, when you're talking about hangover, I'm still hungover from that previous game, but I think we have to really put ourselves in the space where we are now going to be looking at the top 2 teams so far in the Philippines.
At least in the world, maybe.
Yeah, in the world. I would say that there was a little bit of, there's a little bit of an itch for ONIC Philippines, particularly because they aim to really bounce back against TLPH in the grand finals. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it through after that battle against SRG. And even the ONIC PH players themselves, they're saying that they haven't really shown their top form during MSC. It kind of sucks that in the biggest, the grandest stage, you don't really give your 100. You can't just unleash your 100% because that happens sometimes. There's just some tournaments where you're not just super duper locked in. There's something holding you back, and that's what ONIC Philippines felt. But now for Team Liquid, I wonder how they feel now because I think that this is their first match after winning, and not only that, it's only been two weeks since MSC, so
it feels like a long time. Yeah,
I don't think that they have found their rest yet. You know?
They had to climb a crazy mountain, and the next thing you know, you're back in the Philippines, where they have said, sometimes it's really so much tougher back home compared to internationals. It's like there's no rest for the wicked at all.
Honestly, it feels like when you're Philippine team versus MSC teams, it feels like a different story. It's like Olympians going down and visiting the humans.
Oh yeah.
And then now the Olympians are back among the gods.
The pantheon. They're back in the pantheon for sure.
Yeah.
That's crazy to paint where they've just battled SRG, one of the obviously top teams around the world, but then in the grand final, but then they come back home and they face up against their rival. A reunion that we really wanted to see, a matchup that we really wanted to see. So it's crazy to think that after MSC, there's another big headliner 2 weeks after, you know?
Yeah, it's like we just won the title, we beat SRG, you come back home and you're facing off against ONIC right away. It just paints the picture of when you're some of the best teams in the world, instantly when you go back home to your regional leagues, there's so much pressure on you.
Yeah.
And even more so for these two, because Team Liquid are now officially on the Golden Road narrative.
Ooh.
Every step they have this
right.
season, every match they have, is a step towards potentially fulfilling the Golden Road if ever they make it to M7. While for ONIC, it's also a heavy weight on their shoulders to show the rest of the world that, guys, we're still really damn good at this.
Yeah.
We may not be the gods of the game anymore as we used to be in M6, but we're still one of the best teams in the world.
That's right. Remind me, you need to get to MPLs?
Yes.
Two
The
MPLs,
MSC?
MSC, and
Alright.
M7.
So there's still, they're very close, but it's still like 50% as of now, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then what's standing between them and that Golden Road is not only ONIC Philippines, but also the rest
The whole
of
league.
this league. Oh my God, with what, rookies like dominating like previous champions, you know? Like, oh my God.
Which is what makes it even crazier. It's like you have the entire league in front of you, but then your first step, all right, what we got to do first for Golden Road? ONIC?
Champion right away.
Right away?
Yeah.
That's difficult. So, which is why we get so excited for matchups such as these, which is why the arena has filled up to the brim.
Oh my God.
It's fully packed house because they know the weight of a matchup between Team Liquid and ONIC in the Philippines.
It's really heavy. The atmosphere is intense. We also saw some mascots coming into here, which we don't usually see. And everyone just preparing their chants already at this time.
That's right.
I can really feel like it's a big homecoming, right? It's a big homecoming for all of us. It's a big homecoming for the fans, where they can welcome ONIC and Team Liquid back into the home of champions.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. To make it even harder, Team Liquid has this thing. They have this pattern where it's always the odd season with them. 11, 13, 15, and every even numbered season is where they sort of crumble.
Yeah. It seems like they become champions, they perform in the international tournament only to struggle in the following season. And I would say that this is not really about Team Liquid. It's more of, hey, I'm being honest there. I think it's more about the league, not actually Team Liquid PH.
Yeah.
Because here's the problem when you are in the Philippines. If you're the top, they always look. They always want to counter what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And that has been the thing. I think the only, I would say, successful back-to-back championship was the Blacklist International one, where they thought that, you know, teams started to craft things to kind of counter them, but they also solidified their own strategy. They did it back-to-back seasons and then corrected along the way. But apart from that, it's so difficult to pull it off in the Philippines because there's always someone to try to defeat you.
Yeah, basically under a microscope, everything you do. But now we'll go and use a different microscope. Let's throw it over to our All Access.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters cavalry. I wanna hear you scream! At walang iba, andito ka na naman. Everyone, please welcome ang Mima ng lahat, Mima Doors! Mima, alam mo na to?
Yes!
Kamusta ang feeling na champion na naman ang Team Liquid?
Syempre, alam mo naman, nakakakaba pa rin ngayon. Pero alam namin, makukuha pa namin to ulit.
Alam mo, feel ko hindi mo na kailangan yan eh.
Hello?
Kasi, hello? Ay, meron na, okay. Simulan na natin to, Mima. Ano bang ituturo mo sa amin ngayong araw?
Syempre, yung natin, ang chant talaga ng Team Liquid. So, alam na rin ng mga Cavaliers yun.
Okay, pahingi nga ng sample.
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Ayun. Tatlo lang muna, be.
Cut na daw yun pag ganun. Alam mo, Let's Go Liquid has been very much a classic na nagaganap ever since nandito ang MPL. Paano ba dyan sa kabila, Odin? Kamusta dyan?
Alam mo, Hans, parang nakukulangan daw sila sa energy niya. Di ba, Sonics? Royce! Alam na nila to eh. Kahit hindi mo ituro eh. Parinig naman. Paano ba magiging mga Sonics?
Isang season na to eh, no? Kailangan ba ituro dito? 1, 2, 3, and O! N-I-C! ONIC! O! N-I-C! ONIC! O! N-I-C! ONIC! Let's go, Super!
May buff kasi. Nandito yung mascot nila na si Sonic. Hans! Meron pa bang ilalakas daw ang TLPH Cavalry?
Men, parang sample naman.
Naku naman.
May lalasa tayo.
Meron yan, di ba?
Men, kailangan talunin.
Teka.
Hindi tayo mag-cheer, okay? Sisigawan lang natin sila in 1, 2, 3.
Hoy! Eto yan, go! TLPH Liquid! TLPH Liquid! TLPH Liquid!
Ay!
Hiningian nyo kasi.
May ganun sa dulo.
O, ayan na. O, din, paano ba yan? Nakita nyo naman, di ba?
May ganun sila sa dulo. Okay, for the last time, Sonics, mag-ingay!
Let's make some noise! Wait lang. Sonics, what time is it? Let's go on it! Alright, let's go on it! Let's go on it! Let's go on it!
Grabe talaga ang energy ng mga Sonics and complete pa ang kanilang props. Hans, what do you have to say about that?
Naku, ano yung sabi mo, Mima?
Parang ano lang, gaya-gaya. Charot.
Ano ba naman yan?
Charot lang.
Ano natin? Guys, para lang magkalinawan kasi ako magbabasa eh. Sino mananalo sa laban na to? Nako, mahina.
Ano yan, guys?
Do it again. Who's gonna win this match?
Liquid!
Parang pwede din dun sa kabila. Eh, dito naman. Who's gonna win this match? Well, one thing is for sure, this is the star match of the night. Team Liquid going up against ONIC Philippines. Casters, inyo na to.
There you go. We weren't kidding when we said we saw a mascot there.
Oh my God, the energy, dude.
I love it. Live chant piracy.
the great display we've seen so far.
They just started copying each other's chants.
Oh my goodness. I love it. You know, Mima Dars has been a staple. I think, how long has it been?
I started seeing Mima since like season 10, I think.
It's been years, man.
Yeah, it's season 10 during the Echo era.
Wow.
It's been like 6 seasons. So if you have Carl Teasy, the GOAT, Mima is the GOAT community leader.
I thought you were going to say the goatee.
The goatee.
He's not. But yes.
The goatee.
So we're going to talk about TLPH now.
All right.
So TLPH, obviously, we're seeing the all-star Carl Teasy. He has absorbed. He is.
Come on, man.
He's worn it. He is the GOAT.
Yeah, he's embraced it. It's that is pure aura, folks.
Oh my goodness. That's so much aura.
We saw MSC, and MSC wasn't the competition.
Yeah.
It was a coronation for the GOAT. No longer the young GOAT, although he's still
pretty young.
He's just the GOAT now.
Just the GOAT now. And I think it was the performance that ended all debates.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no one that can ever argue against Carl Teasy being the GOAT.
Yeah. You know, what's funny about that is that Carl Teasy's GOAT status, every time when it's brought up and hotly contested, that's when he wins something to shut everyone up. M4, he was like, no, I'm still the GOAT. Sweeps Prime Blacklist, becomes the first ever 2-time world champ. And then when everyone's talking about like Kelra, King Kong, all these names popping up, suddenly Carl's like, all right, let me finally win MSC.
Yeah. Let me complete Mobile Legends.
Let me complete Mobile Legends. He has medals to go to boot. Man, this is his Magnus arc at this point.
Yeah, all the Freds, they were completely shut off. No one is countering anyone. He unified the whole MLBB nation.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's funny because for the longest time it was like when someone talks about Carl Teasy as the GOAT, some other people will bring up names.
Yeah.
Now it's the other way around. When someone brings up a different name in the debate, everyone just goes, no, it's Carl.
Quiet down?
Sit down. It's Carl Teasy.
Maybe 10 more seasons. Maybe what? 3 more. How do you actually out-GOAT the GOAT? How will that even happen, dude?
Too many things. You gotta do too many.
You gotta get what? Twice of what he has?
Yeah, double.
Minimum.
Oh my goodness.
That's gonna take a few years. So let's throw it over here. Let's throw it on the stage.
The golden rivalry for Season 16 is about to begin, starting with the Sonics. Kirk, King Kong, Super Fritz, Brusco, and Caldra, ONIC Philippines! making their way into the arena. The defending MPL Philippines and MSC champions, Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JB, and Oheb, Team Liquid Philippines! And our marshals for this titanic matchup, it's Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jubin. And the coaches to represent the two teams, Coach Why Not and Coach RC. MPL Arena, will it be ONIC? Will it be Liquid? Magingay!
Here we go. This is the biggest match of the day so far. It is ONIC Philippines first off. Again, coming in third in MSC. These are the teams that a lot of people really have their sights on for the past year.
Yeah, you have Kelra and King Kong, and you saw that nobody's safe from the mullet. No, nobody's mullet-proof, even Brusco, as you saw.
Apparently.
But this is a team that really wants to perform against TLPH because they have to bounce back.
Yeah, but up against them is a team that I feel like this photo just fully encapsulates what Team Liquid is right now. Multiple time world champions, champions in their own right. I feel like this is the most realized version of Team Liquid we've ever gotten, with Sanford, Sanji, JP, Oheb, and Carl TZ now just fully embracing a lot of the things that were either thrown against them or just put on their heads and say, yeah, we are this, and this is the reason why we're the best.
Yeah, it really feels like they realized their full potential the moment they really stepped into the ring together as a team. And so far, there's very few people have actually been able to counter it. And ONIC Philippines is going to be, it feels like a gargantuan task.
Even the top teams really just bow down to Team Liquid. I mean, there was no contest. ONIC Indonesia, ONIC Philippines, SRG, all the other teams in MSC, they looked like they had no chance against TLPH when they played against them.
Yeah, and so far, it's going to have to be another proving ground here for ONIC Philippines that they are still the world champions, which they are. They are the M6 world champions, and they're going to have to prove it once again. And in order to do that, it's one step at a time. And their first step is a big doozy, to be honest. It's already against the current MPL champions and MSC champs. Let's see what Wolf has to say about this as we go into the...
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf presenting you the Infinix keys to victory. It's ONIC PH going up against Team Liquid Philippines, and we know that this is the star match for today. But before we start, I think both of them needs to focus on this. And I know that this is going to sound a little bit personal, and probably you're going to be smiling after hearing this, but both teams should have the XP lane hero with a better laning stage, and whoever has that will win. And I'm going to leave it up to you to actually understand that. Now for ONIC Philippines, what they need to do is to watch out for TLPH's death mode, even if TLPH is down -1. Alright, so that might be a very difficult sentence to understand. But basically what I'm trying to say here is, even when TLPH has one of their heroes picked off, you still have to watch out for their rain gauge. TLPH is notorious on knowing how much damage they can employ and if they can still team fight afterwards. So -1 against TLPH doesn't mean so much. If you don't understand how the team fight should go, you should not fight against TLPH. The first turtle also needs to be secured. That has been the problem for ONIC when they faced up against TLPH before, and that has always been the problem of other teams when facing up against TLPH. That's something that ONIC has to, that's something we need to see from ONIC today. Now for TLPH, the champions, it's not that difficult for them. They have to just force ONIC to go greedy with their farm-heavy heroes. For the jungler, for the XP lane, as well as for the gold laner, the cores in the game, it's sometimes a problem for ONIC Philippines when they go greedy, when they go farm heavy too much. They spend so much time farming that they lose the early game. That's something that TLPH can force against ONIC Philippines. And now, it's gonna be very simple again. Flex the champion's aura. win the game from the mental battle itself. And I'm sure that the casters and all of you guys already understand what that means. So let's not elaborate further. Let's head straight into the draft.
And there you go. That was a fast teleport being done by.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that. Are you Goku or something?
After I wasn't there in Riyadh, but I learned how to clone myself during the meantime.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. They just do this.
So there's another wolf running around?
Yeah.
Is he shirtless?
Let's not talk about that, please.
We're in public, brother. So we are going to see a community poll here, of course. It's still a question of who is the best gold laner in the league.
Yo.
I can't believe we're seeing this, but we are seeing Kelra and Oheb still on A and B. Are you Super Marco or are you Netski?
Oh, I love how Netski made it to the poll, dude.
Hey,
I love that.
If you're not voting for Netski, what do you even know about Mobile Legends?
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
There's only one choice and it's clearly D.
I think everyone is just very happy to press D right now in the comment section.
Oh my god.
Are you guys doing that right now? I can see you.
I love it. Hopefully it becomes a running joke with the community.
Who's the best gold laner? Is it Kelra or Oheb? No, it's Netski. What are you talking about?
Let's go, dude.
Yeah. We gotta do something if Netski actually wins that poll.
Oh yeah,
we
we gotta do something.
Maybe
Like,
wear Netski masks or what?
there needs
Or
to be
something like that.
At least a graphic for it, and then we gotta celebrate that.
We gotta celebrate that
100%.
for sure.
So social media team, you know what to do. Make the poll already. And right, so far, it's always going to be a question of who can. It's always been a question of whether who can carry the team better.
Yeah.
Who's a better team player in that lane.
That's you're right. You're right.
Yeah, and that's exactly where the debates have been at now, where
debate.
people are saying it's clearly Kelra as the better individual mechanic gold laner. Then you have Oheb as the best team fighter, team player gold laner. Super Marco and the best individual sheer mechanics of it. So there's like different categories for it now.
And don't forget, Netski for everything.
Netski for everything. Yeah, 100%. The most complete gold laner, I would say.
The full package.
The full package.
But did you see his grade, by the way? He's 100% from the contents of what we're doing when we're interviewing. Like, they had to rate like their aggressiveness, their objective taking. He's the only player that has 100% rating overall average
for himself.
Wow.
They graded themselves. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Amazing.
That's confidence.
That's confidence. Hey, by the way, when we're just talking about like the top 3 gold laners, and I'm gonna make this very quick. Kelra was actually asked in some other content piece, and he said that it's between him, Innocent, and Oheb. And he said like someone, I think Innocent's best at laning, and then when it comes to micro skills, Kelra mentioned himself. And then when it comes to the team fighting, Kelra mentioned it was Oheb. But when I did an interview with Kelra, guess who he said was the best gold laner that he ever faced?
Marky.
That was actually Marky. It is Marky.
It is Marky.
It is Marky.
We miss Marky. If you're watching Marky, play soon again here.
Yeah, come back.
Come back home.
Come on.
Come on.
We need you here.
We're going to draft for game 1.
We need someone to challenge Nets.
Yeah.
That's true. Hey. Okay, so here on the first one, Arlot's out, Easton out, all the usual suspects are gone.
So
Sushin.
Yeah. Sushin, Kimi, Farsa, those trades.
Yeah,
doing it.
Sushin is like, or probably Lancelot.
Oh yeah,
actually.
right. Yeah.
And yeah, we want to see King Kong in action with the Lancelot.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you pick Zushin or Selena? I think it's much better to pick up the Zushin now for TLPH. There it is.
Okay.
And then probably Fredrin.
Oh, right away.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Oh.
CC.
CC.
Okay, they go for the CC instead. I think they still do have room to pick up the Frederick.
Yeah,
they can
you're
just
right.
slot it in later at red 3.
You're right, actually. So yeah, that's okay. What do you now answer again with the CC? This is always tricky because there's no Arlot. I just hope he's not Phobius.
I was about to say, what about Phobius?
Come on. Don't give me the. Okay,
Or is that matchup like you can kind of reserve it maybe for later?
You reserve it never.
You reserve it never.
That's too personal for me, you know.
Yeah.
What do you pick? Do you just get the Lapu-Lapu, I guess?
Ready to engage.
Eyeless.
They go for the Brusco pick?
Yeah, that's a flex pick. That could be a Kirk hero. That could be a Brusco hero.
That's true.
Yeah.
Man, Kirk has been, his pool has really been tried in the recent games that he has been playing at.
Yeah.
Talking about the Fredrin earlier, it could already come in here.
Yeah.
But they also don't have... Oh yeah, that will be their jungler already if that's the case. And they'll manipulate the draft so Red 4 can go to Oheb.
This is also where you count. Like, I think it's obvious that you want to get the Fredrin now, but also...
No Freddy today!
Yeah.
No Freddy boy!
Yeah, they're not going tanky.
This is... I would say this is not like a TLPH kind of composition where they pick up a Joy and then a CC because they're both farmers. Usually when you go for a Joy, for let's say Carl TC plays a Joy, you go for sustain heroes on Sanford or playmaking heroes, not a farming hero.
Yeah, CC is one of those aggressive options that you put in the EXP lane, and I think this is a little bit more telegraphed now because ONIC can expect, okay, TLPH will most likely want to get up the Moskov, so then you start drafting around, okay, what else can we pick to give Moskov that difficulty? They take away the Hilda, also respecting that as a potential JP pickup.
That's right.
As good as it is for messing up jungle rotations, it's also good at defending its own jungle.
Yeah, I like that they're so well-rounded as well, because a lot of people tend to forget JP is still in the ring. You know, when you go talk about people like Oheb, like Carl TZ, and Kelra, man, you gotta watch out.
What a surprise would it be if the Franco was a choice here for JP? You know, in that they just wanna they kind of wanna destroy the jungling pattern of King Kong, and having the extra vision and obviously that guaranteed stun against the Lancelot actually works. But we've seen a lot of Kufra in the past 2 days, so that can also be a JP choice here. Still banning the Phobius.
Alright, still respecting it.
Okay.
No, if Team Liquid
You're taking that personally.
I was there, man. I saw his game.
Yeah, he was actually watching my stream.
Yeah, I was in the hotel room. I was chatting in his chat. I was like, oh, the pain.
Bro, the pain. The pain. But that still opens up the Lapu-Lapu, by the way. It's still open for ONIC to take. Has decent synergy with the Lancelot, especially if you already have the Hylas. You already have a contact hero, you have a vision hero, so you're allowed to get a secondary initiate with the Lapu-Lapu. But at the same time, it does not completely stop the Joy. So we'll see.
What about Lapu on the other side, though? No, they have CC already.
Yeah.
Sorry, never mind.
I mean,
dude, they'll just go Granger here, right? If you're TLPH.
Yeah, if you're gonna play it safe, you already have the Joy with you anyway. Either the Granger or the Moskov are the picks that I want to see them consider.
Yeah.
Considering that whatever else is left for ONIC is gonna be someone who could dive close. It would be really nice if you could get someone with that extra bit of knockback. So that's why I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Moskov. As long as it's someone with a Purified, I feel like. So they do lock in the Moskov.
Very greedy. Very non-TLPH, but we'll see. So it's the Bruno and the Badang. All right, pretty basic actually if you think about it. Like the Badang just works versus the Joy, Bruno versus the Moskov. Now JP, what do you pick up? Oh my goodness!
All right, I was hoping for
I was actually thinking about this. I didn't want to suggest it because I don't know if it can work. But the idea here is, you don't have a Selena anymore in combination with Joy for the leash. So instead, you look for other sources of possible leash, which in this case, Joyhead provides.
Yeah, I was looking for maybe a chip, but then I realized, oh, Badang. Never mind.
Oh, wow. Jawhead. You mentioned greedy once that Moskov comes out. This is even extra greed. However, if Team Liquid can get the ball rolling real quickly, this could slip out of the hands of ONIC very fast.
Yeah, this greed is good. 99999.
Oh, yeah.
As we heard from the Howl, from whoever said that, the first turtle is the most important hero for ONIC. The most important.
At least for this matchup, right? Not all matchups. In this one, I feel like it has a special place, right?
And most importantly as well, we mentioned that they should not go for greedy cores, which in this case, they only have one, which is the Lancelot. Bruno as well as the Badang in the EXP lane, they can go fast.
Welcome
and that's what they need to do. So far, two checkboxes ticked. Yeah.
Let's see if they can accelerate this even further, as TLPH are going to be facing off against a Bruno on the bottom side of the map. Let's go with game number 1 and see what's up here.
Exactly what Wolf mentioned earlier about the leash. You actually see the Jawhead leashing for the Joy at the orange pit. So a little bit faster rotation. Hopefully we don't see a JP moment of accidentally stealing the buff. We will not.
Why do you have to bring that up?
No, because it's a clear running joke.
It's
with
a
the community
documented.
now, yeah.
It's a documented phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Because it actually changed the tide of the game.
It's a paranormal activity.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If only it happened once, right? But no.
Oh, Oheb getting
Look
the
at
first
that.
gold grab. That's super duper important here for Oheb.
Yep, especially going up against that Bruno. A stun on the jaw. JP takes a brunt of the damage from 3 sources, but still holds on. That reduction of damage under the turret helping him out.
Yeah. A little bit of shielding as well coming in from the ejector will definitely be useful. But for now, it is going to be a bit of stalemate. We do see that Kelra is a little bit ahead, or at least going more forward here, maximizing that Bruno range.
This is interesting because I think that it should be Oheb that's leading when it comes to the gold. But Kelra leads the XP. And I'm only saying this because of that gold grab. That is actually a mini objective in this lane.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see, obviously, nice attempt on the top side. Just the gut check to see if Sanford is on his toes.
Yeah.
Mr. Finals MVP himself.
Alright, so far, it seems like ONIC is going to get the first start here at the turtle. Cartesi already forced to use the electrifying beats. Slow and steady is Liquid, but ONIC are hell-bent on getting this first turtle without that much of a problem, and it goes to the hands of King Kong. JP gets stunned up, fist crack, everything thrown at the roamer. JP gets a flicker away. Sanji still fighting out because Sanford throws a curtain call. Brusco gets brought up, but Brusco gets away. And Team Liquid Philippines looks like they'll be able to find a trade through Kirk. First blood for JP.
All right, so we got a bit of an advantage here. You have one of the keys to victory already checked off, but they gave away a kill.
And what's important here is that Brusco seems to not have forgotten the matchup of the highlights at the joint, was able to outplay with the stun. However, Kirk unfortunately got dragged down twice, and that was actually ejector as well as the Lucian lift. And that's a difficult scenario to be in, and we know for sure that Kirk didn't have the flicker during that moment. That was a first turtle fight that ONIC kind of lost in a way because I guess the EXP as well as the gold from kills, especially on an XP lane, matters in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and after that, Team Liquid Philippines were also able to get a camp in the bottom part of the jungle for King Kong. They have a 600 gold lead. So yeah, it's like a soft loss, though not too big of a win by Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely got a little bit of gold, but it's still ONIC who are ahead, at least in the bush check category here. You don't want to face that if you're TLPH, at least not now.
Well, we know that ONIC's strength lies in the early game, and it seems like there's a little bit of a double lane maneuver there coming out from ONIC, helping Kelra out, and then even Brusco guarding this retreat coming out from Kelra's JP.
JP's in front.
You know, he actually denied literally 1 million because of that, and that matters. Like an inch of an advantage between these two gold laners matters so much.
And that's what you expect when you're seeing some of the best teams in the world fight it out here in the Philippines. It's a game of inches. That's why it's important to be Ocho Gahaba.
That's right. And that's like, is that inches or feet? At this point, it feels like it's feet for Ocho G. You know, we're gonna see. Sorry, that's not inhumanly impossible.
That is not.
So here's turtle number 2. How important is this one, though?
Yeah, this is as important as the first one in a way where it's more about the hero kills, and it's not like whoever gets the retribution of the turtle automatically gets the advantage or the tempo. It's whoever wins the post-turtle fight.
The turn.
Yeah. Both of these two teams, both very good at the turn right now as King Kong pulls his beetle away. JP, already second skill out, should be coming back relatively quickly. Kelra in a good spot. Brusco already brings out the glorious pathway. That's going to be a stun and everything thrown at Sanford. And the XP laner gets taken out, but Carl TZ is here. He doesn't secure. It's actually Brusco who gets the turtle, and Carl TZ, JP, and the rest of Liquid have to run.
That was so good. Did you see that Super Friends reposition?
Yeah.
Just refuses to give up that feathered airstrike.
Still fighting it out. JP takes a brunt of damage as ONIC will be able to break down the mid lane turret of Liquid in 5 minutes. Liquid traded out up top, but it is a favorable trade for ONIC in the middle.
It's a favorable trade because that's their MO in this particular game. They want to take the neutral objectives first because they have the Bruno. They want to siege as fast as possible, and getting a turtle and then a turret with a kill on top of it, that actually makes their tempo really good. However, because of what Oheb decided to do with this split push, TLPH still holds on to the lead.
Glorious pathway, JP gets spotted out. Although he tosses Brusco, but right away the feathered airstrike by Super Friends, keeping the members of Team Liquid at bay. Sanji shows himself in front of them. Kirk takes a brunt of the crowd control and damage, but Liquid will not go for the heavy contest and chase onto Kirk.
Yep, ONIC's game plan definitely got messed up a little bit there, but they seem to be holding steady. Again, if Kelra, as long as Kelra is still alive, looks like they are still going to keep that fight going. Brusco making sure that he doesn't go down, but again, they're going to get forced back. It's a 4-man for TL.
And seems like what TLPH is doing is to develop an allergy against minions, because that's what they're literally doing right now. They're fast clearing the minion wave. Then right after that, they are forcing the issue against ONIC. You can see like JP just standing in front of ONIC, like just being really aggressive.
Carl uses the electrifying beats to help clear the middle minion wave. Team Liquid cannot seem to find a big opening against ONIC right now, who so far has been able to break Liquid apart slowly in these team fights by throwing everything they have at Sanford right away when they see him.
Yeah, I think at this point it feels like they kind of accept the fact that we're not going to win a team fight here. We might have to split. Sanji!
No, he's going to be able to get away. No feathered airstrike burn. Kaltizi sees Kelra. He's going to burn him down. Oh, the stun, the slide tackle. Stopping the flow of Carl Tizzy in that fight, and it looks like ONIC are going to get all 3 turtles for this game number 1.
And the good thing about here for ONIC is that they're not overreacting to the split push. They're okay by trailing behind by 1,000 gold, because what really happens is that King Kong is farming anyways, and Kelra as well. So this gold lead from TLPH is more about the other players of ONIC. So Kelra and King Kong, they're okay. So this is, you know, it's a 1,000 gold lead, but it doesn't really mean that much. Like, if you're looking at the gold right now, it's pretty even between like the Moscow and the Bruno, and obviously this Lancelot and the Joy. Only 400 gold ahead.
It's like an equilibrium has been reached here, and we might see a tipping point very, very soon, depending on who actually messes up. But no one is actually committing any major mistakes here.
Yeah, Sanford whittles King Kong down low as Carl Tizzy has actually stolen away the orange buff of King Kong. So again, the game of inches. They're building advantages slowly because they're not winning in the fights, but Liquid are trying to win it through map control. But good balance by ONIC to send Kelra up top.
Yeah. I think that was the big, the breaking point, I would say, between the leads. I think now Carl Tizzy is leading versus King Kong.
Hey, they spot him out. Curtain Call already dropped down, but look at the discipline between the two. Kirk spots out Sanji, throws out the fist crack, and Super Friends with a feathered airstrike to back him up, but it's not going to be able to take him down. Sanford takes a lot of damage. He gets stunned down, locked down, and everything in between. Kelra takes down Sanford, and Liquid back off yet again. Focus on Sanford. It seems like it's a very clear game plan for ONIC every time they spot him.
And what an exchange, what a rally between the two teams. One makes a move and another, answers right back with even a spike or even just a short ball, even if it's still flicker. Dodges coming out from, ult dodges coming out from Sanji, but then Sanford getting taken out. The battle of the golden rivalry is just about like making the moves right after doing one.
Again, minimum mistakes being committed here. I would like to remind you that was kill number 3 at 9 minutes. Yeah. So,
but
there were so many close calls.
So many close calls.
Plays that's happening.
It's like physically they're in Manila, mentally they're all still in Riyadh. Like still they're thinking it's like we're still in MSC, guys. We can't mess up. Guys, relax. It's only week 1 of PH. Wait, we're back home.
It feels like a $3 million USD game. I know,
that's right.
I know what you mean.
That's right. It's like so I think the champion of MSC is like $1 million and then 500K for the second placer, right?
Yeah.
So that is what the gravity of this best of 3 series feels like.
Conceal of JP gets spotted out. ONIC going ahead to rush that Lord. Carl Tizzy close by. Who's going to be able to win the retribution battle? It's King Kong! SOD connects though. Here comes Oheb. He joins in. Brusco takes a lot of damage, but Kelra, the damage of this Bruno! He slide tackles forward. He finds JP. He finds Sanji. That's 2. Kurt with the wall.
Oh my
Kurt with the stun. Kelra with a kill. Triple kill for the Savage. He's going after Oheb. But Super Friends find Sanford.
And that was really the defining fight of this game. That Lord fight that ONIC Philippines have won with Kelra. One a little bit of a fadeaway with a side tackle and then flicker in to get 3 kills. And obviously you did not see him from the fight, but Super Friends was able to outplay Sanford afterwards with the help of King Kong. And then Kirk, landing that block.
Sanji gets taken down. Kelra with another kill. 5 kills for the gold standard.
And they're not done. They're still going. I don't think they want to finish this right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway, JP taking a burn damage, 1,000 per hit, and Kirk with the combo! The tower falls and Krautisi can only try and deal damage as King Kong secures the kill off to Sanford. ONIC are already looking to end it here. Only 3 members of Liquid, but the Lord's marching up top.
Ouch. That's all I can say. We still have Lord on top side. They need to deal with this.
That is the third item Malefic Gun coming out from Keller. That's why he's able to attack from behind the wall.
Really good distance.
Really good.
He's maximizing the flickers, the slide tackles really well. And I think at this point, Team Liquid Philippines have not mentally adjusted to what you just brought up. The fact that there's already a Malefic Gun on this Bruno.
Yeah, there's just so much that they need to answer. The shift is also so sudden. It feels like Kelra's untouchable here. How do they actually deal with this? They have to sacrifice so much to be able to reach this Bruno.
Well, for TLPH, I think the clear win condition for them that's left now is the split push, which it seems like ONIC are, like I said earlier, they're not overreacting. They're allowing OHEB to go for the split push, go for the spear, even the SOD. Even if it connects, they don't overreact. They don't just jump onto the Moscow.
Oh, that's loud.
And now we're back in a little bit of a quiet moment, but ONIC Philippines are already preparing for the second Lord.
Yeah, that second Lord is going to be so crucial now. Now, if the first Lord did this much damage, imagine how the next one will, especially with a complete lineup for ONIC. So they need to kind of just make it strike the balance, they need to contest this. No way that TLPH doesn't contest this next one.
Yeah, right now.
Look at the little bit of freeze here coming out from ONIC. They're not fast clearing the waves. They're actually using their feathered airstrike on the heroes at TLPH. But after that now, with 11 seconds left before the Lord respawning, they have prepared.
Looks like the prep's all done, and looks like they can actually just ride these minion waves to victory if they want to.
Almost fully built already for Kelra. Already has the Magic Blade, so on the way to the Rose Gold Meteor, gonna help him if ever Krautisi does get to him. The sheer damage of this Bruno just might mean that JP actually uses the concealer. They're gonna close the gap. Brusco gets the brunt of the crowd control and all the damage. They're trying to take him down, but Sanford takes a lot. King Kong takes the Lord. Kelra takes down Sanford, while Krautisi and JP Sanji trying to get away. Kelra flickers forward! Double kill for the gold standard! JP down, OEP down, and that is a wipeout for ONIC. That is game for ONIC Philippines.
With conviction, ONIC Philippines finishes off at 13 minutes. Very impressive game and a good start for the Sonics.
The first key to victory for ONIC was to not draft farm heavy cores or greedy cores. I mean, Lancet's pretty greedy, but if you have the Bruno and as well as Badang on your side lanes, that means that you're not taking up so much time when it comes to the farm. In fact, they were trailing by 1,000 gold, but like we said, it wasn't really a big 1,000 gold lead because it's not in the right hero composition or not the right heroes.
More like it's more like a balance, right? That 1,000 gold lead, it felt like there was a balance ongoing on. It was distributed very well. And then they only had to tip it to one side.
That's right.
For anything to change.
Yeah. The second key to victory for ONIC was to get the first turtle. That's what they did. After the second turtle fight, they also won it. Most importantly, that first Lord, that was the breaking point of the game. That really blew the game wide open for ONIC to take.
And the MVP of the game is Kelra. Not to say that it's like ONIC cannot escape the Kelra is carrying the team allegations, because the only reason why Kelra was able to carry the team is because the rest of the team did their job so incredibly well. And yes, he walks away with a 7-0-4. His timing, his entry, the key moments were perfect. He maximizing the gap closers that he has, knowing that he has the advantage. But you can't also take away the efforts of Kirk and Brusco, who I feel like I haven't seen them this connected in quite a long time.
I mean, obviously it's a Badang and Hylos combo. It's not the most difficult combo to pull off, but this time they're up against JP, who's actually, I would say JP's locked in. The way that he positions himself and the way that he uses the ejector, fronting for the team and timing himself on when he provides the vision is actually pretty good. But this was the clash. Look at that fade away from Keller, then the flicker afterwards. He goes back to the fight, gets a triple, and then on the other side of the team fight, as Kirk lands a good fist break initiation with the flicker as well, it was Sanford getting taken out by Super Prince.
Yeah, and overall, you can really not doubt how beautiful that is, man.
Good lord, I feel like it's poetry in motion. This is why ONIC Philippines dominated a good amount of late 2024 and early 2025, and we're seeing them back in some of their best form, in their best showing. And on the other side for Liquid, I feel like we're seeing the fruits of the labor that they've chosen, which was built around the idea of being greedy.
Why does it look like when Kelra is playing the Bruno and he's getting his ball from behind, it looks so smooth, but when I do it, I wouldn't be able to get the attack off afterwards.
It feels like, I agree.
It's just built diff. Oh my goodness.
When I play the Bruno, when I catch the ball like that, it feels like I'm still doing 300 damage, you know? Not critting for 1,000 like what Kelra did.
Yeah.
He's doing it so smoothly, the ball animation feels like it's lagging behind.
He attacked, so Kaltizi jumped onto him when he was like, what, 70% HP or 60%. Actually puts Kelra out to 40%. Kelra attacks Kaltizi twice, goes back for the ball, and then still managed to get an attack off. That's probably the power of the Quantum Charge in combination with the Malefic Gun that allowed him to catch up to Kaltizi. And obviously the timing overall, the damage output, and of course it's Kelra. It's a gold standard. He said that he is the best gold laner when it comes to the micro aspect of things, micro mechanics, and we saw a full display of that.
Yeah, you cannot doubt that right now with what he showed off here. It's always so impressive to see a gold laner being able to time their flickers and their dashes for offensive capabilities.
Yeah, not just waiting for like a moment to actually, get out of harm's way.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Kelra is. He has been known as a Filipino savage for it. And I just have to remind you guys, this was 2-1 at 9 minutes. And we are 13-2 when it ended at 13. So the amount of bodies that hit the floor in the span of 4 minutes is unbelievable here.
Yeah.
You know your classic college or high school games of MOBAs where let's farm first for the first 6 minutes and then let's fight afterwards. Let's get our first item and then our ultimates and then let's fight. I think that's what poetically happened in this game. It's like ONIC and TLPH just wanted to go to their critical mass when it comes to like items, and then when they fought, it's gonna be up to who's better at the micro mechanics.
Yeah, and it really felt like it was like Team Liquid were dragged into a window that they weren't completely ready for yet.
Yeah,
because ONIC had to pull the trigger. They already got the 3 turtles, so they needed to force that. Team Liquid also understood like, we can't just like play this passively. We need to try and make something happen. Unfortunately, ONIC were ready for those moments that Liquid decided to fight.
Yeah, this was so scary because I think at minute 10 to 11, it felt like all the fights, Liquid was just backing off. They weren't actually like throwing fire with fire.
And I think it's mainly because of their draft choices here. And like I told you, this did not look like a TLPH draft in a way that obviously Joy is played by Team Liquid, Moskov is being played, CC is being played, but all of them three together in one draft. That looked like a, it's a very good. Actually, it looked like an ONIC
draft.
Yeah,
I was waiting
like
for you
an
to say
ONIC
that.
PH and an ONIC ID draft.
Yeah.
But it didn't look like Team Liquid are comfortable in this kind of composition. I know that they operate in a way where there's only one greedy core. Even when Kaltizi is playing the Joy, usually the Granger is being picked up by OHIP, and then there's a playmaking hero for Sanford. But in this case, they got 3 greedy heroes, which is really, it doesn't look like an identity that Team Liquid have built.
Yeah, if they're already going to be playing with the Moskov and the Joy in their team, and you say you rush the CC, then for me, even though I get why they picked up the Jawhead so that they could leash for the Joy faster, at that point, that puts all the pressure onto Sanford, and you're not going to expect a CC to, no matter at what point it is in the game, to hold down the front line getting vision. It's so impossible to do that, even if you have the Vengeance.
That's right. That's why it felt like even the Gromer was ready here for Team Liquid Philippines. So I guess they're going to have to maybe just reel it back in, go back to real form. We'll see if they do that. Before that, throw it over to All Access for now.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Ngayon, nandito tayo. Ay, kailangan pala i-downplay ko ng konti kasi medyo seryoso ang kasama ko ngayon. Walang iba kundi si King Kong. King Kong, kamusta naman?
Goods lang.
Mabuti naman. So, speaking of which, kasama natin ang ONIC ngayon. Fated Finals rematch nyo ng Team Liquid Philippines. Ano bang meron sa TLPH at bakit? Sila ba favorite mong kalaban?
Sila, as of now, sila.
Okay, why TLPH?
Kasi para sa akin sila yung team na na sobrang solid ng nabuo na chemistry. Tapos feel ko na-explore nila ng mabuti yung meta na to.
Guys, ano yung pinaka natutunan nyo as a team being part of that second runner-up finish na nakuha nyo nitong MSC 2025?
Sa mga natutunan namin, first of all, yung importance ng bonding ng buong team. Kasi before MSC, parang feeling namin kinulang kami sa bonding. Napag-usapan naman namin yun eh. Tapos yung about sa pag-practice namin, yung way ng pag-improve namin, na-realize namin na meron pa pala kaming pwedeng idagdag sa mga gagawin. Tapos, ayun.
Okay. I like it. Pre, ano nga tayo? Magsanggang dikit tayo kasi ito na yung bonding natin eh. 'Di ba? At least bonded na tayo for life. Gusto ko pang malaman more about an aspect kasi may dinagdag sa inyong bago. 'Di ba? Seryo. Asa na ba si Ryota? Uy, kamusta naman?
Okay lang.
Yan. Anong feeling na nagbabalik ka dito sa Pilipinas at kasama mo ang different ONIC, same but diff para sa'yo? I wanna know about your experience tsaka kung paano ka napunta din dito ulit.
Na-feel ko ngayon na syempre masaya kasi komportable na ako agad kasi close ko naman sila. Tapos yung language din.
Sige. Paano ba natin mapapatunayan, King, na close kayo?
Ito no.
Oo nga. Sige. Buhay na patunay na yan. Okay. So with that being said, itutuloy ko na. King Kong, alam mo na, sinabi ko na to sa'yo. Ryota, ikaw ang magiging referee namin. Pwestuhan na natin.
Dapat tama ang form.
Ano?
Dapat tama ang form, tama rin yung muka.
Okay.
Game.
Bruce Bopper, sabihin mo ang rules.
Paano yung tama muka? Yung rules, wala yung bawal yung gigil.
Okay, bawal ng gigigil. Okay, mahirap to ha. 2, 1, go. Men legit, Sigma battle pala to, men.
Hindi ko mapangitan ha.
Oh, kailangan relax lang. King, kamusta naman, King?
Okay lang.
Anong favorite mong numbers sa electric pan?
3.
Anong paborito mong pagkain?
Chicken.
Happiness or chocolates?
Chocolates.
When is the best time to get chocolates?
Anytime, anywhere.
Day person or night person?
Night person.
Saan mas magandang mag-beach?
Saan mas magandang mag-beach? Ano yun?
Konti na lang, matatalo ko naman. Konting tanong pa. Pogi ba si Kirk?
Sobra.
Anong favorite na mas recommended mo na ano mas recommended mo na hairstyle para sa mga oval shape na tao na may mukha?
Oval shape na tao. Kahit ano. Nasa confidence yan.
Confidence level, 1 to 100.
100.
Okay.
Pero ngayon, parang hindi 100.
May konti na. Yes! Maraming salamat. Still undefeated. Balik na natin sa mga casters.
I am still confused. How Hans is that strong?
You're still confused? He's still undefeated.
He's still undefeated.
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that
he was not
King Kong, who actually, lifts weights,
gyms every day,
goes to gym every day? Hans
gyms, dude. He's an athlete.
He's actually an athlete.
He is
pretty good at basketball, actually.
I'm not surprised now.
A lot of the lifters these days
true.
go for the aesthetic. They don't go for the function.
He wasn't even sweating.
Yeah, but Hans also had that technique of distraction as well.
Yeah.
Let's throw it over. And let's see what we have here.
Hello. Wag. Ay, ang ingay niyo masyado ah. Japanese kasi ako eh. Sakura-chan.
Mic check. Paano to? Salita ka, Kirk. Sino na miss mo, pre? Masakit? Losing her? Anong losing him? Okay lang ako, pre? Okay ka lang, Kirk? Okay ka lang, King? Kantay mo ang getaway car. Gateway car ba yan? Gateway. Ay, sorry. Scary. Sa akin yung binigay yung mic test. Wala akong masabi.
You sounded like you had a lot to say here.
Yep.
These are small reminders that despite being very silent in real life, King Kong's actually the noisiest apparently with ONIC. I know Wolf can back that up.
Okay, here's the thing. Everybody just becomes very quiet when in front of the camera.
Yeah.
They're trying to be composed.
When they're playing.
When they're playing when they're outside, everybody's noisy.
Everyone's noisy.
Even Brusco, probably you haven't probably heard a lot from Brusco, but everybody's just noisy, dude. Even Hate.
Yep.
I'm not surprised with Hate.
The only quiet one is Hayes. So anyways.
That makes sense.
Then they did everything they did in game 1 against the GOAT. the literal face of MLBB.
I always love it when I hear that. It wasn't just a competition, it was a coronation. M2 and M4, 4-time MPLPH champion, 30th SEA Games, MSC.
That's not even all.
Winning a key at EWC, the national, so many he has won.
The gold medal and everything.
At this point, really, the question is, how do you even outgoat the GOAT? He's just 21 years old?
And he's just 21. He won his first world championship at 15. Yeah, was he 15?
16?
15, 16.
15.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh my God. And prior to that, he actually won the SEA Games medal at 15.
So, man, this guy is just doing it.
No, you can't. You just can't do it. Nobody can.
How do you outgoat the GOAT? Maybe we'll have a segment there someday. But yeah, for now, everyone else is pretty far away. Far away from that.
He just became of legal age, and now he's the GOAT. That is crazy. That is Carl Tizzi. But if you're wondering, why, if he's that good, why is he losing? Like, why is their team losing? Let me just say the common trend across esports as a whole.
Yes.
Once someone gets named the GOAT, or the GOAT just wins something big, the GOAT will struggle back home.
Yeah.
And just when you expect them to not make it into the playoffs, they will somehow make it into the playoffs. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
So many games.
Yeah, this is ONIC PH that they talk. You saw that ONIC PH came prepared.
Yes.
Not saying that that the keys to victory should be followed at all times, but they did follow the keys to victory and they won with it. So
just the same proof is right there in the letters, you know.
Yeah, it's like you know ONIC so well for some reason.
Wow.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. And look at it. Brusco's holding the mic.
He's holding the mic for Coach White.
What is wrong? Why is he doing that?
I think it's because it's too loose.
It's loose. That's why.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's just funny that your roamer holds it for you.
Wait, that is peak roamer right
the
there.
ultimate support.
Ultimate support.
Yeah. Oh my god. Maybe he's also supporting something we
Screenshot
don't
this,
see.
dude.
Yeah.
This is like one of the. What is up with today?
That's
There's
a
just so
family.
many good things that's happening on broadcast.
This is how the super fam works. We got each other's back.
Yep.
Their mics.
Lancelot for Teal.
Yeah.
That's a Lance. Yeah.
I think Lancelot and just give the YSS to ONIC.
It's tricky because Lancelot and CC. If CC comes back to ONIC,
Okay, they're willing to get the YSS. They're willing to give the Lancelot again. So if that's the case, then they're gonna have to lower down the greed. You know, have something stable to allow Carl Tizzi to farm.
And most importantly for the side of ONIC, it will be different now because if they do pick up the CC, I think this will be Fredrin, but not in the second slot. So maybe just gold. Maybe pick up the CC and probably the Badang.
I'll rush the Badang right away.
Badang or Gatot.
Gatot, I could get behind.
Maybe that. It still is the Lancelot.
When you gaze into the abyss.
Oh, no,
That
go
is Selena.
Oh, they don't want to give it to Sanji right away. Okay, so ONIC, I think this time, this isn't greedy, but it still continues their trend of they just want to continue to apply the pressure against Liquid. They don't want JP and Sanji to be comfortable, and when those two are uncomfortable, that means Carl Tizzi is putting in the extra work to try and find farms.
I feel like they want the short game here. They don't want this game to last too long.
Yeah.
I thought they were so ready for the Lancelot to come out, but no.
This is very interesting. TLPH now has the access to the CC once again, but yes, usually the CC usually does not work that much. Uranus is still available, but now they pick up the Gatot. This is what I'm scared of when ONIC actually forgo the Gatot Gacha, because what can happen is actually ONIC not picking the Lancelot because there's no way TLPH picks it up anyways, right?
Oh, they
No way.
show their two carries right away, so Team Liquid will want to prioritize for their utility picks
That's
with
right.
the EXP and the mid.
Yeah, if you're ONIC, you're more inclined to go for something like a Kufra or a Hylos. Although the Badang can work as well, but it's much better to get some wave clear to aid this Selena actually with this Lancelot. So yeah, Hylos Hylos I think it's just a really good hero here for ONIC.
But the Badang does actually enable like really good catches. The problem is the people here, everyone has dashes.
Yeah.
So, and even if you catch like a Gatot, it's not gonna do matter that much. So yeah, Badang's probably down.
Maybe they just go for Granger here for ONIC. Just pick it up right now and then reserve your tanker afterwards. They go for the Hylas as prescribed.
Yep. Okay, so they're gonna start taking away the best picks for Sanji and Sanford available. So they're gonna probably ban out the CC. Someone's gonna have to ban out the glue also. I think TLPH would actually want to ban the glue.
TLPH for the glue. You're right. That didn't actually work because now you're left. Okay, so they banned glue. I believe that somebody from both teams actually wants to get their hands on the Hilda. Or yeah, the Ranger also. That was a really good pick for ONIC, but yeah, it did not materialize for ONIC. Another option apart from the Hilda probably is another tank hero like Lapu Lapu actually. Lapu Lapu might work for ONIC in this case, and then they go for again like somewhere along the lines of a Bruno that doesn't require that much farm for Mr. Kalra.
Yeah, it's also going to be highly discouraged as well for TLPH because it's probably going to get microed out by a Lance in the Selena. So.
Or get your gold laner now for ONIC at red 4.
Yeah.
And then wait for the reaction for TLPH. That way you know if you're gonna put the Hylas on Kirk or you put it on Brusco.
Yeah.
Because there's still that option of the of the Kufra.
Yeah. Alright, I'm all for that. Just save your EXP pick for last. And plus we all know in this meta just how big a really good EXP pick at the right time can become for a draft.
Yeah.
So instead of taking away another Kelra hero, I think take another potential EXP pick to help whittle down the pool so that you reduce the variance available in the field.
Yeah.
Rar.
Rar.
That's not what the Team Liquid mascot does, by the way. So good ban on the Bruno actually for TLPH.
There you go.
Would have been hard for the Kareth to fight.
You know what? How about a Kimmy for Kelra versus this composition for TLPH? Very susceptible against the Gadot catch-up, but at the same time wins that matchup versus this Harith.
If that's the case, they might actually save the gold pick for later.
For later.
Yeah, because I mean, in MSC we still saw Irithel getting picked up against Hariths.
And just go for the Batang, right, for ONIC.
Yeah.
You know, it still kind of keeps the flexibility of both the Hylos as well as the Badang if they do pick up the Badang in this case. Yeah. But yeah, they can also pick up the Claude here. That's a pretty safe pickup. Actually,
I like that Claude.
ONIC.
Yeah.
What if ONIC go for something like Edith? Because they need a bit more magic damage. It can't just be the Selena though, right?
So that's the Claude.
There's the Claude.
Okay, for TLPH.
It's XP is the last pick for ONIC here for sure.
Dude, I hope they pick up
yet.
the Grok. I hope they just show the Grok. But for TLPH, they're going to be looking for a solid mid laner here that's not scared of the Lance as well as the Claude, which is in this case a Valentina. It's just good. And I'm sure that Sanji plays the Kagura as well, which we saw has been picked up against the Selena. Works well against this Lancelot as well.
Yeah, we're throwing it back with Selena's and Kagura's becoming one of the main trades at the center of the map.
Oh, how about a Phoveus for TLPH?
In the EXP lane.
Oh, Lapu Lapu, obviously.
There's Lapu.
There it is.
And
Valentina. Alright, you have an option here for the Esmeralda for ONIC. Just makes so much sense against Harith and Lapu Lapu, but they pick up the Phoveus. And in this case, because they picked up the Valentina instead, what really went to the mind of ONIC was there's no way somebody is killing this Phoveus in the early stages of the game.
That's true. I think it's going to be farm mode for TLPH, at least for the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And then just wait for someone to make a miracle, like a good catch by a Lapu Lapu Bravest Fighter, or maybe a Valentina Terrify that can get comboed very well.
Yeah, ONIC's really gonna... ONIC can definitely set the tempo here with Team Liquid Philippines. If they are a little bit too aggressive with some trades early on, it's not gonna go well for them. I think they have to double down on the idea that as much as possible, just get farm for Carl TZ as fast as possible.
There you go. So let's load up into game number 2 here. And again, it's TLPH's backs against the wall, against an ONIC Philippines that seems to be really hell-bent on revenge, or at least a little bit of a comeback for everything that happened in MSC. So let's see if that's going to materialize here, at least for game number 2.
What I really like about this draft is that both teams just try to outplay one another, and they look like they have both solid pickups for their compositions. It's a 5v5, and it's going to be down to the execution. There's no actual outdraft that happened between the two teams.
True.
You could see good conditions for both, clear conditions for both. It's just who's going to be able to do it a little bit better. Usually in these scenarios, you also look at how well the EXP lane is getting managed because of who can hit level 4 first, who's doing a little bit better for the first turtle. Sanji and Rusco spot each other out. First damage initially onto the high loss, but traded out. Super Friends dishes damage onto Sanji's Valentina.
Yeah, they kind of know that every bit of aggression, every bit of pressure you can put on Carl TZ will slow him down by a little bit of a percentage. And that's going to matter so much at the grand scale of things.
What was that play coming out from Sanford? What is...
Did he end up under the tower? Yeah, he only ended up under the tower of ONIC instead.
That's interesting because I think that he was afraid that there was a little bit of lane manipulation coming out from Kirk that he might miss on 1 minion waves. That's why he kind of risked his life. But how about that? King Kong getting so much damage, but RTZ is gonna even up.
Yeah, forced out the flicker from him. Sanji does get to build the tough boots. So I think Sanford just needs to chill out a little bit with how he's handling it against Kirk. But yeah, clearly Kirk does have an advantage over him. So Kirk's been doing things right, which is why Sanford's been desperate to get minion waves.
Wild.
This is good for ONIC. They can go invade into the jungle. Kirk can be able to find out JP, stuns him. But ONIC are just holding. They're waiting for the turtle. They're not too greedy. But the Philippines are looking at up top as Sanji and Sanford want to hit level 4, but it looks like King Kong is going to get this turtle with no problem. Carl TZ is going after the purple buff, and he is on his way out of there. He steals it away.
I'm very happy to go for it and deal with it the way he knows how. Carl TZ getting some, just a little bit of consolation prize as well.
I wouldn't say that's a consolation. Actually, when in an assassin versus assassin kind of battle, you kind of want to preserve your purple buff. And Carl TZ also leaves the small buff to kind of delay the respawn of the buff. So has added salt to the injury.
Yeah, for assassin carries in the early game, the purple is a turtle.
Yeah, I agree.
Purple is a turtle.
Yes.
There you go. Renmar 2025.
Yeah, you know what TLPH also achieved from that is they mitigated that EXP lane disadvantage from Sanford because it didn't matter that they did not have enough EXP on Sanford because what they did was just trade. They did not contest the first turtle. So they're cutting their losses and in fact won some.
Leading to wet. Oheb under his own Zaman Force. Kellera gets a lot of damage out onto Oheb. Pops the regen. Carl TZ trying to move forward, not going to be able to get hits on the tower as much. He also gets the gold crab and he gets on out of there. Information though for ONIC. Top side, Sanford and Kirk going at each other. Kellera still going after Oheb. And Oheb struggling in lane against his Claude.
There you go.
Oh, Sanford getting dived on. King Kong and Kirk. It's a different KK, but they get the FB. First blood for ONIC. Brusco in the mid almost became the trade, but he gets away.
I could have sworn that was a letter K that he drew there for King Kong. Signed his name up top. How much dashes was able to do. And even Rico's out because he knows that the turret shields will go out anyway. So that's maximizing your potential as the Lancelot.
Yeah, and you see the MVP of the grand finals of MSC. 2 games in a row now. He's been the main focus of ONIC Philippines. They do not deny any longer just how much pressure and how much weight Sanford brings to the Team Liquid Philippines playstyle. That now he's become the focus. Hunter Strike already for Carl TZ, second turtle of the game. It's just going to be a heavy contest. Carl TZ close by. King Kong getting his purple buff. Oheb within the wings. Brusco, a stun onto Sanford. Glorious pathway. They're going after Sanford yet again. Oheb is here with the Zaman Force. Hasn't brought it down just yet. Now he does. And the damage from Team Liquid Philippines is too much for ONIC Philippines to handle. But Kellera has taken down Sanford while Oheb and JP put work onto Kellera. Double kill. Will it be a triple? He gets stunned, JP, but it's a bag for Oheb. He gets 3. He gets Kellera. And the turret is now unlocked.
That is huge stonks here. Obviously, it looked really bad for TLPH at first, but man, with that triple.
Missile arrow. Oheb gets hit. Super Friends flicker forward. It becomes a trade. King Kong spots Sanji. Thorn Rose. Puncture. Sanji survives.
That was great. Definitely to see. But then again, TLPH have definitively won that turtle fight. Not only did they get that retribution steal against King Kong, but they also managed to get important takedowns. And we know for sure that it's really difficult to kind of contest with the Yizun Chin, against the Yizun Chin, we are going to see. And OHEB just freely hitting from the back lines. There's no answer. The counter goes for the BMI back. Maybe not seeing OHEB as well as JP in there.
Yeah.
If he had seen that OHEB was actually there dancing, he probably will not pop that BMI. But then he fell to the trap and he gets taken out instead.
Yeah, very smart of ONIC as well to wait for the BMI to materialize and not push forward too much.
Okay, things have slowed down just a little bit after all that action for that objective. Both Purple Boss getting focused on now first by the two junglers.
Yeah. Actually, a little bit of lead. There's actually no lead at all at this point.
Yeah.
But now the important items come into play. And Selena with the glowing wand, this is what you definitely need. And for anyone who's watching right now, please, 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 if you're a mid laner, don't go enchanted talisman first. Get the glowing wand. It matters in the first few fights.
Who picks up enchanted talisman?
Come on, bro.
A lot.
I don't.
I don't believe you. No.
Everybody does. Come on.
Yeah, I do. I want to pull down.
No.
Of course. Even I do.
Oh, Glorious Pathway.
Here we go.
Glorious Pathways actually get brought out there, and the fight has gotten split up. King Kong trying to join in, and Team Liquid Philippines have taken down Super Frizz, but Super Frizz has taken down Carl TZ. Trade favorable for ONIC, but look at OHEB and his Zaman Force.
Counter doing work.
Counter doing work. He's focusing on the turret. King Kong is here, the turtle. It doesn't look like Team Liquid Philippines will be able to heavily contest this unless they tow us all the damage. And Kelra with a blazing duet to find OHEB, a double kill for the gold standard.
Looks like he's not committing the same mistake twice in a row. And there you go.
What? Thorn Rose, King Kong, puncture through the beetle. Sanford, Thorn Rose again. King Kong.
He saw that Sanford overplayed it. Sanford predicted the jump, but instead he went for the third row, stayed in one place, touched so much.
It's like he can see the future, bro.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
This is the months of training of chess from King Kong.
Unbelievable.
Knowing what, being 2 steps, 3 steps ahead.
You know, for a moment I thought my brain was broken with everything that happened.
Oh my God!
This is peak. It's like I'm watching 10 Magnus Carlsens.
Oh my God!
But an MLBB. Okay, wait. Conceal gets stopped. Actually, spotted out by Kirk.
Jumping back in.
Bruce go. Kirk jumping on everyone under the Zaman Force of OHEB. Too much pressure for OHEB. He's gonna get tossed up. Here comes the AOG. Look at Kirk zoning out the damage. Carl TZ takes down Kirk though. Sanford gets Brusco. And the two members of ONIC down. Team Liquid Philippines have turned it around.
Big turnaround here for TLPH. Man, oh man. That lead suddenly evaporated. TLPH are now on the front.
And Kirk overheating definitely in that case. Being outplayed by Owen with that flicker as well. And now that actually allowed TLPH to breathe once again and get the important goal, important items. 2 items now for OHEB at 6K. And he actually overtook Kelra's Claude now when it comes to the farm.
Yeah, you can't even fault Kirk for getting taken down there because the members of ONIC were trying to help Kirk out. It's just they were stopped. Brusco again. Let's see if they'll be better for ONIC this time around. They collapse onto everyone. Sanji gets taken out. Here comes Kelra and the rest of ONIC Philippines and blazing duet. Yet again, Carl TZ. He's getting focused down and he gets taken down by Kirk. Kirk underneath the tower though becomes the trade. Sanford in the back. Here comes the MVP of EWC. Brusco gets slapped down and gets taken out by 40. 2 for 2. Liquid and ONIC are putting on a clinic. Super Frizz finds OHEB, but OHEB found Super Frizz at the wrong spot in the wrong time.
They're literally slapping each other at this point.
Oh, this is the matchup that we want. Everybody's just dashing forward, outplaying each other, going in for the jump even when your goal there, your jungler is out. And you would think that ONIC already had the lead during that moment. Sanford comes in, saves the day, and then OHEB finishes up a kill on Super Frizz. All of a sudden, TLPH are now primed to take this Lord.
5 members against 5. Super Frizz still on the way back. Team Liquid Philippines have started it off first. Brusco and Kirk have the info. One glorious pathway to cut through. No flickers for Kirk or Super Frizz. Flickers on the board for Team Liquid. If Kirk and Frizz fight, it's all in. And all in now. But this is the Philippines, and before we fight, we dance first. We tango until our legs are tired.
And let's see if their legs are going to get tired here. Kellera definitely timing those BMIs better here this time around.
Yeah, the advantage for ONIC is Abyssal Traps and Abyssal Arrows. Brusco!
Already forcing out. Oh, the revitalizing use the glorious pathway.
It's a feint.
It's a feint. He thought they wanted to fight King Kong. He should be careful here. And big spells out.
Quietly, there was a push from the bottom lane because of that slow push that was built by TLPH.
The minion wave of the bot might become the kicker here. JP gets stopped. Sanju with his own glorious pathway decide to fight Sanford, diving to the back. King Kong still gets the Lord. Brusco left behind. Sanford finds King, but King takes down Sanford. Kirk trying to hold on. The damage, will it be enough? Kellera has a blazing duet, but he's not going to commit it. JP gets caught out by Kellera and King. But Sanjay finds the Phobius. Fight after fight. King Kong stands tall.
He's still going, and the King Kong is now getting chased up here. Super Friends is on the flank. Arrow slows down Oheb, but the chase is still on. Sanji and King Kong, what's it going to look like? We got Lord on the backup, but will you actually help? It's the dodge, and the King Kong still going forward. He is still alive! How is this possible?
Oh! He gets away! Oheb gets hit by Super Fritz! Oheb still dashing! Fritz lives! And Fritz flickers out! Oheb, he sidesteps! He sidesteps the Abyssal Arrow!
What?
No moment to catch our breath as Team Liquid and ONIC take every moment we can breathe away from us. But Liquid are still breathing. ONIC are slowly choking the life out of them though. With outplay after outplay.
Oh my god, and they're not done.
King Kong is set for yet again.
Here we go again.
Thorn Rose, King Kong dodged it. He is so locked in right now. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his buff. It's King Kong versus Sanford. Too much damage coming out from this Lancelot. King Kong under tower. He doesn't care. He still sidesteps.
They're best friends in this game, man. This is like Sanford and King Kong. They're just going at each other.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing the best artists, scientists, the world of Mobile Legends. Everybody's just trying to outplay each other. 12 minutes in, 13-11, nobody's leading. And there's so many important dodges, and so many important details that happened. And there was a time where Kellera actually missed the Art of Thievery onto JP. And even when he was able to take out JP in the middle, was taken out by one Synchro Fission coming out from Oheb. Details matter.
At this point, what we're seeing is paranormal as Sanji brings down his own glorious pathway. JP takes a brunt of damage, but ONIC is not going to fight into it. So is Team Liquid. They're trying to look for a turnaround. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his own buff and camp. And little by little, it now slows down. ONIC still has a significant advantage in the map. Yes, it's only one turret, but with how the minion waves are flowing,
look at that.
With the fact that Liquid has not broken top and mid, it means that ONIC has the control.
Yeah, the next pick-off definitely going to mean the game, most likely. Especially with Lord coming up shortly, 13 seconds. And we have barely broken down everything that happened there, that last one.
Oh, we need this.
We need that. We need this.
We need this.
Thank you.
We're not saying that the casters called the pause.
We did it. We did
it. Do not misread what we're saying here.
Well, man, we need the breather. Holy.
Currently on the stage, our marshals are assisting our players right now sort out any potential issues there may be in terms of the comms, it seems like. The teams right now are checking on their comms and the marshals are helping them out with it.
Yeah.
If you're only joining us here today, thank you so much for spending your weekend, your time, your Saturday night with MPL Philippines, where we are seeing just an absolutely legendary battle between Team Liquid Philippines and ONIC Philippines.
Games like this remind me how much fun MLBB can actually be.
Oh man,
my goodness!
I'm already glad I didn't retire. I was supposed to retire after MSC, man, but then now after this, I'm like, let's go. I'm so glad I didn't leave.
I cannot imagine being in that booth once again. You know how much
the pressure.
Oh yeah,
I lost so much of my remaining years. I think.
So that's what it feels like. Like from the caster desk going into the booth right now, considering that you worked with the team,
the stress.
What would be going through your mind?
Oh, my mind is like my mind is burst. My heart is pounding.
It's just gone.
I'm running out of breath.
Gone.
You know, if I had a smartwatch, it would probably like alarm.
You have zero control over it.
It will give that that notification, right, when you're when you're about to,
I can only imagine. Yeah. And you do that like every single week, right? So
wow, what a game!
The absolute insanity that has been this series so far, and it's only game number 2. We could still potentially go into a game number 3.
It's so crazy to think that one Art of Thievery was one Art of Thievery miss.
A small miss, right? Usually negligible, but in this context matters so much.
It mattered so much because Kelra died in that clash because of that.
Here we go.
All right, we're back in.
Scent brings us in. He cuts the deck and we find ourselves now with ONIC with priority control in the Lord. It's only 14 minutes.
Oh, JP's low.
But it feels like an hour of my life watching what has been a masterpiece.
Oh my goodness.
Able to BMI out just in time. JP!
It's a trap!
He gets taken out. It's a trap! They baited him out and now there's no roamer. Super Prince moves forward. ONIC Philippines. Better position for them, but the vision gets provided by the Mountain Shocker. Brusco gets spotted out. He's trying to hold on with the Revitalize. Counter with a Blazing Duet Winter Crown combination. He can BMI out. Carl TZ, Sanjay, Oheb. Kirk goes forward. Super Prince as well. Kirk trying to fight, but he might get taken down. Carl TZ gets taken out by King Kong. Super Prince takes down Oheb. And that is only Sanford remaining.
Oh, that is so bad for them. Sanford actually tried to chase down Kelra after the BMI went in.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, that's a marquee move.
Yeah?
That's a marquee move.
I've seen that Season 12 versus RRQ. That against Skylar, he did that.
Straight into the big fight with a Blazing Duet.
Exactly, that is a marquee move.
Yeah. Make it look like you're down and out, but you BMI out.
BMI out.
Not really.
Oh, we're seeing it. I want to see it in replay. I want to see it in 4K once again.
Here we go. Beautiful.
Let's break it
Look
down.
at that. Slow it down.
Okay, what was it?
That was way before.
This. Yeah, Winter Crown entry. Oheb already popped the Zaman Force, but then since he popped it where the ultimate of the Cloud was, he couldn't maximize it any longer.
Yeah.
And King Kong, Kirk, and Frisk just had to play the patient game.
Okay. Yeah, Carl Easy was spent at that moment as well. Couldn't really fight back.
ONIC, will they sweep the EWC MSC champions here? They're playing the slow game first. Focus on the towers. Systematic. People were looking at this to be the potential grand finals of MSC. We didn't get it, but we're getting it now. And what could have been for the Sonics, because the ONIC is on the way to potentially sweeping Team Liquid.
Man, this could have actually been it.
Imagine playing the game at the knife's edge for 14 minutes and played safe during the siege. Oh my goodness. What a series.
Yeah, I cannot imagine how that would end up. But right now, it's Oheb using Zaman Force very early on. I can imagine what that's going to do, but it's going to be enough to clear the waves at least for now.
King Kong and Sanford has been having their little duels all throughout this game. And everything that has happened right now for Team Liquid Philippines has been they have the damage, but they just don't have the time. They're skill-based, lots of them are. Dependent on the Zaman Force, dependent on the bravest fighter of the Lapu Lapu. That it's been Brusco who's been an absolute rock alongside Kirk for ONIC. That King Kong, Kelra, and Super Prince have had a tremendous game and have brought so much value to the team because of how strong their front line is. Although Kelra gets spotted out, he gets a BMI out. No major fight is gonna break.
Oh, they used up the bravest fighter though.
Yep. That does come back really quickly at this point in the game. 50 seconds before the Lord comes back.
Yeah, no big fights happening right now, no pickoffs at least. But man, you can really feel how much TLPH has been, reeling from those past few fights. They are now on survival mode at this point.
Oh, can't blame them because of how the fights have been turning out. It's like the longer the game goes, the faster the cooldowns will be for ONIC. And they have, even the Selena is going to be a problem later on. The BMI is going to be there. Your winter counts are going to run out of your TLPH, and that's your main win condition against ONIC. So things like these, they will matter as the longer the game goes. And unfortunately, Yusunshin plus Harith is not gonna fare well versus the Lancelot and the Claude in the late game.
Yeah, you're basically gonna have to face the full brunt of the Blazing Duet most of the time in the moments you least expect it. So we might see something like that happen, especially now they have to get up close and personal in this coming Lord fight.
Already brought down to close to 30,000 health. He's a Lord, no clear advantages here except for the fact that ONIC do have minion waves threatening. Right now though, it seems like Team Liquid Philippines minions are handling it well enough. Although the mid lane minion wave needs to be handled. Super Prince, he's going to continue throwing out those arrows. Down to 30%, is 30,000. Is ONIC actually going for it? Look at the damage onto JP that got the Katja. Looks like paper with the late game damage ONIC brings to the table.
Mount Chakra's already used!
Again, they find Carl Tise! Super Prince delivering the arrow that could mean the loss of Liquid in this series. Sanford, Oheb trying to hold on.
Oh my goodness, that was absolute cinema. Beautiful save here by Sanford, slowing them down. But the rest of ONIC are still chasing Oheb.
He's getting chased down, and King Kong delivers the felling blow. Sansan cannot hold. ONIC wins the series.
And that is a 2-0 from the land of the sand. It is going to be ONIC Philippines clearing it out against the current EWC champs.
With the amount of outplays that happened in that game, the amount of scary places to be in, no one was safe from anyone. In the end, it will be ONIC that will prevail. And how about that arrow from Super Prince?
That was just a French kiss. Sorry.
Arrow.
One arrow. Beautiful.
And yeah, no, at that point it's not a chef's kiss. That was a French kiss of an arrow.
French kiss of an
With all the love, au revoir. The Super Twins.
All right.
What a titanic matchup.
Dude, I cannot wait for their round 2.
I cannot wait for the round 2.
It's a month from now.
1 month.
1 whole month. We have to wait for week number 5 to see this again.
I cannot wait. And at this point, it is just ONIC Philippines just proving to everyone else.
I hope it was just a best of 5.
if only this was a best of 5. It's just proving that they still have what it takes, and you have to watch out. And this is going to be ONIC Philippines. It's live from the stage.
Now that is how you do it, Sonics. What time is it? ONIC Philippines are your victors for the last match of the day, boys. What an incredible start to Season 16. Just an amazing effort, Odin.
That's right, Hans and Super Friends bilang team captain. Gusto namin malaman, paano nyo ba nahahanap yung rhythm nyo ngayon? Kasi grabe yung pinakita nyo na first match nyo pa lamang, no, friends? Paano nyo nababalik yung Season 14 na form ng ONIC Philippines?
Siguro yung sa bonding namin sa chemistry.
Ngayon, binalik nyo ba? Or mas bago ba to? Ano bang identity ng ONIC Philippines para sa Season 16?
Mas disiplinado na.
Mas disiplinado na. You love that approach.
Alam mo, Hans, meron mga naririnig ako dito sinasabi si King Kong. Ano ba yung mga sinasabi mo? Kakaiba na daw sumagot si Prince.
Kausapin mo nga si King Kong. Ano ba nangyari dun sa larong yun, King?
Hindi lang po TDH yan. May ano pa yan. Maturity level 999.
Grabe, ibang Super Friends na yung nasasaksihan natin.
Maturity level.
May sinasabi siya. Mamaya ka
Ano naman ang rebat mo?
Mamaya ka sa akin.
Mamaya ka sa akin. Bakit may ganon? Teka, pasintabi muna. Ilipat mo nga sa katabi mo. Ilipat mo sa katabi mo, Kirk. I want to talk to you this time. Congratulations on that win. I want to know more about this, your development as a player from MSC to Season 16. What was the mindset that you've had in preparation for this season?
Mas ginanaan pa ako pagtas ng MSC tsaka andyan sila coach para tulungan ako.
In terms of your approach for this game, a lot of people are wondering how you're gonna be, kung kamusta yung magiging performance mo. to everyone who continuously believes in you, anong mensahe mo para sa kanila ngayon?
Sa mga lahat na naniniwala, thank you so much. Sana supportahan nyo kami sa Season 16. Ito, ngayon.
Meron pa dito, Hans, on this side. Sabi kasi ni King Kong, mukhang ganado daw talaga si Kirk. Pero meron pang isang ganado na katabi niya. Brusco, ganado ko daw maglaro ngayon, sabi ni King Kong. Bakit nga ba? Parang may something new kasi sa life ni Brusco.
You know, I wanna know more. Ano yun? Ano man sabi ni Brusco?
Wala pa, hindi pa sumasagot. Bakit ka nga ba ganado ngayon?
Wala, parang motivated lang ako kasi engaged na ako, tapos kasal namin next year.
Wow! Everybody, congratulate naman natin si Brusco! Congratulations on your engagement. Nakadagdag ba
kung
sa
may
kanya?
message ka sa iyong fiancé na si Ayu, right? Anong mensahe mo para sa kanya ngayon?
Ang message ko sa fiancé ko, maraming salamat dahil lagi niya ako sinusuportahan kahit na nung dati pa nung walang-wala ako. Ngayon na meron ako kahit konti ngayon, binabalik ko sa kanya yung mga support na binibigyan niya sa akin.
Maraming King Kong, huy!
Daming reaction ni King Kong, no?
Siya yung real life comment section, no? You'll have to see it. Pero ito, nasa likod ko naman, walang iba kundi si Coach Why Not. Coach, this was a statement win mula sa ONIC Philippines. I wanna know, how did you guys regroup way back nung nasa MSC kayo? Was there a form of regroup na ginawa ninyo, or is this the same approach na ginagawa nyo way back nung past seasons also?
Regroup talaga. And hindi naman siya secret. Kumbaga maraming taong nang bash kay Kirk nung time na yon. So bago pa lang kami umalis ng Riyadh, nagkausap na kami sa mga reform na gagawin namin. Yung addition ni Noe, nasa sa kanya kung mas sisikapan niya pa or tatama rin siya. Turns out na mas gaganahan siya. So it's good. And I think mas gigil lang din talaga lahat ngayon bumawi. Kaya yun talaga yun eh. Pero I think mas gusto kong labanan yung TL pagka mas mahaba yung nila. Parang kakabalik lang daw nila.
Coach, I wanna know, kasi tinanong ko lahat ng mga players, this is gonna be my final question. ONIC Philippines, at the end of Week 8, where do you see this team sa standings?
Still as a family, standings-wise, I don't wanna say, ang mahalaga gawin namin lahat as a team.
And that team just got their victory para sa araw na to. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, ONIC Philippines!
Gentlemen, you may now take your bow.
In a fated finals rematch, it was the Sonics getting the victory over Team Liquid Philippines.
That's right. What a good start for the Sonics. And with that, itanong na natin kung ano ba nangyari sa game na yon with our casters.
What a very meaty interview we've had here.
Congratulations, Brusco.
Yeah, so
Congratulations, Brusco,
it's
by the way.
confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed.
Engaged, and in his own words, they're getting married next year.
Next year. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. And they're winning in life. That's what matters. You know?
Oh yeah.
Everybody's winning. I think majority you are the like Kelra. Why not? There's a lot of like big announcements in the past year because Brusco got engaged. Yeah. It was Kelra's son's birthday, and then why not also being a father? You know?
Amazing.
Yeah.
So overall, they're winning in life. They won in this game as well. Look at King Kong. He's the MVP for this one.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, why give the lance to the man? He has 100% kill participation. A lot of the actions and sequences that ONIC were able to pull off, King Kong was there.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of good plays that they actually did. I still can't get over that dodge that he did outplaying Sanford. I want to see it once again. And hopefully with a slow-mo because it was so smart that how he was able to dodge. Wait, that was okay, so we will not see it unfortunately.
Yeah,
this was after. But it was great because he outplayed Sanford by reading what Sanford wanted to do. And look at how many, and the Art of Thievery missing onto JP. It's pretty important right there. And it was taken out by JP himself. Then Oheb finishes off, but then King Kong is like, I don't care. I'm gonna take over. And how about this? Oh my god. The minion wave also actually Oheb appearing to give a dash to King Kong, by the way.
That little extra dash.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It was
Details matter.
Yeah, it was slightly off angle, like the point of entry. But then you also get it because Oheb placed himself a little bit further.
Yeah.
That means King Kong would have just gotten away much easier.
Yeah. Kara with the play, with the Winter Crown. Kirk with the flicker does not find any opening, but eventually finds it. Very, I would say, target locked onto Oheb, which is important, by the way, because he knows his task in this game. It is to lift up Oheb, but in a negative way.
Yeah, he just knew it. He just had to get into it. And when Kelra, when everyone's so busy with Sanford and everything, that's when Kelra does pop in and gives you hell for it.
And by the way, Kelra survived against Sanji long enough for them to push it, and they got denied away from them. So
we're not
still
done
here.
quite yet.
We're still here.
We're still here.
We're still here. There you go. So that was a 19-minute game. At the very end of it, it was a very back and forth. There was no point in that game when I said, you know what, TLPH, they're done.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from this one. It was such a fun match to watch because, like you guys keep mentioning, the smallest of details actually just completely change the outcome of each and every team fight. It happens per team fight.
Yeah.
So no one's clearly ahead.
Yeah, I also really like what Coach Wynot was able to acknowledge in the interview. I know the interview was in Tagalog, so we can say and dissect a few things here. Number one, of course, they discussed the elephant in the room, which was a lot of people were just really bashing on Kirk. And what happened?
I love that.
And a lot of people were blaming him. So then here comes Kirk. Suddenly, again, it seems like Kirk and Bruco are back on that top form that they've had. Their communication together, their timing together looks so clean.
I like that you brought that up because in game number 1, it was clear, and he died the first. He was the first one to die for ONIC, but he recovered heavily. And with the combination of that high loss as well as that Wapadang, it looked really crisp.
Yeah. Overall, you can't blame the teamwork. The synergy is still very much there here for ONIC Philippines. And when Kirk and Bruce are very well in sync together, good things really do happen. King Kong can make stuff done, and Kelra is just untouchable in most of these situations.
Everyone hungry to deliver, and King Kong walks away as a rich guy, BPI rich guy. And another portion of the interview that Coach Wynot mentioned, he did say that everyone was hungrier to prove themselves, and we get 2 fantastic King Kong games, 2 fantastic ONIC games. But then even Coach Wynot is saying what a lot of the people are probably thinking online right now. And even he said it, you know what? They really want to face Team Liquid Philippines again when they feel like they're facing a top form Team Liquid.
Yeah, very well rested.
Very well rested because he did acknowledge, because to them, he heard like it's as if Team Liquid just got back. So their preparation for the season isn't as much so far compared to the other teams.
Oh, yeah, I hope I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyways. Yeah, but most teams are already prepared during MSC.
Yeah.
For the case of those, for our representatives, ONIC started a week, just 1 week ahead of TLPH, which is not saying much because literally there was just like 2.5 weeks of break in between MSC.
When we flew back, we were getting to meetings.
So when they said that they're not well rested, hey, ONIC, they're just 1 week ahead, literally.
Yeah. So
it's actually that's actually part of the difficulty of representing the Philippines. And that's also part of the reason why some teams are able to defeat our international representatives, because the local teams have maybe a month or so when ahead of the competition when it comes to preparation.
So overall, yes, ONIC, don't downplay yourselves too much as well. You're also, we know how tired you can be. And here is the Infinix Fancy Laban standing as well. These are ongoing, of course, while the games are playing out. So the Phoenix Army is 1-0 as well as the Mines. Look at that.
Not a good weekend for the Cavalry though.
Yeah.
So far, Liquid losing their first series of the season, and the Fancy Club and the fan club tournament that we have alongside MPL. Not good for them so far. Not a good start, but again, it's a long season.
It's a long season. We're just getting started. Don't worry. We're just getting some teams getting their first games, get first points. So don't worry. If you're also one of those people who love to play Mobile Legends, man, go over and join us in the Fancy Club and happening on ground here in Green Sun in Makati City, Philippines. I had to complete that.
Just in case y'all forget where we are.
Just in case you forget where we are. So overall, it's been a fun match, fun day. I hope you guys...
the 2-0 series that we've seen today, if you just saw the standings, it will never tell the story.
No.
We were both very close down to the wire.
Yeah, it's one of those
God.
things where you really just have to rewatch it.
You have to.
You can't be the guy. I didn't watch the game, so I'll comment anyway. Yeah, whoa, they got swept. So wash.
So don't forget
Gotta watch it.
to share this with your friends. If they didn't catch this, make sure to have them watch the rebroadcast happening later as well as the VODs up on social media and on the Trube. You know what to do. So
We've got a lot of rewatching to do, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
A lot of studying again for next week. How many things to break down?
So apparently we're gonna have another one here.
Yeah.
And aside from studying, what helps us study?
Yeah.
This guy himself. So that's gonna be it for us. Rock Hard is Renmar. He's Wolf, and you know what he's gonna do?
Wow, what a series we've seen, and this time it's ONIC Philippines winning against Team Liquid. And what did we learn from this game? We have to just go back to the keys to victory. First, we said that we needed to have a victory when it comes to the Explain battles. We said that we needed both teams, particularly ONIC, to win when it comes to get the winning matchup in the Explain, and that's exactly what they did. So let's put a check on that. Now let's put another check on another item, which is the first turtle needs to be secured. And so far for both games, we've seen ONIC secure the first turtle, and they also won the fights thereafter. Now for another check mark, we saw that, actually this is an X mark in fact, because TLPH weren't able to force ONIC Philippines to go for the Greedy Heroes. They themselves drafted the Greedy Heroes, and if you've seen our cast, we actually analyzed that the first game for TLPH didn't look like a TLPH game. So it was kind of weird because it was very greedy, but ONIC Philippines, they stuck to their MO. They wanted to win against Team Liquid by being the aggressors, being the team that has the faster way around the map, and that was what happened in game number 1 with that Bruno. But game number 2 though, that cannot be explained by anyone. Only the top 2 teams that we have right now, only the 2 teams that we saw can explain what happened in that game. We are just happy to be the ones to see and witness greatness in the top 2 teams that we have. That's it for the Howl from me, and congratulations to ONIC and GG's to TLPH. For now, we're going to be throwing it over to the stage.
Today's Saturday was full of twists and turns.
That's right, Hans. And I would say this day was made for the rookies. Talagang pinapatunayan ng ating mga rookies na kayang-kaya nila makipagsabayan dito sa ating liga.
Underdogs more like competitors dahil walang nagpapalamang, walang nagpapaapi para sa araw na ito. Even though we went the triple header series, we saw them make their way para makakuha ng mga panalo.
Sinimulan yan ng APBR as they secured their first win this season. And sinundan naman yan ng plot twist ng Twisted Minds with the rookies from MDL to beat out the Living Legends.
And in our faded golden rivalry for our last series of the day, it was ONIC Philippines shining brighter than Team Liquid Philippines to get their first win via a sweep to kick off their season strong.
Paalala ko lamang na day 2 pa lamang ng ating season, at ano pa nga kayang aabangan natin bukas sa ating first week?
Well, we're about to find more about that because the last day of week number 1 is tomorrow. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Sama-sama pa rin nating tungayan ang
MPL Philippines Season 16!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Get us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners, but we weapons are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing may reseta. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas.